smartly doesn't change much in its approach to these from the Souls games, Bloodborne, or Sekiro. You'll just naturally meet characters as you explore and discover the world and become involved in their problems. There are no exclamation point markers on the map, no waypoints to guide you to them, and these characters don't always flag you down or initially want or need anything from you. They're just people with their own agendas and goals, whose stories are impacted based on your own actions or inactions. That was actually kind of refreshing in an open world as vast as this one, and it was always exciting to see a familiar face pop up again later, as I was eager to learn about what brought them to this new part of the world and how their journey had progressed. The trade-off, of course, is that without any markers, quest log, or journal, it becomes very easy to forget about certain plot threads and accidentally leave them unresolved by the end. That's a bummer, and I've already felt regret about missing out on stories that some of my colleagues have had, but for me it was worth it, because even after 87 hours, I never once felt the open world fatigue that usually sets in when my brain gets overloaded by a map absolutely full of unresolved side quest markers. Besides, any missed quests give me extra incentive to continue onto New Game Plus. Freedom is the word that every aspect of Elden Ring's design connects back to. From the moment you set foot in Limgrave, the first of many interconnected regions of the Lands Between, you are completely free to go wherever you want. And sure, that's far from a new concept in an open world game, but the way it's handled here is truly extraordinary. If you wanted to, you can be an explorer and spend hours upon hours in just Limgrave, delving into every mini-dungeon, fighting every boss, discovering every NPC, and leveling yourself up to better prepare for what's next. Alternatively, you could follow the Light of Grace, guiding you toward the main path and the first major dungeon. Or you could find a hidden path to a new region that's meant for higher levels and completely bypass the first major dungeon entirely. Maybe even steal yourself a cool weapon early while you're there. Again, this is not unprecedented, but a few things set Elden Ring apart from games like Skyrim that provide a similar openness. For one, Elden Ring doesn't scale enemy levels to your own at all, so jumping into a later region means you're always dealing with stronger enemies, making the risk-reward prospect of doing so very real. But perhaps more notably, the way its different areas are connected makes finding these new ones more than a simple matter of choosing a direction and heading towards it. Limgrave is designed very specifically with a main path in mind that takes you through Stormvale Castle, and finding a way around that feels like you've truly discovered a hidden passage or alternate route, which is a super cool feeling not present in most open world games I've explored. You also have more freedom in how you approach combat than any previous FromSoft game, thanks to a bunch of familiar new systems that are used in interesting ways here. You can crouch walk and use stealth to avoid detection, or more easily sneak up for a backstab. You can fight on horseback, you can craft items on the fly, you can summon a huge variety of creatures to fight for you, and most substantially, you can equip Ashes of War to your weapons and completely change their affinity and skill. The most important element of Elden Ring's philosophy, though, is the freedom to just walk away and do something else when you hit a wall. Elden Ring is hard, which is to be expected from a FromSoft game, but its difficulty surprised me, even as a veteran of the Souls-like genre. I hit multiple points, even all the way up to the moment I reached the very last boss, where I had unlocked paths to several bosses and simply could not make headway on any of them. But even though I hit dead ends on those paths, there was always somewhere else I can go. A region I hadn't thoroughly explored, an NPC quest that I had set aside for later, a Light of Grace indicator that I had not yet followed. There was never a point in Elden Ring where I was at a complete loss of what to do, and every time I explored those other regions and followed those alternate paths, I would find new gear and items, level up my stats, or learn new spells or skills that would eventually give me the extra edge I needed to power through a boss that had given me problems. It isn't just the promise of making my numbers go up that called me to turn over every stone on the map. The Lands Between is positively brimming with riches, intrigue, and danger at every turn. Much of what Elden Ring's open world does well can be traced directly back to things that made Breath of the Wild stand out from the many open world games that came before it. It's that same feeling of starting out in a world with little explicit guidance, finding something that piques your curiosity on your own, doing whatever it takes to get there, and then being rewarded for that curiosity. The big difference is that in Breath of the Wild, I could usually predict what's going to happen when I get to that orange glowy thing off in the distance. I'll do a puzzle, unearth a shrine, do another puzzle, and probably get a cool temporary weapon and spirit orb. That's not to take anything away from Breath of the Wild, it was awesome, but that pattern became somewhat routine by the end. In Elden Ring, by contrast, very rarely did my predictions ever come true. I'd head to a lake and all of a sudden get ambushed by a dragon. Follow a river expecting to collect some minor crafting materials, only to find a dungeon filled with enemies and traps. Enter a cave and get jumped by little goblin men. Or take a seemingly unimposing elevator and find that it just keeps going down further and further and further until, well, you'll have to get there yourself to find out. Best of all, each of these little excursions rewards your curiosity with something worthwhile. That could be a new weapon, a new ash of war, a valuable consumable, a new creature for you to summon, a new spell, or a new NPC to talk to. There are so many valuable rewards available that I never felt disappointed by my prize, regardless of the amount of effort it took. But the thing that's most impressive about Elden Ring is that in between all of this brilliant open world design, there are a handful of legacy dungeons that still deliver those wide linear levels that Souls fans have come to expect. These are gigantic castles, forts, manors, underground labyrinths, and more that are packed with secret areas, challenging bosses, and multiple paths that are linked by one-way shortcut doors. If they were all strung together without being tied to an open world, they could probably exist on their own as Dark Souls 4. Bottom line, Elden Ring's open world exploration is a new benchmark. It's constantly exciting, rewarding, and full of moments that made me go holy shit in a host of different ways. As far as combat goes, Elden Ring is certainly closest to Dark Souls 3 when compared to other games in From Software's library of action RPGs characterized by weighty attacks, careful stamina management, and a bit of a slower pace in games like Bloodborne and Sekiro. The two big new additions are the ability to use a guard counter by blocking an attack with your shield and then immediately pressing the strong attack button to follow up with a crushing strike that can leave weaker enemies in a crumpled state, and a jump attack that gives melee wielders a new type of heavy attack that can also be used to stun enemies and leave them open for a critical hit. They're both great additions that offer melee classes fun new tools, but for the most part, From Software has certainly adopted a if it ain't broke, don't fix it approach. What really makes the combat in Elden Ring so good, though, is its enemy design and variety. Not only are a fair number of them horrifying, but some of these baddies are absolutely vicious, coming at you with wild swings and combos that seemingly go on forever and can hit from 10 feet away. Yeah, like that. And he's still going. Others are more methodical and hide behind their shields to wait for the right opportunity to either parry you or catch you while you're winding up. Others still are weak, but can be huge threats when they ambush you with a grab that kills you in one hit. Many are designed to punish those who just mash the dodge roll button without care, which makes Elden Ring a very hard game. But it's a good style of difficulty. One that's less about fast reaction speeds and twitch reflexes, though those certainly help, and more about learning, adapting, and finding the planted weaknesses in enemy attack patterns. Deciphering those tells and acting upon each moment of opportunity is a large part of why these games are so much fun. And then there are the bosses. I don't want to spoil them, but there are a handful that are some of the most visually and mechanically impressive From Software has ever crafted. It is no exaggeration to say that Elden Ring is From Software's largest and most ambitious game yet, and that ambition has more than paid off. Even after 87 hours of blood, sweat, and tears that included some of the most challenging fights I've ever fought, and innumerable surprises, there are still bosses that I left on the table, secrets that I've yet to uncover, side quests that I missed out on, tons of weapons, spells, and skills I've never used. And this is all on top of PvP and cooperative play that I've barely been able to scratch the surface of. Throughout it all, while the fundamentals of combat haven't changed much from what we've seen before, the enormous variety of viciously designed enemies and the brutal but surmountable bosses have brought its battles to a new level. Even with all the threads I didn't manage to tug on my first playthrough, of which I'm sure there will be several, what I was treated to can easily be held among the best open world games I've ever played. Like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild before it, Elden Ring is one that we'll be looking back to as a game that moved the genre forward. For more Elden Ring, make sure to check out the first minutes of the game. And for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
I doubt you could even imagine it. Although still filled with From Software's idiosyncratic dialogue and coded messages, Elden Ring's world and backstory are a bit more transparent than other Souls games. NPCs are generally more forthcoming with exposition, items will tell you where they came from and what they're used for, and you can even ask Gideon, at one of your safe areas, the Round Table Hold, what all the story bosses are doing. What remains relatively obtuse is the heart of the game itself. What is the Elden Ring? Keep in mind, this explanation won't be exhaustive. It's simply intended to give you more insight into Elden Ring's setting, characters, and the reason you want to keep beating your head against Margit until you just go ahead and uninstall already. These are all things you can discover within the first several hours of the game, up until the events immediately after defeating Godric, the first demigod. But seeing as this is an open world game with very little restrictions, the time it takes for this context to come together might be radically different depending on how you play. So consider this your spoiler warning for roughly the first dozen hours or so. Elden Ring's setting, the Lands Between, wasn't always the desolate, miserable place we know it to be today. It was once a land of peace and prosperity, guided by the power of the Elden Ring, at the foot of the giant glowing Erd Tree in the Lands Between's capital city of Leyndell. The Erd Tree is similar to important trees in other mythologies, such as Yggdrasil, the tree of life most commonly seen in Norse mythology, and series such as God of War, Dragon Quest, and Secret of Mana. And while the Erd Tree is almost always visible in-game as a guide marker of your final destination, many of the items in the game are remnants of that tree. Warming stones are fragments of ruin blessed with an incantation that mimic the warmth of the Erd Tree. Golden seeds flew from the Erd Tree when the Elden Ring was shattered. Most everything you come across in Elden Ring, the eponymous ring included, have their roots in the Erd Tree. The fallen leaves tell a story, the opening cinematic tells us. And that story begins with the fall of the Lands Between after the shattering of the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring itself was seen as anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. The first ever reveal trailer describes it as that which commanded the stars, giving life its fullest brilliance. It was watched over by a group known as the Golden Order, who followed a religion or belief called the Greater Will. At some point, this belief either fell away or was polluted, and the shattering of the Elden Ring also shattered the Golden Order, although its vestiges remain. Upon first meeting Melina, the woman who becomes your maiden, a kind of guide and spirit guardian, she remarks that to seek the shards of the Elden Ring is to violate the Golden Order. This is despite the fact that those who follow the Greater Will, namely the Two Fingers, the most aptly named being in any From Software game ever, command that you do so. It indicates a very clear schism between the Golden Order and this belief, the Greater Will, they used to follow. In this first dozen hours or so of the game, we can't quite identify who or what shattered the Elden Ring, as many of the Golden Order that we catch glimpses of have both golden hair and similar scars on their back. But if we take the original cinematic reveal trailer and some cryptic dialogue as canon, it appears that Queen Marika, ruler of Leyndell and the god who oversaw the Elden Ring, was at least there when the shattering took place, even if she's not directly responsible. One of the shards of the ring, known as the Rune of Death, was also stolen. When the Elden Ring was shattered, there was a shattering of a different kind. Those closest to the Erd Tree, Queen Marika's family, the demigods, were either killed or took pieces of the ring for themselves and are now known as shard bearers. These shards give them great strength, but also warped their minds, leading to an incredible war of attrition that left no victor, and broke the Lands Between. You can see the remnants of this war early on when exploring Stormvale Castle, as giant holes in the wall and craters in the interior tell stories of weapons of war or magic pounding on the outer perimeter. The shattering also saw the disappearance of Queen Marika, the Greater Will supposedly abandoning all people, and the destruction of the Golden Order as it was known. In short, it was devastating. Thrust into this post-war world surrounded by secluded demigod shard-bearers is you, one of the Tarnished. Tarnished are similar to Dark Souls Hollows, but on the spectrum of real dead to very alive, they mostly fall on the latter side. Some special Tarnished are called by grace, a power they alone possess to guide them to the ring, to reforge the shards of the Elden Ring, and become the Elden Lord. You are also not the only Tarnished. The several notable ones who have either sought or are in the act of seeking the Elden Ring are mentioned in the opening cutscene. Horalu, Chieftain of the Badlands, Goldmask, Fia the Deathbed Companion, Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing, and of course, everyone's favorite party animal, the Dung Eater. What great company you keep. These other Tarnished can still be found in the world as you're playing, and have different methods of seeking the ring. But Tarnished of note, that have been found worthy, are all summoned to the Round Table Hold by their maidens. The Round Table Hold is an agreed-upon safe zone for the Tarnished, and those who wish to assist them, where no combat is allowed. Melina, agreeing to play the part of maiden for you, gets you an invite to the Round Table Hold, where a few of these Tarnished make their home, including Sir Gideon and Fia, the Deathbed Companion, also known as Fia the Hug Lady. You also meet the Two Fingers in Round Table Hold, which is not a fancy title, it's just literally what they are, real big fingers. They serve the Greater Will, and speak to you through interpretation by the Finger Reader, a kind of translator, as literal fingers seldom have literal mouths. Upon defeating Godric, the first Shardbearer and demigod, but more of a distant cousin to Queen Marika than a full-blooded family member, the Two Fingers give you a task, not only to reforge the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord, but to restore the Golden Order, the group that watches over it. So that's the very quick answer to the question, what is the Elden Ring, in the first dozen hours or so of your adventure. Many more questions will be raised over the course of the game, and some of the history that we thought we knew may not be exactly as it was told to us, but this should serve as a great primer for your goal as you set out to explore the lands between. What other pockets of Elden Ring lore would you like us to dive into? Let us know in the comments below, and while you're here, make sure to check out our Elden Ring review and which starting class is best for you. For everything else gaming, you're already in the right place. IGN.
Most people know the 1983 arcade classic Elevator Action. What they don't know is that it got a batshit crazy sequel 11 years later called Elevator Action Returns that took the very simple premise of the original and blew it up into a violent run-and-gun game with a cool style similar to 90s anime of the time. You still ride elevators and step into doors to steal documents, but it's much faster, bloodier, and there's always something fun and new to see in each level. Level 2 starts with a terrorist looking out a window. He notices something in the distance and calls his cohorts over to see. Next thing you know, you crash through the window in a f***ing helicopter, killing all the goons. Then you jump out and the level begins. Elevator Action Returns was only released in Japan in arcades and on the Sega Saturn, so it is difficult to play today, unfortunately. It's made by Taito. They're obviously still around, so hopefully they come to their senses and release this gem on modern consoles. It would be perfect for the Arcade Archive series. Well worth tracking down if you can. Also, one of the 3 playable characters' names is Jad the Taff.
Okay, so a lot of the games in this video are old, obscure, and basically forgotten by the general public, but my pick is actually new, obscure, and basically forgotten by the general public. Anyway, it's called Infernax. It launched on Valentine's Day of this year, so you might have been too busy doing kisses to notice, you sly devil. But Infernax is a side-scrolling 2D action-adventure game heavily inspired by NES action platforming games like Castlevania and Zelda 2. Now you're probably thinking, yeah, Brian, we get tons of throwback pixel art games every year, who cares? And frankly, yes, you're right, but the fact that Infernax stands so tall above those is exactly why it deserves your attention. It's just special. The combat is fantastic and fairly deep. The enemy and boss design is awesome, horrific, and grotesque. The chiptune soundtrack is phenomenal, and the world is generally just packed with secrets, upgrades, hidden items, characters, quests, Easter eggs, and so much more. It's dense. It's also pretty damn violent and gory, which again, really sets it apart from your typical hoppy-boppy 2D pixel art game. Also, you can probably beat the whole game in like an afternoon or two, which means it doesn't overstay your welcome and it respects your time. I found myself going back after I finished it so I could unlock everything and keep the fun going, because to me, Infernax is on the level of like something like Shovel Knight, an expertly crafted throwback game that wears its inspirations on its sleeves, but also totally feels like a modern action platformer, just with old school inspired graphics. Infernax is on Switch, PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, so if you own any of those things and any of this sounded even remotely interesting to you, go play this game immediately.
It is baffling and a little bit disappointing that more people don't talk about Deadly Creatures because it is a completely bonkers fever dream of a video game. You control a scorpion and a tarantula, with each level alternating between their perspectives as they go around doing mostly realistic arachnid stuff. Where it gets weird is the parallel story going on in the background, which follows a pair of treasure hunters voiced by Billy Bob Thornton and the late Dennis Hopper as they go searching for Civil War gold. This is a game about bugs, theoretically, but apparently treasure hunters too. Mechanically, Deadly Creatures is a pretty straightforward good time. It's not Game of the Year material or anything, but it's totally serviceable. The scorpion and the tarantula crawl around fighting other creatures like rats and cockroaches and eating pill bugs, and occasionally running afoul of larger critters like a rattlesnake or a Gila monster. As you might expect from a Wii exclusive, there is a perfunctory amount of controller waggling involved, but the elephant in the room is the two stars of the silver screen who are looming overhead, chewing scenery, and bickering about Confederate gold. This game probably didn't need a plot about humans, and it definitely didn't need those humans to be played by multiple-time Academy Award nominees, but they were, and that's just wild. As much fun as it is to be a scorpion or a tarantula, I would love even more to be a fly on the wall during the pitch meeting for this game, and then maybe a different insect on the wall during the casting process. It's probably worth noting that neither scorpions nor tarantulas are actually deadly to humans. To other small animals, sure, but the title still feels a little bit sensationalized. Maybe that's the point. Maybe the real Deadly Creatures are treasure-hunting bug collectors who practice poor firearm safety and are voiced by the star of Blue Velvet and Speed. Why not?
Simulation games these days vary from peacefully mundane to nothing short of gloriously ridiculous. And many years ago, a surprising studio offered their own entry to this popular genre, Lionhead. You may know and love Peter Molyneux's now closed studio for Fable, but for me, it reminds me of the movies. In this simulation game, you nurture the talents of prospective actors and work toward building a successful and popular movie studio, starting in the 1920s and working your way into the modern day. It has heavy hints of The Sims in its design, people management, and lot management. Your director, cast, and crew get stressed and have relationships. You have a finite budget to manage as you invest in building up your studio with new facilities, paying talent, and recruiting more staff to support the scale of your studio. You also need to assign actors to practice particular roles in order for them to develop their talents. Neglect that, and they'll appear in your movie as an awkward mess. Movies released directly impact the success of your studio too, so taking the time to train your stars and keeping staff happy is crucial. You can also invest in improving the technology of your studio. Now, there are some awesome sci-fi and fantasy movies out there shot on an extreme budget. But in the movies, let's just say the films produced there wouldn't fall into that category. Instead, you gotta work your way up to the big blockbuster technology. You don't have full creative control when it comes to actually making the movies in this game, but the changes you can make are still pretty fun. You of course get to watch them after they're complete too. I can't say what exactly compelled me to try out this game as a preteen in 2005, but I do know I had a delightful time seeing my studio grow. It's unfortunate that this game is now largely unavailable from publisher Activision unless you manage to find a physical copy and have a disc drive.
Metal Warriors is the best Super Nintendo game that you've probably never heard of. It's really high quality, it's a very speedy, graphically detailed action platformer, mashed up with a space shooter with a core gimmick of giant mechs. Oddly, though published by Konami, Metal Warriors was developed by LucasArts, the interactive division of Lucasfilm that mainly churned out adventure games in the 90s, like The Secret of Monkey Island. The Metal Warriors are mechs which you operate with a tiny on-screen pilot that can eject and switch mechs, leaving you extremely vulnerable in your little human form, but also able to slide into tight, secret areas with your little tiny jetpack. There are a huge variety of mechs that have advantages you need to put to use in the huge secret-filled levels, including some that fly, one that just walks around but can't even jump but has the best weapons in the game, and a few others that do things like roll, and one that spider crawls up and over ceilings, and one just straight up has a lightsaber. They all have a huge amount of moves though, and abilities, and that makes them a really good match for also another feature of the game, which is a deathmatch mode. In deathmatch, you battle in these large split-screen arenas full of mechs in waiting, allowing you and a friend to battle as bots until one person inevitably ejects. And if they can make it to another mech before you squash them like a tiny 10-pixel-sized bug, then the tides may turn on a dime. I played this game into the wee morning hours for years with friends until it was supplanted by Mario Kart 64, GoldenEye, and so on in the 64-bit era. But I think it holds up better than all of those. It is also just not available anywhere. It was subjected to a very, very low print run, so it's a very rare, very expensive game now. Why am I telling you about this game? Because it's really cool, it's really fun still, and you should be able to play it. And I hope by talking about it and evangelizing for it, it will be available someday again.
Now I know Digimon World is a licensed game, not exactly traditional fodder for Obscure, but to this day, there's nothing quite like it. Digimon World is a digital pet life coach simulator where, unlike Pokemon, you don't directly control your Digimon in battle. You simply shout different commands at it, and if you've raised it right, it'll listen. You heard me right. You actually have to raise your Digimon from birth to adulthood and spec them out through various training regimes at different in-world gyms. You'll need to feed them, praise them, scold them, and even guide them to the bathroom to relieve themselves. Your goal is to explore the beautiful digital world and find the ex-citizens of the digital world capital, File City. After fighting some sense into them, these feral Digimon come to their senses and return to the city, adding a major point of attraction for you and your trusty Digimon to enjoy. Some Digimon will add free reserves of food via an upgradable meat farm, which I promise is way more charming than it sounds, shops with new gear, or open up pathways to new areas. I could go on, but the timer on my segment is ticking. I believe Digimon World fully encapsulates the experimental era of the PlayStation 1. It's bold, weird, and charming in all the right places, cementing it as a game with mechanics that I want adapted in other games.
Japanese RPGs were some of the hottest games going at the end of the original PlayStation era, but that wasn't enough to make Valkyrie Profile a success. Whether because of its pixel art graphics, or because it arrived just before the PlayStation 2, Valkyrie Profile was seemingly destined for obscurity when it was released in 2000. But those who took a chance on it were treated to one of the era's most fascinating games. Set in an anime-styled version of Norse mythology, Valkyrie Profile puts you in the boots of a Valkyrie named Lenneth, tasked with recruiting the souls of fallen warriors ahead of Ragnarok. Each warrior dies in their own tragic way, whether by magic, betrayal, or simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time, after which they become a member of Lenneth's party, but not all is as it seems. Today, when Valkyrie Profile is remembered, it's mostly for its combo-based action system and the difficulty of obtaining its best ending. But Valkyrie Profile also stood out thanks to its vibrant art, its killer soundtrack, and its wildly original approach to RPG storytelling. It remains a high watermark for developer Trias, which is arguably yet to top it. Sadly, the original has been difficult to find on home consoles until very recently, and the sequels have been mostly disappointing. Still, this tragic tale may yet have a happy ending thanks to Valkyrie Elysium, a brand new sequel currently under development for PS4 and PS5. Even better, it will be released alongside a version of the original game for modern consoles, giving a new generation a chance to experience this unique RPG for themselves.
Once in a while, a game comes along that takes a familiar genre and adds an element that makes it truly special. Imagine starting with a great flight simulator and then asking, what if the pilot was Indiana Jones? Because that's what Japanese developer Cross essentially did some 20 years ago. Sky Odyssey is a full-fledged 3D flight adventure for PlayStation 2. You don't just take off and land and fly through some rings in the sky, although you do all that too. You embark on an airborne quest to find pieces of a map that lead to a mysterious tower. On the way, you have to fly rescues and supply drops in dramatic weather conditions, vent your fuel to make your plane light enough to make it over a tall mountain range, and even catch up to a train and refuel on the go. You're tethered to this train, and then it goes through a tunnel. It's awesome. Each mission is more unique than the last, and it's all accompanied by a sweeping score by Ko Otani of Shadow of the Colossus fame. Commissioned by Sony Computer Entertainment, the game was ultimately released over here by Activision, a sign that maybe Sony knew it wasn't going to be a big hit. That its developer shut down after making such a masterpiece and that Sky Odyssey is all but forgotten is a real shame. So please remember, Sky Odyssey.
Not many people would be able to tell you anything about this hidden gem that is Ephemeral Fantasia. Developed by Konami and very much akin to what you expect an early 2000s Final Fantasy game would be, this game is not for the weak, lazy, or unmotivated. It takes the things you love in a traditional PlayStation 1 RPG and adds possibly the best feature to ever be injected into like any game, and that's the ability to play some sick guitar solos. Before Guitar Hero and Uncharted, Ephemeral Fantasia had players take on the role of Mouse, a traveling musician and part-time thief who is hired to play guitar at a royal wedding. Mouse arrives at the island of Pandul, only to find out the entire island has been cursed, repeating the same week for God knows how many decades. Tasked with swooning everybody with your sick guitar songs, you'll group with an incredible array of characters with different abilities and traits. Every action directly affects the game's outcome, and with the game's clock ticking even when you're not playing or when you are playing, it becomes important to know the intricacies of pretty much everything in the game, including every NPC schedule. This game demanded a lot from a player, as recruiting new characters requires one to be at the right place at the right time. As you'll continue in the story, you'll uncover even more songs to grace your ears that would even make Carlos Santana gleeful. And I really mean that. The music is really good here. The game's dungeon can honestly feel sometimes terrifying and annoying, with utterly large areas to walk through for no apparent reason. It's probably why those that face the game without a walkthrough find themselves exhausted. I personally was one of those people too. But then you remember you're a musician and you can just go back to just playing guitar forever, which is pretty much what I did. I just kept playing guitar. This game was great.
Otherside is an XCOM-like tactical game where you control a set of sisters to take on some of the weirdest and freakiest monstrosities you'll ever see in a video game. Its overall setting is incredibly unsettling, the music is awesome, and the graphics are stellar. The gothic hue of striking reds, whites, and blacks gives the game a minimalist feel while also being one of the prettiest games in the genre, and nobody plays it. IGN gave it a 9. It's number 10 on our top 10 best tactical games ever made, and nobody plays it. If you play Otherside, Lightbulb Crew might make Otherside 2. That's only a good thing. Play Otherside. Horizon Forbidden West is a sequel to Zero Dawn in every sense of the word. Not only is there a fresh new take on Aloy's story and world to explore, but it also houses a bevy of new gameplay changes and upgrades that makes navigating its massive map just a tad bit easier. For this list, we wanted to keep everything as spoiler-free as we could, so while there are certainly going to be a few surprises here, there are a few late game changes that we'd rather not go into at all until the general audience has had time to sink in their teeth. So for now, here are the biggest gameplay changes from Horizon Zero Dawn to Horizon Forbidden West. A few new traps have found their way into Forbidden West, most interesting of the bunch being the vertical traps. Meticulously planning for an encounter is core to Horizon's strengths, and silently laying traps for enemies to run into has always been an excellent tactic. But unfortunately, flying enemies could previously evade all of your ground traps. Using a new vertical trap allows you to ground your winged opponents with plenty of ease. In Zero Dawn, there was no way to speed up or change the time of day. Forbidden West adds this feature by allowing you to rest at one of the many shelters scattered throughout its massive world. So if you're like us and prefer to scout out areas in broad daylight, then this feature should certainly brighten your day. You can't pinpoint an exact hour you want it to be, but you can choose morning, afternoon, evening, and night. That's good enough for us. By the time you reach the end of Zero Dawn, most loot you'll find can't be picked up because your inventory is completely maxed out. This isn't a problem in Forbidden West. Every time you loot an enemy, pick up Ridgewood, healing items, it doesn't matter. If you've maxed out your inventory, the extra items will be sent directly to your stash, which can be accessed at any town, checkpoint, or shelter. Speaking of stashes, they exist now. Forbidden West has a lot of weapons and armor that all need upgrading, and luckily Guerrilla Games took this into account and decided to let you keep all of your loot you find in the world. They also make great restocking stations for items like Ridgewood and healing berries. Zero Dawn was pretty limited as to where Aloy could climb. She was beholden to marked yellow handholds that only existed in very specific areas. It's a bit more open in Forbidden West, but of course not anywhere near what you would find in an Assassin's Creed game. In Forbidden West, pinging your focus will reveal exactly where you can climb, but these handholds are still fairly limited to existing only where the developers feel you need them, such as when you're platforming through a quest area or reaching a signal tower. You'll have to ping a lot to discover where these areas are, or you can just tweak the visual options to always have them highlighted. Aloy's spear wasn't useless in Zero Dawn, but in Forbidden West it's more viable than ever. One of the biggest additions is you can now charge it up to unleash a powerful attack known as a Resonator Blast. As you melee machines or human enemies, your spear will eventually change from purple to blue. Once it's blue, you can hit your foe with a heavy attack that adds a resonance charge to a spot on their body. Hit this spot with an arrow and you're rewarded with a huge blast of damage. Charging the spear up with melee attacks is also now easier than ever. The warrior skill tree includes several nodes that not only boost your melee damage, but also unlocks melee combos. One combo could break an enemy's block, another causes Aloy to spin to hit multiple enemies at once, and even one has her go completely wild, attacking one enemy in succession incredibly fast. Horizon Forbidden West now has 6 skill trees, up from the 4 that were featured in Zero Dawn, and each of these houses 2 special moves called Valor Surges. Think of these as Aloy's version of a Final Fantasy limit break. Each of the Valor Surges serves a different purpose, aligning with what skill they're in, and can help you get a leg up on your encounter, or get you out of a jam. Because Forbidden West is a lot more vertical than Zero Dawn was, in terms of climbing up on high spaces, Aloy nabs a glider called the Shield Wing pretty early on. The Shield Wing can basically be used from any height and has 0 limitations on how long it can be used for. Incredibly early in the game, you'll need to craft a Polecaster, which is basically Horizon's version of a hookshot. The Polecaster is used throughout Forbidden West for a multitude of things, including retrieving hard-to-reach loot, moving things in the environment to solve puzzle platforming, destroying walls of rubble, and moving crates. Of course, one of its most important functions is helping Aloy get to hard-to-reach places, or saving her bacon in combat scenarios. You can swim in Horizon Zero Dawn, but you can't dive. Forbidden West now has fully explorable areas hidden in its depths, complete with secrets and loot. Aloy can't hold her breath underwater forever at the start, so your diving adventures need to be kept to a minimum. You eventually get a device that lets you breathe underwater forever, and that's when the real deep sea diving begins. The focus device is a lot more useful this time around when scanning machines. In Zero Dawn, you could look at specific pieces, but it required you to slowly pan your camera around to find the different parts to see their weaknesses. Forbidden West makes it a lot easier. Now, once an enemy is scanned, you can tap around the parts using the controller's D-pad, and you can even highlight the specific part to keep it glowing after you've turned your focus off. And that's it! What from this list of changes has you the most excited? Be sure to sound off in the comments, and for more on Horizon Forbidden West, check out our final review, graphics comparison, performance review, first minutes, honestly, there's a lot. And of course, for much, much more, stick with IGN.
Shall we? Lucky for you, the savior of Meridian still has a few things she wants to take care of.
Successful sequels build on their predecessors in multiple ways. Think Mass Effect 2, Assassin's Creed 2, and Uncharted 2. They all improve on what came before them by conjuring up exciting new gameplay mechanics, developing characters through engaging stories, and switching up mission design to offer variety. Horizon Forbidden West does all of this with aplomb, building on the already impressive foundations of 2017's Horizon Zero Dawn to tell a thrilling story full of familiar explosive combat against elaborate robotic foes and blockbuster action sequences, but also adding Witcher-like settlements to the map and filling it out with great side quests. The result is a fantastic open world action adventure that, despite falling into a couple of its old habits, emphatically delivers on the promises made 5 years ago. Once again, Aloy is on a time-sensitive mission packed with mystery, not least in its characters, many of whom are firmly established in the grey area between friend or foe. Its twists and turns are numerous, and had me guessing how it would turn out right until the end of Aloy's journey. And that journey isn't a short one. My playthrough, which was done at a fairly relaxed pace that included completing a healthy amount of side missions, took around 32 hours.
I don't know what Anora's doing out here, but consider yourself old.
Guerrilla Games has definitely learned a lesson this time around when it comes to finding a balance between world building and telling a coherent story. Horizon Zero Dawn tackled some big ambitious ideas, but sometimes stumbled when it came to conveying them in an engaging way. Forbidden West is able to confidently stride over the deep exposition potholes that Zero Dawn sometimes fell victim to, mostly mercifully avoiding lengthy information dumps in favour of a more elegantly told tale. The story's key moments are told through engaging cutscenes that contain their fair share of character-centric drama without dwelling on it long enough to overstay their welcome. This is still very much a hard sci-fi setting though, and that is where the slightly weaker parts of Forbidden West story lay during the opening hours. This makes for an uneven start, but the pace promptly picks up and becomes much more engaging once a new threat is introduced and the true plot of Forbidden West comes to the fore. The story's strengths, however, far outweigh those awkward moments. It's much stronger when focusing on the personal dramas and social and political conflicts of the Forbidden West than when satiating its fetish for rambling holograms. There are some real standout missions too. One questline involving a clumsy but lovable inventor trying to fulfill the ambitious legacy of his grandfather is a particular high point. It's a perfect example of how well Aloy's quest collides with other people's stories to create something truly memorable. It's also worth noting here that Forbidden West is very much a sequel to Zero Dawn, meaning newcomers attempting to skip the line and jump in here may feel slightly alienated by the overarching plot, though there is still plenty to enjoy regardless.
To understand what's going on in there, you're gonna need one of these.
There are fantastic character moments that are delivered with a deft touch. It's a credit to the writers that I found myself caring so much about the fate of these people so quickly after meeting them. This goes for the actors embodying the characters too. Performances are brilliant across the board, with no one feeling out of place and even the most incidental seeming characters well observed. That's no mean feat considering the large cast of fresh faces you'll meet throughout your playthrough. The supporting cast does a great job of keeping you company. Val, an old friend of Aloy's from the Nora tribe who is with you from the opening moments, in particular provides warm companionship throughout and brings the best out of Aloy. It's a pleasant change when compared to the often lonely adventure of Zero Dawn. Actors Angela Bassett and Carrie-Anne Moss bring salvos of Hollywood caliber firepower to the story, but it's never enough to wrestle the limelight away from Ashley Birch as Aloy though. Naturally, she's at the core of everything in Forbidden West, and Birch carries that weight with confidence and panache, displaying power in loud pivotal moments, but also shining in the story's quieter, more heartfelt pockets. On the topic of the loud parts, while Zero Dawn may have been action-packed, its presentation never felt nearly as cinematic as this. Massive moments take place in masterfully choreographed cutscenes with swirling camera work, but subtler techniques, such as a wider lens used during conversations, add a filmic quality to dialogue-heavy scenes, allowing characters to use their bodies to move expressively and convey a wider range of emotion. Feelings run high over the course of the lengthy campaign too, and while this isn't anything like the trauma fest of something like The Last of Us Part 2, Forbidden West certainly tugs on the heartstrings. A stealthy approach, laying in wait to silently strike from tall grass, is almost always wise at the start of a fight, as you'll likely get into the most trouble when you're outnumbered. Even the less deadly machines, such as darting skydrifters and pouncing scrappers, pose a threat in numbers. Rarely has the saying, attack is the best form of defense, been truer, and just as in Zero Dawn, these enemies' bodies are loaded with weak points that allow you to affect the fight and change it to your liking. Take the new Claw Strider for example. It's an extremely aggressive dino menace that can wipe you out with lashes of its devastating tail. Had enough of it? Equip some tear arrows and split it straight off. That cycle of learning an enemy and their multiple different attacks, reducing the number of options available to them by targeting and destroying their weapons, and then finishing them off with ice, fire, acid, or whatever other damage types they're weak to, never grew tired over dozens of hours. The combat in Zero Dawn was already fantastic, and Forbidden West only stacks more options on top of that, such as new weapons and ammo types, and feels better and more flexible than ever as a result. The explosive spike thrower is a particularly satisfying new addition to Aloy's collection of weaponry, lodging projectiles into machines before detonating them to cause big damage. I found this to be a near essential item against some of Forbidden West's bigger beasts, many of which provide battles that are of a scale and quality that many games would aspire to for their grand finales. The superb score also sounds soundtracks perfectly throughout, dynamically cranking up the noise during high-stakes battles and adding crunchy electronics to the familiar orchestral refrains from Zero Dawn. The central piece of Aloy's arsenal remains the bow and arrow though, with many different versions on offer. Mixing and matching to make sure you have all of the different types of elemental damage you need on your weapon wheel is key. The next step is being skilled enough to hit your fast-moving targets. The machines themselves are exquisitely designed, each bringing their own bag of party tricks to the West. The speed and power with which the machines move is a sight to behold. Not that you'll have much time to stop and stare as they barrel towards you, but if you allow yourself to slip into slow motion for a moment, you'll be able to see each gear ticking within their gaping jaws before you need to dodge out of the way of death. Zero Dawn cranked up the difficulty near the end of its story, and it's not too different here either. There are a few particularly challenging machine types that you have no option but to take head on, demanding you have full confidence in your chosen playstyle. Aloy's skill trees are extensive and allow you to tailor exactly how you want to play, certainly offering a far more extensive menu to choose from than the original. Out of the 6 different columns available, I put a lot of my points into the Hunter branch, in order to maximise my bow skills and increase the effects of the concentration ability, which allows you to slow down time. Valor Surges are new special abilities unlocked on each skill tree that can be triggered intermittently throughout combat to really turn the tables in a fight. For example, one of the Stealth Surges harnesses Stalker Machine technology to temporarily grant you a cloaking device, making it easy to ambush unsuspecting enemies. Fighting packs of humans is entirely more dynamic in Forbidden West, as you scramble around architecture and vegetation and in and out of stealth. There's a fantastic weight to melee combat, which feels like a much more viable and crucially fun option this time around for Aloy. Swings of the spear crunch into enemies, and unlockable combos add extra depth. In general, Aloy feels great to control in combat, light on her feet, but heavy hitting, all until you find yourself caught between a rock breaker and a hard place, that is. While not going so far as to adopt the climb anything approach of more bokoblin littered open world games, there's a greater sense of freedom thanks to your new pulse's ability to scan for handholds on cliffs, and there is usually a path to reach wherever you'd like to go. Although it's undoubtedly an improvement on Zero Dawn, it does feel a bit archaic to be restricted to predetermined handhold routes when we're used to much more freeform climbing in 2022. While you can now grapple yourself to objects using the pullcaster, don't think of this being a game changer on the level of Halo Infinite's grapple shot or Just Cause's grappling hook before it. In Forbidden West, it's much more of a puzzle and combat tool used for getting out of sticky situations than it is something that will help you zip around its world.
This isn't some forgotten corner of the East where you come from, Nora. It's the Forbidden West.
A rapturous harmony of beautiful natural landscapes and fearsome machines, Horizon Forbidden West is one of, if not the most visually impressive game I've ever played. There's verdant jungle, sweeping desert, snowy peaks, waves crashing like liquid crystal against sand, the list goes on. Seriously though, sometimes the only thought that crossed my mind was, "F me, have you seen the look of this?" After a slightly pedestrian and linear tutorial section, it kicks into life and sets you free. It's clear from early on that Guerrilla has spent a lot more time creating a more interesting open world this time around, and nowhere is this clearer than in its settlements, which are universally a vast improvement over Zero Dawn's comparatively lifeless equivalents. There are many to discover, each beautifully unique, including one particularly enrapturing underground location that's home to one of the most visually striking video game levels in recent memory that I won't dare spoil here. Aside from being places to stock up on resources and acquire new weapons and armor from merchants, these clusters of civilization are where a lot of side missions will begin, and this is probably the biggest area of improvement for Forbidden West when compared to its predecessor, which had very limited and repetitive optional content. Side quests are infinitely more engaging and pretty lengthy too. They're not just throwaway requests from nameless wanderers, but instead are smartly woven into the main story. These side stories only enrich the experience, and while you may not have any active choices to make that influence their outcome, I really did feel like I was changing the world around me as I made my way through it. In that respect, it's quite easy to be reminded of The Witcher 3 in the way it approaches its secondary missions. You're not only all but guaranteed a fun time, but also very likely to find satisfying stories and unique pieces of gear for your troubles.
We need confirmation. An inquiry. So thorough, so irrefutable, endorsed by the Savior.
All right, I'll keep looking.
The different quirky characters met and distinctive rewards received from each side quest means that they very rarely feel repetitive. It's a real credit that in a world so dense with objective markers, very few, if any, feel like rinse and repeat jobs. Outside of side quests, there's a long list of other activities available. Rebel camps to clear out, different types of collectibles to find, arenas to test your might in, and of course, the return of the scalable tallnecks. There are also relic ruins, a particular favourite of mine, which are fun little puzzle boxes hidden around the world that put all of your mental tools to the test. Some of which take a considerable amount of time to solve, as if bite-sized chunks of Tomb Raider have been transplanted into a far-flung future. That Witcher 3 influence even extends to the minigame Machine Strike, a strategy board game that contains all the addictive qualities of Gwent or Assassin's Creed Valhalla's Orlog. The action isn't just restricted to the many objective icons on the map though. Aimless wandering is rewarded with random events taking place across the world, which gives a sense of real discovery. Occasions like this further build on a feeling of genuine causality to your actions in the world too, as you'll bump into the same people later at a settlement who will thank Aloy for saving them from a herd of vicious machines. On top of all of this, there's just so much to see and do that I don't want to spoil in any way. Characters, creatures, and locations that I wouldn't want the joy and surprise that I experienced discovering taken away from others. For large swaths of it, the Forbidden West really is a place that needs to be seen to be believed. A triumphant combination of enthralling combat, top-tier creature and character design, and a captivating open world. Horizon Forbidden West is an absolute blast and fantastic showcase for the power of the PS5. Although the return of a couple of familiar series trappings and a noticeable lack of freeform climbing never threatens to derail the enjoyment, it does leave it falling frustratingly short of something revolutionary. Major evolutionary steps have firmly been placed in the right direction, however, and there's no doubt in the many of hours of fun to have with Aloy, who stakes her claim further to be one of this generation of gaming's greatest characters. Guerrilla has outdone itself yet again with Forbidden West, and at this trajectory, neither the horizon nor the sky's the limit for what could come next. For my full written review, check it out on IGN.com, and for everything else Horizon Forbidden West, stick with IGN.
(1989's) Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for arcades was a coin-op colossus for Konami. Arriving as the popularity of Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird's Radical Reptiles was reaching its peak, the thirst for the original TMNT cabinet was so great, Konami couldn't even keep up with the demand. With additional production outsourced, tens of thousands of TMNT cabinets were ultimately sold worldwide, and it would go on to become Konami's highest-grossing arcade game ever. In 1991, Konami found success again with the fondly remembered follow-up Turtles in Time, which improved on the formula and is still largely considered the most legendary TMNT game of all. 3 decades and several reboots later, Montreal-based studio Tribute Games has taken the Turtles back to where they began with Shredder's Revenge, a spiritual sequel to Konami's Stone Cold arcade classics. Shredder's Revenge is proof positive that there's no school like the old school. But assembling a brand new brawler in the shadow of 2 of the biggest and best beat-em-ups ever built is no trivial task. To find out how Tribute Games pulled this off, we talked to narrative designer Yannick Belzil about what it took to contemporize the classic coin-op characteristics of the original TMNT games and the challenges of returning to the 1987 animated universe. We also analysed the level Crisis at Coney Island and its flawless fusion of retro tropes and modern flourishes, all in a setting that pays perfect tribute to the earliest roots of the beat-em-up genre in the iconic 1979 cult film The Warriors. This is Art of the Level.
Let's kick some shell!
Now, nostalgia is a powerful drug, and it's important not to gloss over the fact that there are key elements of Konami's coin-operated TMNT beat-em-ups that do fall down under modern scrutiny. These games had glorious wide appeal, and they were bona fide pioneers of frantic 4-player fun, but they weren't just built to entertain disaffected Generation X teens and their little brothers and sisters. They were built to take their money. These cabinets needed to generate income for arcade operators, and they did it very effectively. In the proto-pay-to-win cauldron of 80s and 90s arcades, games weren't always concerned about fairness. First and foremost, they wanted our cash. This is something Tribute needed to consider when building Shredder's Revenge, which obviously isn't driven by the economics of 20th century arcades. It didn't have to be unnecessarily hard at all times.
I think for us it was to make it more forgiving as a beat 'em up in a sense, or I guess more generous would be a better way to put it, is that let's say in these old, in these classics, when you fight foot soldiers, you have to be very precise, like access-wise. Like you really have to be like right in front of the foot soldier. Same thing for the jump kick attack, which depending what kind of player you were, but me and my cousins were big jump kickers back in the day, but you really had to be precise to attack the enemies. So one main thing that we do fighting-wise is sort of the I guess the fighting circle around our character is like more generous, so you don't have to precisely align with the foot soldier to hit them. Like if there are a couple of pixels or degrees off, you can still hit them and get them. One thing that we really want to do with this version of the Turtles is to not make them frustrating. You have to feel like a powerful combatant when you're fighting, so that's part of it. So the hitting is more generous, and I would say also a part of that, it's making sure that the game is more accessible to a younger audience that might want to play, that will be interested by our colorful graphics. So I would say that it's the main fighting part of how we make Shredder's Revenge different from the previous games. We have like dodges, we have specials with different types of energy bars, but to me, like the key one, like the one I noticed when I play back, say, Turtles in Time after working on Shredder's Revenge, is really like that precision of hitting and fighting. You also have to remember that they were made to be in arcades and to separate us from our quarters, so they had that sort of difficulty.
So while Tribute clung on to the classic look of Konami's TMNT arcade games, the studio cast away the most doggedly unforgiving parts of their designs. The result is a game that looks right but doesn't play like a relic, and a game that's simultaneously more accessible than its ancestors but also has a higher skill ceiling thanks to a raft of new moves and abilities. Instead of making it difficult to avoid taking damage, Shredder's Revenge adds an effective dodge to the Turtle team's repertoire, as well as a handy rising attack and charged strikes. The combat experience is far more robust and rewarding as a result, especially when you add the tweaks to the way special attacks are handled. For instance, in the original home console versions of the TMNT games, Konami eventually introduced powerful special moves, but triggering them meant sacrificing a segment of your health bar. Through a modern lens, that's just needlessly punitive. Sure, it makes sense to limit special moves, but it would also make sense to position them as rewards rather than punish their use. It's a disincentive to use your character to their full potential. In Shredder's Revenge, special attacks are assigned to a separate bar, which fills as you apply turtle wax to the waves of enemies. You need to land consecutive hits to fill the bar and bank the special move for later use, but unless you play on the lowest difficulty setting, it will reset if you take a blow before it's fully charged. It's a balance that rewards both aggression and shrewd play, and that doesn't punish players for pushing their character to the limit. It's still entirely possible to plow through Shredder's Revenge like a 90s button basher, but there's a clearly evolved experience beneath the surface. As Belzil explains, shedding that unfairness was a deliberate step in making Shredder's Revenge a game that matched players' memories of the magic in the old games, however rose-tinted those recollections might be.
playing the old games, you see they are less forgiving and they're stiffer than you might remember. So it's really making a game that feels how you remember playing it, but not necessarily how you actually played it. So it's making it more explosive, more colorful, a bit wilder. Everyone had to interrogate their own memories of playing these games and see how we could make a game that matches up to these memories.
However, while studying these original games, Tribute still came to respect plenty about what Konami achieved with the resources and technology it had available to it at the time. And it's easy to see how the company was able to use its TMNT games as a springboard to work with a range of other partners on a stream of licensed beat-em-ups in their wake.
They did so much with, comparatively to what resources we have, so little. They were really able to create evocative worlds and characters with the sprites, with just a little bit of sound effects or voice acting. But you see how sturdy the Konami beat-em-up machine was still back then, because they eventually they put a lot of different franchises on it, on different arcade games, like for The Simpsons. There was pretty solid Batman Returns game on Super Nintendo as well. It's an engine that is really, really strong, but that also has a lot of give to be added upon or being a bit modernized with the different tastes of the times.
There are 16 levels in Shredder's Revenge, and together they take between 2 to 3 hours to tussle through, making it a considerably longer and bigger experience than the TMNT games from the golden era of beat-em-ups. Now, admittedly, there are only really 2 types of stages, traditional ones and high-speed hoverboard levels, but there's a pretty bodacious blend of backdrops as the Turtles and their allies battle through the Big Apple, Brooklyn, and beyond. One such standout is Episode 9, Crisis at Coney Island. As Belzil explains, Coney Island in Shredder's Revenge was built to be both reverent to the world-famous amusement park as it existed in the 80s, but also to inject Shredder's Revenge with the kind of iconic New York landmarks that were sometimes surprisingly absent from the 1987 cartoon series.
Creating our version of Manhattan was a lot of fun. As a narrative designer, I also get to design the progressions in the levels, from what environment you will go from one part to the other. And part of my job is doing a lot of research so I can suggest a lot of stuff for the background artists and what are they going to draw. So let's say for our Coney Island level, then I go look at a whole bunch of pictures of what Coney Island looked like in the 80s, and then I just throw a lot of that reference to our wonderful artists, and these guys then will pick and choose what they like and bring that into the decor. So when you watch the 87 cartoon, they live in an iconic cartoon city, but it doesn't truly feel entirely like New York. Maybe you see the Statue of Liberty once or twice, a couple of times, but it just feels like a big cartoon city. So one thing that we wanted to add was stuff that was appropriate from the era, so types of stores or parking garages or the types of cars you would see, but put them through an 87 Turtles cartoon lens. Beat-em-ups are always going to have city streets where you fight, so it was trying to add a smidge more of real city flavor to these city streets type of levels.
Like every level in Shredder's Revenge, it's a killer cocktail of both the standout new combat and a constant barrage of callbacks to the classic games and cartoons. For instance, beyond the plentiful punk frog references, the suspiciously highlighted lengths of timber on the iconic boardwalk, which will burst up and bang your character in the face, are a nod to the nefarious loose planks on Turtles in Time's pirate ship level.
Duh, my toes!
Any player of Turtles in Time is almost guaranteed to give these a wide berth automatically, even 30 years later. Crisis at Coney Island is also a great example of how Tribute Games varies its enemy spawns so they're not always shuffling onto screen from the left or right. In this level, foot soldiers are also found manning sideshow stalls, gormlessly licking ice creams, or standing idle, distracted on Game Boys.
One good trick that was really useful is that we have a lot of unique spawns for our bad guys, for our foot soldiers. So because they show up by coming from left and right in the screen a lot, but it's not the only way they appear in screen. Sometimes they drop from the roof, sometimes they're already lounging in the level, they're playing Game Boy or they're doing something else that's a bit funny. So that sort of tricks you into thinking that it's not a regular spawn, it's just a funny scene, and thus it cuts the monotony, the possible monotony of the beat 'em up grind.
The genesis of Crisis at Coney Island's boss fight with Leatherhead is also an interesting one, as Belzil describes, sometimes working backwards from bosses during development.
I knew that the level boss for Coney Island would be Leatherhead, who's an alligator, and then I looked up what alligator nests look like online, and then alligator nests are this, there's a lot of straw and grass that they were sort of wrapped around themselves, and I thought, oh, that might look like being inside a roller coaster structure, which there is in Coney Island. So when I create the level, sometimes I think of the boss arena and go backwards. But this one was sort of reversed, but when I thought, oh, we could fight Leatherhead in the guts of a roller coaster, and that's going to look interesting. And then I could make it go like, you go from the sunny beach to a more shadowy area of the level, so there's some sort of progression. And so stuff like that, immediately it becomes visual. Other game designers will have ideas to add stuff in there. Artists will find something interesting to draw in there. And when you have that cooking, like, you know you have a good level idea then.
I feel like gumbo.
Now, of course, we can't talk about Coney Island and beat-em-ups without mentioning The Warriors, the 1979 cult action thriller from Walter Hill. In case you're unfamiliar with it, based on Sol Urich's 1965 novel, The Warriors is the gritty story of a tightly knit street gang who are framed for the murder of an enigmatic rival gang leader and must fight their way across New York to escape, from the Bronx to Coney Island. The basic similarities between the Warriors' slog through the city and the Turtles' battle through the Big Apple and Shredder's revenge notwithstanding, the film did have a huge influence on video games, alongside 1984's Streets of Fire, which was also directed by Walter Hill. The street-level skirmishes, colourful gangs and brutal beatdowns provided some of the most important blueprints for the emerging beat-em-up genre, and Belzil explains it was a feeling they wanted to have in the game.
The Warriors feeling, I don't think it's an accident, because I feel like every single beat 'em up is indebted to the Warriors. I guess Double Dragon is Streets of Fire and it's the Warriors. It's both those movies like combined together.
As far as tributes to the Warriors go, Crisis at Coney Island obviously can't quite measure up to the very best of them, but it is a major nudge and wink that's hard to miss if you know your genre history. But The Warriors isn't the only stimulus for Shredder's revenge, and Belzil also looked to important Hong Kong cinema for inspiration, including 1980s martial arts trailblazer Cynthia Rothrock when it came to bringing credibility to April O'Neil's New Combat.
One big thing that I did a lot before starting working on the game is watching and rewatching a lot of Jackie Chan movies and a lot of Corey Yuen movies, like the Hong Kong action of the 80s and 90s, because the first Turtles movies is co-produced by Golden Harvest, which was like the place that produced Jackie Chan movies. And say for the mall level, I remember like just putting a link to the mall fight in Police Story 1 and saying like, if we could have a whole bunch of breaking glass like that, that would be pretty sweet. And then it was like, we couldn't, because I feel like there's probably like graphics issues and sound effects. Having unending breaking glass in a video game would get pretty tiring. But it's trying to recreate the mall from that. These fight-based movies, finding what's special about them, and sometimes, you know, it's the way new goons would come in from nowhere to try and fight Jackie Chan in Police Story. So trying to add a bit of that flavor in the foot soldier when they pop out. It's really like trying to get from influences from these type of movies. Like one other big one is that I like to say is the movie Yes Madam with Cynthia Rothrock and Michelle Yeoh. Like when we were designing April O'Neil, my main contribution to the discussion was like, she should fight like Cynthia Rothrock in Yes Madam. Like that's how she should fight. And so yeah, it's also taking ideas and inspiration from pop culture that was around at the same time as the Turtles, not just the Turtles themselves, and trying to filter that back into the game.
As far as we're concerned, returning to the pixel aesthetic of the TMNT games that ruled arcades back when Turtle Fever was gripping the globe was a great move for Tribute Games. But make no mistake, just because Shredder's Revenge is designed to feel like it could have been plucked directly from 1992, as Belzil explains, this retro revival is not something the studio opted for because it's easier.
I feel like there's a misunderstanding about the pixel art style. Like, first, here at Tribute Games, like, that's all we've done so far. Like, that's what we love to do. Our founders, like, left the big companies because they thought that they would not be able to do pixel art games anymore. That's where our heart lies. In fact, that's our company logo is a pixelated heart. So that's not for nothing. So for us, using that type of art is not a fad or a way to cash in or create nostalgia. Like, that's what we'd be doing anyways. And I feel like in this era of massive realistic graphics, people will think that it's easy to do 2D art and pixel art, but it's extremely time consuming. I feel like one playable characters for TMNT takes a couple of months to be constructed because they all have specific animations. Like, the 4 turtles share a couple of frames, but really not that much because they all have different run cycles, different attacks, different moves, different taunts, cheerful animations at the end of the level. So it's traditional animation in a sense, and it's a lot of work. So it's fun to see people being really excited about the game, and people ask us like, oh, can you have this new character playable, add this character playable, had the punk frogs as 4 playable characters, and it's like, we'd love to, but this will take months and months and months because we want it to be almost bespoke in a way, that they're not mailed in, that they're lovingly made and filled with character.
Thanks for watching this installment of Art of the Level. If you're interested in learning more about how key levels of your favourite games come together, check out our previous episodes on Sifu's clever use of homage to teach players how to fight, and the secrets behind Uncharted 4's dramatic downhill chase sequence. For everything else, stay on IGN.
He's going to catch us! Keep running!
Bloody brambles!
This is your tower! It's evil!
You're going too fast for me.
Please, Mother said to try to exhaust him.
Of course, from now on, we need to isolate him.
You want to lock him away?
Do you know what your brother is capable of?
Hugo is condemned.
The last threshold means the death of the carrier.
It's starting all over again.
Not starting. Spreading. Hugo.
Hugo? My brother needs your help, and the rats are already there!
Control your flame, Protector. Others are burned in it.
The island! It's where I must go! It's where I will be fixed, Amicia!
I will do what's good for you. I will. I'm not ready for this.
No one could be ready for this.
Please, Hugo, stop this! This is a constant reminder that I should kill you.
I know where your island is. Keep me alive until we get there.
By the way, this land is under the Count's law. Be nice.
Feel free to enjoy Lacuna. Brighter days are the best time for it.
Fuck it! I don't need you!
What is wrong with me? You'll end up wanting to kill me too.
What happened?
It's the rats.
This world hurts. And it keeps hurting. And you want to hurt it back. But it's a fight you cannot win, Amicia.
They must die!
They are dead!
Who do you think you are to defy me?
I'm Amicia!
Deltarune!
Like a sugar-crazed child working their way to the bottom of a Halloween bag full of treats, A Plague Tale Requiem is confident that the things which made the first game great will be even more delectable in ludicrous quantities. Oh, you liked massive swarms of rats? Well, how about we increase the number of them to this insane amount?
What's going on? What did they do to you?
You enjoyed a gruesome and harrowing journey that tested the limits of your emotional resilience? Great, let's increase your personal suffering by 200%! This follow-up to one of my favorite action-adventure games of the previous console generation turns the dials up to 11 in practically every way, and overwhelmingly benefits from those escalations, despite sometimes being a bit heavy on the nihilism. With improved stealth action mechanics, a fantastic and deeply depressing story, and graphics that had me gawking, A Plague Tale Requiem is an impressive glow-up that's easily worth the immense horrors it subjected me to. Following in the creepy, skittering footsteps of its predecessor, A Plague Tale Innocence, Requiem is a somber third-person action-adventure game that takes place in an alternate history version of 14th century France during the 100 Years' War. You play as Amicia, older sister to an afflicted and disturbed young boy named Hugo, and must travel through both beautiful and dystopian areas, run away from a tsunami of plague rats, and sneak or murder your way through an army of half-witted soldiers, all in the name of saving your brother. You'll spend your time tiptoeing past enemies that can kill you almost instantly in competent but unoriginal stealth action, or using light sources to make your way through hordes of ravenous, man-eating rats in much more memorable puzzle-based areas.
All right, take a breath, let's go.
The best sections, though, combine both of these elements and force you to contend with not only the terrifying flood of rats, but also soldiers dumb enough to try and kill you while surrounded by a problem you'd think they'd be a lot more concerned about.
You bastards really seem to like me.
In between all that action, you'll unravel the incredibly bizarre and excessively complex mystery of your brother's illness, while meeting memorable characters along the way, some of whom are nuanced and well-written, while others just want to murder you because they're insane sociopaths and everything in this world is awful.
Thank you for taking us. Thank God, no. I'm usually not so kind.
If you thought the original Plague Tale was grim, this follow-up is so dark and pessimistic it makes its predecessor look bright-eyed and upbeat by comparison. Even though Amicia, Hugo, and the companions they meet never seem to lose hope and form heartwarming bonds of camaraderie as the world collapses around them, it's still very exhausting to have your dreams crushed for 20 hours as you're continuously betrayed, maimed, forced to see the people you care about die, and subjected to horrors that would break a normal person in minutes. That said, the story is still extremely well told, filled with unforgettable moments that left my mouth agape and my head turning to imaginary referees in anticipation that a flag would be thrown onto the field for being too over the top. I also adored the resilient and ill-tempered Amicia and genuinely wanted to fight to defend her lovable brother Hugo like he was my own kin. The writing and performances are so strong all around that it's hard to not feel something, positive or negative, for the entire cast. A few parts of this enjoyable journey can be a bit convoluted or occasionally meander for a moment, but I ultimately came away from it glad I put myself through the horrors of rat hell for the story I got in exchange. Requiem doesn't do a ton to distinguish itself from Innocence when it comes to gameplay, but it does refine the existing blueprint to great effect. Some of the weaker moments are the standard stealth action sequences where you're sneaking around or strategically eliminating soldiers as you work your way toward an objective. Using the sling, crossbow, and bag of alchemical tricks at Amicia's disposal isn't boring by any means, but it also doesn't do much I haven't seen in numerous stealth games before. You can distract enemies by throwing rocks, Use fire to ignite dangerous items in the environment to take threats out, and sneak up on enemies to kill them, all standard fare for the genre. In fairness, there are some interesting ways you can use your alchemy bag to throw your enemies under the rat bus, like the extinguish powder that can put out fires, leaving nearby baddies open to getting mauled by thousands of tiny teeth. But most of these tricks aren't new to the series. The only truly standout addition Requiem brings is that NPC allies can now mix up your stealth options with their own special abilities. One ally, Lucas, can stun enemies with his Stupefatio powder, while a soldier named Arnaud can be directed to confront enemies in open battle. Whichever character happens to be with you at a given point in the story is likely to influence your strategy when approaching certain obstacles, and that does wonders in terms of keeping its otherwise pretty by-the-numbers stealth slightly more interesting. It's only when the glorious and absolutely horrifying rats come to play that Requiem really shines, and this sequel had me questioning everything I thought I knew about my red-eyed foes. In Innocence, the rats coated the floors and served as a creative game of the floor is lava, whereas in Requiem, they're a force of nature, capable of bursting through stone walls, piling on one another to reach tall surfaces, and even swallowing entire cities. You'll still contend with plenty of areas that have you moving past a floor coated with filthy biters by using rat-repelling light in creative ways, but now you'll also have sections where no amount of light can save you from the literal tidal waves of rats that are barreling toward you. And it's awful in the best kind of way.
You goddamn demons!
That said, solving the rat-centric puzzles that stand between you and your objective are almost always a breeze, even if they are very cool. It's definitely satisfying, for example, to go around shooting down hunks of meat to distract a group of rats long enough for you to run by, but the solutions are either almost always immediately apparent or told to you outright through the campaign's extensive tutorial. A few new wrinkles make for some memorable moments, like how you can use the crossbow to shoot fire arrows into the environment to make small patches of safety from the rats, or how you can throw tar at a fire to make it much brighter for a short period of time, extending its bubble of safety. But even in these cases, I rarely felt challenged by any of these obstacles, and mostly just blew through each of these areas without ever feeling like I wasn't in control. However, my favorite parts of Requiem were when rats and soldiers occupied the same space, forcing me to make use of both stealth and puzzle solving at the same time. There were moments where I'd try to find the perfect window to give some guards the slip, only to find an army of rats waiting in the darkness ahead, which sent me running back into hiding before the guards saw me panicking out in the open. On the other hand, sometimes I would find a clever way to get past a section of rats, only for my actions to draw the attention of a guard, who then put an arrow through my chest just as I naively thought I'd achieved victory. Managing these two mindsets was not only challenging and unique, but absurdly fun and tested the limits of my creativity and grit. A Plague Tale Requiem is an impressive sequel to one of my favorite action-adventure games, upping the ante in almost every way. It doesn't do a ton to distinguish itself from its predecessor in terms of its actual gameplay mechanics, but with the depressing yet awesome story, fantastic graphics, and rat-filled moments that I'll never forget, this unique adventure very much deserves your attention. I certainly wish it were more ambitious with its stealth action sandbox, and took more risks than it does. But it's still a worthy follow-up that left me with some great memories and a few recurring nightmares. For more, check out our reviews of Overwatch 2 and Slime Rancher 2 Early Access. For everything else, stick with IGN.
Asobo Studios are a relatively small team, but they made a huge impact with 2019's A Plague Tale Innocence. Not content with making a high-quality visual production that stands up to much bigger teams, they also built it within their own proprietary technology, shipped across PC, last and current generation with an update 60 FPS mode, very close to launch, and the French studio has not been idle in the time between. Shipping one of the big Xbox exclusives in Microsoft Flight Simulator, they're back with the sequel, Requiem, that has improved on almost all areas of the previous title. Well, almost. The style of game that both Plague's Tales are is well inside the third-person linear story adventure. Like the first, it contains puzzles, some action, which has been increased here with Amicia's combat skills being more deadly than before, but clandestine beats conflict as your chosen form of progression. As such, expect the same linear exploration, invisible walls. However, the team have managed to improve the engine to allow a wider scope of level design and more than one clear route through many encounters. When it comes to performance, the game only has a single mode across all consoles, and that is with a 30 FPS target. Well, depending on your screen of choice, but we'll come to that later. The visual upgrades are evident from the kickoff, with the trees, rocks and movement of the world far richer and more voluptuous than before. In addition, the colour palette and tone is far more vibrant now as the locale has changed. This also works as a dichotomy to the horror and dread that unfolds. The team's use of Quixel textured asset scans would have greatly aided their 3-year development window between games, and it also raises the quality significantly, with parallax occlusion maps used across the game, heavy density on floors, rocks, carts, buildings, trees. They all have very high geometric density, material detail, micro facets, and certainly evoke an authentic and rustic world to explore. The amount of foliage drawn in any scene is significantly higher than on previous titles and stands up impeccably with significantly larger teams. Character models are also improved with higher bone density on facial animations, allowing better emotions, and improved physically based shading helps the visible identity of each surface properties. Skin is diffuse and with subsurface scattering present in light. Shadows and torchlight bounces off skin with beautiful Fresnel lighting, and then reflective when wet or blood covered. Decals draw in on characters for dirt, infection or worse, and leather, cloth, metal all has a distinct and accurate level of rendering to convince you of each, and stands clear as an increase over their previous title in Innocence. One of the biggest is the game's global illumination, compounded with excellent screen space shadows mixed with cascaded shadow maps and ambient occlusion, all coagulate into this very solid and vivid world. As light bleeds through cracks in windows or open doorways, it then causes dark recesses of a castle turret to light bouncing around the brick doorway of a castle entrance. It never looks anything less than a medieval oil painting, and it moves equally as graceful.
He's still behind us!
Keep an eye out for an exit!
Animation is one of the hardest areas that can make or break the cell, and the team have also stepped up their game here. Both Hugo and Amicia have a wider range of movement, a better level of interacting with their surroundings, and emotive expressions and vowel formation is now much better. Weaker moments can still crop up, sure, such as clunky blends between cycles, incorrect alignment on more than one actor within a moveset, such as melee, but repetition can also creep in, with door openings being used very often and identical, takedowns and other often used actions quickly becoming routine. Now, it would have made a huge improvement if the team could have created some offsets to these to give a wider variety to them, or create 3 or 4 set actions that could be dynamically shifted between or even blended during motion. As per the last game, it is much better than before, but it must also be noted that animation is still one of the most intensive and laborious elements to games, and even CGI entirely, with the sheer quality on offer here being leaps and bounds above their previous titles and much bigger studios.
Nobody will attack us here, Hugo. This town is under the protection of the Count of Provence. He's a very powerful lord.
I must say this is beautiful.
Another fact improving the quality is the resolution, which sees a big bump over last generation, but a smaller one based on current gen updates to Innocence. Both PlayStation 5 and Series X run the game at a fixed, from all my counts, at least 2560 by 1440. Adding to this is the game's strong temporally accumulated anti-aliasing, which also runs a reconstruction algorithm to restore multiple frames of data via motion vectors and previous pixel data into a final 3840 by 2160 frame. In reality though, this only really resolves to that when it's pretty static, but the AA does help improve those sub-pixel elements and fine detail when motion is low enough. The game's strong post-process suite though can also work against this, such as when heavy bloom is used in the title. Often, as you can see here, the flags almost disappear when you move and then reappear when the camera stops. Again, moving the camera in small movements such as thin elements around the hair can also be seen with a stippled dithered rendering effect, and it leaves trails behind the character. It's never unsightly, but in high contrast elements such as against sky and dark hair, the noise can be noticed. Due to all this though, the image is largely a very stable one and does not shimmer at all, or at least very little. But this title is again a soft one, with high frequency elements really getting smudged and low frequency elements becoming very blurry indeed, and it can end up looking quite filmic in that regard. That is obviously an intention by the team though. The caveat here is DRS may also be in use, but I didn't count anything lower than 1440p. The Series S comes in with a significant reduction on that as expected, and is the same as last generation's 60fps update of a 1600 by 900p target, again targeting 30fps unless you have a different screen. In addition, the TAA reconstructs where it can back to 1920 by 1080 final buffer, but it only is as good as that final static image, and therefore that lower base data resolution it runs from does mean this version has more artifacting, flickering, and is much softer overall than the other two consoles due to the fact that it has less than half the pixels. But again, once you are playing for a while, this fades away and you get the same high quality details, characters, and materials. The level of detail is reduced on Series S over PlayStation 5 and Series X though, with a shorter range of grass and trees being drawn in both locally and in the distance. Reduced level of density in like-for-like shots does stand out. LOD is lower than the PC's lowest in fact. Ambient occlusion is significantly reduced, shadows are lower resolution, SSR is lower, and even hair strands and lighting can be lower or changed from other consoles. In side-by-side, this does show up clearly, but the cutbacks are not that intrusive and all aim to reduce the pressure on the console's smaller RAM, bandwidth, and GPU performance levels, which means it should all pay off on that FPS graph. Compared to PC, Series X and PlayStation 5 are identical, bar some random decals, and such areas appear to use a mixture of medium and high overall, such as depth of field being better than the PC medium but not quite ultra. LOD again also appears to be dynamic, with it mostly matching medium on console, but it can at times be very close to high, or at least somewhere in between medium and high. Shadows are medium and volumetrics are also closest to medium. with my optimal settings here being pretty much identical, within reason at least, to what I can check to match the console settings, and thus unsurprisingly they become my recommended settings for your PC. Irrespective, you can gain back around 10 to 12% on the ultra settings here with minimal impact. In close zoomed up areas, as you can see on screen, there are certainly some reductions in terms of detail of nearby objects on the low settings at least, reduction of shadow map cascades, LOD off into the distance, but overall it's a pretty close balance between. Shadows certainly have the biggest impact in terms of visual quality, and depth of field is surprisingly at the high setting, which can be quite impactful to the region of about 5 to 6% going down to medium. So they've definitely balanced here in terms of their artistic choice, and that explains why the game targets 30 FPS with an optional 40 FPS mode, which we can use to compare against PC in the performance section.
Yes!
As noted, the game has a 30 FPS mode on a standard 60Hz screen at least, and across all three consoles they do a predominantly successful job of hitting that target. I did note a handful of points on PlayStation 5 and Series S that could dip just below 30, albeit briefly. Largely though, you will play through the 30 FPS mode with no performance dips or bad frame pacing. Aside one area, tearing. This can crop up in this mode, and thus on some areas it can tear quite heavily. Data and or CPU hitches can also cause performance stutters, and the PlayStation 5 is affected the most by this, with some sections giving us 80 to 160 millisecond pauses. This is not resolved with the 40 FPS mode, which is simply activated if you have a 120Hz screen. For Series X and Series S, you will need to go into the operating system menu and then set your output to 120Hz. The PlayStation 5 is easier in that so long as you have a 120Hz setting in the operating system menu to auto, then the game will simply detect it and set the output to 40 FPS as you see here. The problem is that certainly for the PlayStation 5 version, in the current build at least, the 30 FPS is the more consistent performing option. As you can see, the PlayStation 5 can be approximately 10 FPS slower at points than the Series X in like-for-like conditions, and most of the time the difference is small, around 2 to 8%. But in worst case scenarios, it can be 35% faster on Series X, which is drastically higher than anything you would expect. And these are brief and mostly caused by huge stutters that the PlayStation 5 suffers from, certainly on camera cuts, data being brought into the frame, and I believe we have a mixture of data, GPU bound moments, and certainly API related. The small single frame dips are likely a GPU bound impact, with the 80 plus milliseconds being data. Now, when I say data, the real problem here is all data issues really manifest as CPU ones, as that is the controlling kernel for all of it. So when we get these cuts from real-time cinematics back into gameplay and you get some dips and stutters across all hardware, but on Series X and Series S, these are minimally affected, with the PlayStation 5 and even PC at times being heavily affected. They almost always present as shader compilation stutters on PS5, and this is a DX12 title. This could be a viable choice for the team to use a higher level of API abstraction that closer mirrors the DX API, and we see this often on the PS4 with its GNMX DX-like wrapper, and that aided ports from PC to Xbox to PS4. We saw examples of this way back with things like The Witcher 3. The result is that when the action gets heavy on the PlayStation 5, it is often performing below the Series X. Some present as clear GPU dips, but some you won't notice, but the longer stalls you will absolutely notice. Series X can also dip into the low 30s, but that is less frequent, and as such the 40 FPS performs much better here. The 30 FPS mode is one I would choose for now on the PS5 until the team release some patches to help these sections out that can stutter quite heavily. It must also be stated that many areas can run at a flat 40 FPS on PS5 also, but in rat swarms or data-rich sections do expect some dips below that target. The Series S is close to the Series X. All the resolution and visual reductions noted help alleviate the GPU load, and the DX12 API is designed for the console, so those shader-like stutters do not present anything like the PS5. It can still dip to similar mid-20s in these heavy GPU and CPU sections, but it often stays close enough to that 40 FPS mode to feel smooth enough to be worth those hiccups. As I covered before though, this 40 FPS mode is great, as it is the middle ground between 30 and 60 due to the frame time being half the difference from 33 milliseconds to 25. I discussed this more in my Gotham Knights review. The 40 FPS mode though does require a 120Hz screen, and as you are watching it here in this 60 FPS container video on YouTube, the frames present like you see on the graph now. It goes from 33 milliseconds then to 16 back and forth, thus giving you a 40 FPS average, but it can look a little jittery as you watch it. But on a 120Hz screen, the frame presents evenly at that 25 millisecond level, as you can now see in the same sections, leaving a flat graph. And as these frames are closer together and as consistent as a 30 FPS feed, it feels smoother. My advice is if you play it on this mode, choose this as it is the best compromise between 30 and 60 FPS if you have the screen to support it, and hopefully the team can sort out the PS5 issues and also give that as a solid 40 FPS, but you could still stomach it as it is quite consistent at 40 FPS in the quieter sections.
Is someone there? Run! Run! Rats! They're coming! What? I fear the light!
Now, backing up my console analysis, we can use two PC specs, a Zen 3 5600X and an RX 6800. We have to drop the resolution to 70% of 4K, which would normally be 1800p, but the game doesn't actually target the output pixel count, it's actually using the axis. So 70% in the menu is actually setting it to 2688 by 1512. And therefore the game has to rely on its own TAA recon to clean that image up back to 4K, just like on consoles. Now, the game doesn't support FSR or XeSS, sadly, with only Nvidia's DLSS being supported, and in fact it was one of the first games to show the new DLSS AI frames in partnership with Nvidia, and as such we can only use that technology on my RTX 2070 for now. At the recommended settings I covered earlier, which line up with the consoles at that 1512p on the RX 6800, the GPU struggles to keep above that 40 FPS line, with it dipping in similar places as consoles. You can drop to 1440p and then you get a very good level of 60 FPS, aside the same CPU data bound sections that can cause the same dips down to the 30s levels. And as you can see here, the game can become single thread for rendering, with the rats being heavily multi-threaded but still bringing performance down on this particular 5600X CPU, which is very powerful. But in towns with NPCs, as you move the camera, the CPU utilization can leap up and thus GPU dropping, causing dips on that frame rate. The result is a game that can, like all games, flip-flop between various impact levels on your hardware, but this one can have extreme lurches between that, which present as severe dips at times for the prolonged periods, and it makes a locked 60 FPS all but impossible, at least on the hardware I have in front of me. But even more powerful hardware I believe will struggle, certainly in that CPU regards, when it gets heavily CPU dependent. With the team working directly with Nvidia on the engine development, it's not a surprise to see that the Nvidia cards can run the game much better than AMD ones. On my RTX 2070 using 1440p DLSS balanced in the same sections, even with a weaker 2700 CPU, I am locked at 60 FPS far more often, and many of the heavier dips and stutters noted on PlayStation 5 do not appear here. Yes, it is often GPU and CPU bound, and single thread performance can hit the CPU earlier at its 3.8 GHz speed, but with the current build the game runs far better and more consistent than more powerful GPUs and CPUs at times, aside when it is pure rasterization loaded, such as depth of field, which can impact fill rate and bandwidth. The RX 6800 does ultimately outperform the RTX 2070, but performance lows, stutters can be worse, and overall the gap between the two is much smaller than the paper specs and obviously other titles have shown. So this is a game that unsurprisingly does benefit Nvidia's cards with its API and driver suite, which means hopefully the team can improve performance on AMD cards, or AMD can release a driver update which improves performance on the machine. For as it stands, the PC is the best place to play with our higher options and performance, but you will need quite a high spec CPU and GPU to run this title anywhere near 1440p, and a locked 4K 60 is possibly only available on 4090s with DLSS 3 enabled. What Asobo have delivered here is a gorgeous looking title that offers quality across all levels of hardware and certainly improves in all aspects over the original, aside performance. The game is not a bad performer overall, but it does come across as one that could be improved with some specific updates and optimization to better suit the host platforms. AMD GPUs do not run at levels normally associated with other games, and this is an area the team could improve on, or AMD could release a new driver that could resolve some of the issues noted. The PlayStation 5 also has a much bigger gap to Series X and even my RTX 2070 that I've covered in many of the titles. With the game not likely using much of the API features, aside the superb DualSense use here that really adds a great deal of tactile feel to the slingshot and other areas, and loading probably shows all this best, as it's quite slow into chapters and direct storage is still limited to CPU depacking at the moment in DirectX 12, and the game relies on that to depack assets, meaning PC and Series X are very close, but still almost 20 seconds, and PlayStation 5 is a good couple of seconds slower than both, showing that this is something the team have not yet been able to leverage. I did note a couple of bugs also with DLSS causing visual glowing and artifacts when enabled, but a restart sorted this out when it did crop up. But it was also something I noted in a few other titles recently when DLSS is enabled of late, so this may actually be an Nvidia driver issue. As it stands, the results show the Series X is ahead of the PlayStation 5, and even the Series S offers a small but notable performance increase in that 40 FPS mode. And at this moment, the Series S consoles offer a pretty stable 40 FPS mode that can balance between that 30 and 60 perfectly. But the PC remains the best option if you want to attempt a 60 FPS experience, but that will likely need a top-end Nvidia card and very deep pockets. That's it for another deep dive into game performance, pixels, and all things GPU and CPU related. But if you want to keep it technology related, then keep it IGN, and we'll catch you on the next one.
You! No! Should have thought of that before you lot stole from us!
Movies and TV shows get remade all the time, but there's something a little extra special about a video game remake. Being able to revisit a beloved video game of yesteryear with modern revamped graphics and mechanics is always exciting, especially because it often introduces classic series to brand new audiences. To that end, here are our picks for the top 10 video game remakes of all time. The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening is not a perfect remake, suffering from some frame rate hitching problems in the overworld and some dated design issues that could have used a little bit of an update. But those issues seem relatively insignificant when you consider just how gorgeous and joyful this Switch remake is. Link's Awakening is one of the most beloved Zelda adventures, one that takes the classic Zelda formula and moves it fully into the realm of dreamlike fantasy, which is something that is enhanced beautifully by the remake's toy-like art style. More than anything though, the Switch remake introduced a brand new generation to one of Link's earliest adventures in a way befitting of the classic series. Pokemon Gold and Silver, though only the second in the long-running Pokemon RPG series, are the only entries that allowed players to travel across 2 different regions and collect 16 badges instead of the standard 8. That meant 2 endgame challenges to conquer, 2 sets of legendary Pokemon to collect, 16 different gym leaders to defeat, and more. The enhanced DS remakes, which released 10 years later, Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, only improve upon Pokemon Gold and Silver and are still referenced as a favorite, if not the best, of all Pokemon games by many. Half-Life Black Mesa is an interesting remake in that it's the rare example of a fan remake that was officially supported by the original developers. And it's an exceedingly great thing that Valve never shut this one down, because Half-Life Black Mesa is hands down the best way to experience one of the most important and landmark first-person shooters in all of video games. The only downside is that it spent so long in development that by the time it was officially released, its updated looks were already dated. But as IGN's Dan Stapleton says, it still makes great use of the distinctively creepy atmosphere and excellent combat that made such a mark on this genre. The words love letter get thrown around a lot when it comes to long-running franchises, but Spyro Reignited Trilogy feels like just that. A love letter from the developers at Toys for Bob revisiting the franchise's origins after having been Spyro's shepherds primarily in the Skylanders era. But the return to Spyro's first 3 adventures is a beautiful recreation of what made those characters and worlds so charming, iconic, and fun to play with modern touches. Each of the 3 remade games are brimming with personality just not possible back on the original PlayStation, with tiny environmental details and character updates that bring Spyro's world to life in rich, beautiful ways. And Toys for Bob keeps the core of Spyro's fun platforming and collecting intact, not wanting to mess with a good thing, while adding much appreciated quality of life upgrades to help make things feel more modern. Spyro's had an interesting journey since his original trilogy, but this remake collection has proven there's plenty of fire left in that adorable purple dragon. The 2004 remake of 1998's Metal Gear Solid took the PS1 masterpiece and modernized it for the GameCube. While the development team at Silicon Knights may have gone a little too hard on some of the cutscene action, the Twin Snakes not only provides a spectacular graphical overhaul, I mean look, Snake has eyes now, but also redesigned the entire game to feature the mechanics from Metal Gear Solid 2. adding abilities like being able to hang off of ledges, peek around corners, and perhaps, most importantly, shoot in first person, offered players far more flexibility to navigate an area. And coupled with the enhanced enemy AI, even veterans of the PS1 version got a fresh look at Snake's first 3D adventure. The original Metroid for the NES was a groundbreaking game for the time, but when looked through a modern lens, it's hard to argue that it holds up. Fortunately, Metroid Zero Mission exists. Rather than opting for a 100% faithful remake with a couple of modernization tweaks, Metroid Zero Mission is instead a game rebuilt from the ground up that uses the original Metroid as more of a blueprint for its story and level design, and instead draws its gameplay inspirations from the more modern 2D Metroids, like Super Metroid and Metroid Fusion. It was an expertly crafted modernization of one of Nintendo's best mascot series, and still holds up to this day as not only one of the best Metroid games, but also one of the best remakes as well. When it comes to faithful remakes that largely stick to the core gameplay and design established in the original and focus instead on bringing everything else up to modern standards, there aren't many games that are better than the original Resident Evil remake. The Resident Evil remake adheres to everything that was intrinsic to the original game, from the pre-rendered backgrounds, to the tank controls, to the limited inventory that forces you to make tough decisions on what to keep and what to toss, but then it also adds several entirely new features that change up the experience and give it its own identity. Whether it's the terrifying addition of the Crimson Heads that force you to rethink whether it's worth killing a zombie if you don't have a way to light it on fire, or the brand new plot thread involving Lisa Trevor. Resident Evil's remake shines because not only was it a faithful remake that brought a PS1 classic into a modern light, but also because of the ways that it separated itself from that classic to become something even better. Something even better. Ratchet & Clank's 2016 reboot/remake is a fascinating, fun, and unexpected refresh of the franchise's origins, a retelling of the titular duo's origin story meant to be paired with the far less successful film adaptation that same year. The PS4 exclusive manages to do just about everything right as a remake and a fun game in its own right. Insomniac has smartly updated and modernized Ratchet's gameplay feel on the PS4, following in the footsteps of everything the studio did in sequels after the original game, and in taking a new crack, in time, at the story, it tells the origin with fresh humor, better pacing and writing, and actually takes all the years of franchise storytelling to better form Ratchet & Clank's bond from the jump. The series has been quiet since the 2016 debut, until the upcoming Rift Apart that is, but the remake was an amazing new jumping on point and a wonderful return to what made the duo so beloved to begin with. Sure, we could argue about whether or not Square Enix was right in splitting up Final Fantasy VII's remake into multiple games, but if you judge this first game in the Final Fantasy remake series on its own merits, it's incredible. This is a stunningly gorgeous game that gives new life to some of gaming's most memorable characters and settings. But more than that, it completely revamps the combat system to be something completely new, and yet still somehow evocative of the original. Look, there's good reason to be disappointed that the remake story only covers about 30% of the original game, but the way in which Final Fantasy VII Remakes dives into that 30% and expands upon things like Jesse's backstory, life in the Sector 7 slums, and Cloud's relationship with his fellow Avalanche buddies is absolutely exemplary. Resident Evil 2 took what the original did so well, its labyrinthian level design, its ostentatious enemies, its omnipresent sense of dread, and molded it into a horror experience designed for modern audiences. Environments are cleverly reworked and expanded upon, enemies are faster, deadlier, and more unpredictable, and gorgeous lighting built in the RE engine casts shadows over nasties waiting to grab you unawares. Perhaps Resident Evil 2's biggest achievement, though, is the way Capcom has played with the original's most iconic encounters. Just when you think you've got a terrifying moment figured out, Capcom will twist it ever so slightly, removing any certainty as you slowly make your way through its carefully curated collection of memories. This is a remake designed to both terrify you in today's horror landscape and scratch that nostalgic itch, and miraculously, it achieves both right until its breathless end. Resident Evil 2 is the new gold standard for remakes. And that's our list. Obviously, with only 10 spots, there are plenty of remakes that didn't quite make the cut, which is why we want to know what you think. What remakes do you think belong on a list of the best of all time? Let us know in the comments, and for everything else, keep it here on IGN.
Silent protagonists are nothing new in video games, but Stray certainly pushes that concept to an interesting place. Part platformer, part traditional adventure game, this cyberpunk world full of neon-soaked robots transforms into a giant jungle gym from your perspective, which is just 1 foot off the ground. The concept of putting you in the paws of an average cat may be a silly one on the surface, but Stray uses that furry vehicle to tell a genuinely compelling story with some entertaining action along the way. Not all of its ideas land on their feet, but it was impossible to shake the fuzzy feeling it gave me right from the adorable opening minutes. To be perfectly clear, you're not a magic cat in Stray. Not a mutated sci-fi cat, not some kind of sentient super cat. Just a normal, cute cat. Albeit one that displays the sort of intelligent awareness we all like to pretend our own cats might have when we're not looking. The simplicity of that concept works wonderfully, especially because the fact that you are a cat doesn't actually matter all that much to the artificial people you interact with or the things they ask you to do. The robotic denizens of this cyberpunk world generally talk to you like they would anybody else, and the only way it's ever really relevant to the story or the action is when you can fit into tight spaces they can't. At the same time, Stray revels in the fact that it has made you a cat. Your feline form brings a lovely and light-hearted flavor to this otherwise dark world, and there are moments all throughout that encourage you to set aside your responsibilities and simply play. Walls and carpets can be scratched at, legs can be lovingly rubbed against, objects can be heartlessly pushed off of ledges, and there's a dedicated meow button that I rarely stopped pressing. You can also find serene spots to curl up and take a nap, letting the camera pull out and giving you a moment to enjoy a nicely staged scene alongside one of the many impressive songs in Stray's excellent futuristic soundtrack. This is a wonderfully rich world, one I really enjoyed learning more about. While your cat's own story is a pretty simple tale of a lost adventurer trying to get home, the conflict you end up stumbling into is very well told. The beautifully designed city you have to make your way through is bleak without feeling pessimistic, full of history to learn and charming robot citizens to chat with despite the fairly dystopian situation around them. I talked to everyone I could, whether they were relevant to the story or not, and I loved seeing what their computer screen faces would display whenever I meowed nearby.
Please don't
be
break
that
me.
annoyance, surprise, or just a big heart.
Hello and
welcome everybody to IGN's pre-show for the Game Awards pre-show, which is the pre-show for the Game Awards 2022, which is the last big gaming event of the year. I'm your host, Max Scoville, and I'm joined by my esteemed colleagues and good friends, Kat Bailey, Miranda Sanchez, and Brian Altano.
It's the Game Awards.
It's actually the pre-show to the Game Awards, but
you won a Game Award.
Thank you. The award for the best pre-show to the pre-show. Anyway, we know that Geoff Keighley is going to be handing out a bunch of awards because that's in the title of the event, but we're all here for the trailers and the reveals and the surprises and the secrets because we're little children on Christmas morning and we want to be excited about this.
I love secrets.
Yeah.
I love Christmas morning.
Christmas morning is one of the best times of day on Christmas. But yeah, before we get into all that, we're going to obviously be spinning our rampant speculations and theories about what is coming up. There's some stuff that got announced last year that has been kind of radio silent since. Like we haven't heard a peep about a bunch of big games that got revealed, and I want to kind of go over what are the odds we're gonna see any of these? Let's start with Hellblade 2. This got a huge, big, gameplay reveal last Game Awards, which to me made it look like that's right around the corner, and we haven't heard anything since. Kat, do you think this is going to show up?
It seems questionable, actually. I mean, it would be a good time for it to appear because it's going to be a big prestige game for the Xbox. It's been kind of under wraps for quite a long time, and I think that Xbox could really stand to splash, and this is going to definitely be a graphical showcase. But there hasn't been a lot of whispers about Hellblade 2, so it's entirely possible that they're holding it for just a little bit longer.
I mean, they announced, a few days ago that the prices are going up on their first-party games, so now's the part where they should show us some of them.
So, show that it's worth $70?
Yeah, totally. And this is a big one. This is a sequel to one of the better-looking games of the last decade.
It's also worth noting that the second half of the year is pretty blank as far as releases go. We know a lot coming out in the next 6 months or so, but there's just nothing in the back half, so that place is wide open for people to put their dates there. So this could be a good opportunity for that.
For now, at least, until Q1 and Q2's games get delayed to Q3 and Q4, and then we just keep doing that all over.
Don't
there needs to be like a Q5 and 6 at this point.
Probably.
Moving on from there, Alan Wake 2. Miranda, you're a huge Alan Wake fan.
Yes.
Do you think we're going to get a look at that old novelist and his antics?
I really do hope so. I hope that game is closer than we're expecting it to be out in 2023. Who knows? It could be 2024, 2025. Release dates don't mean anything these days, or even windows. Like I want a firm date, but even then, always pencil it in. Don't use pen. But as far as Alan Wake goes, he does like his typewriter, so we never know about the permanence with him and his release dates. But I do hope we see more of that because we just got to see a lot of
this metaphor just has layers.
I was watching that bounce on and it's like that's working. That's totally working.
They're coding the game on typewriters, which is why it takes so long.
Listen, their sheets are everywhere. They'll probably write it and they fling it out, and someone has to go find it out behind a corner in a wall, and then you have to use a flashlight to kill some demons first, but they're actually just ghost monsters, not actually demons. But they're from another place, much like the Alan Wake trailer we saw originally announcing the game. So it's really cool. Thank you. So it's really cool that we are getting to see a little bit of the hints of it. So I hope that we do get a little bit more of a deep dive because we don't know what's in store for us, and of course for Alan Wake. And as a lot of fans have been anxiously awaiting it, especially after we got the Control DLC for Alan Wake. We know that something is coming, and I want to know what it is.
Well, I love that this is in the same timeline as Avatar. The first game was 10 years or 13 years ago. Like they've had a cool minute to make this. They already passed the decade mark. I saw an interview with Remedy, I think from around August, where they said they could make a demo and show it off and get people hyped, but they'd rather kind of channel that energy into just making the game. So I respect that. That's reasonable.
The way of writer.
Stop that.
You can hit me for that later.
We can talk about Avatar later, out in the street. Wonder Woman. Obviously, there's a lot of talk right now about sort of the restructuring in the DC movie side of things. We got the big, huge cinematic logo reveal for Monolith's take on Wonder Woman.
It's going to be a big night for those.
Yeah?
Cinematic logo reveals?
For sure. We got a lot of those over the summer at the Summer of Gaming, Geoff Keighley event thing, whatever. This is, again, this seems like it's a long ways off, but it also makes me wonder what sort of the future of DC games is, because we've seen so much kind of shuffling around and uncertainty since the whole WB Discovery merger.
Well, there was that talk from James Gunn recently about the games potentially folding into the narrative of the movies, but then also having certain properties be separate from all of that. So, the typical chaos that goes with these things.
Yeah, we had another DC movies news drop yesterday. THR did a big expose and basically said, yeah, it's all completely in flux. Wonder Woman 3 is canceled. Black Adam 2 might not be happening. It's entirely possible the Snyderverse is done forever. So, I mean, James Gunn and Peter Safran just put together their big Bible for the DC universe. So it's entirely possible that this Wonder Woman game will be impacted by that. One way or another, I don't think that we're going to be seeing this one anytime soon.
The timing particularly would be weird today, given the movie news yesterday.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of big CG trailers based on beloved IPs that don't seem like they're going to happen for a cool minute, Star Wars Eclipse from Quantic Dream.
Yeah.
I feel like that. I don't know if we'll ever see that game. I just don't believe it. It was the most polished, cinematic CG reveal possible.
Cool trailer.
Cool trailer, but I mean, also
look at this. With the drum, it's a very different vibe for Star Wars, I think.
Yeah. No, it's interesting for sure. I just I just don't know. I don't know. Seems like it's a very long ways off of it.
Yeah.
We just talked to David Cage actually, and he was talking about it in kind of broad strokes, and they said, we didn't necessarily have a pitch for a Star Wars game before we approached Lucas. We were just like, well, it would be cool to do a Star Wars game. And they're like, do it. And they're like, okay.
I don't like the sound of that at all.
That's not interesting way to go about it.
But as far as Star Wars goes, the one thing we do know we're going to see, because the Steam page pre-order leaked, is Star Wars Jedi Survivor, the next from Respawn, the sequel to Fallen Order, which is awesome, because that is a fairly known quantity. That last game kicked ass. It was really fun. And we know that there's going to be a gameplay reveal, because once the Steam page cat was out of the bag, they were like, we're going to show that off. So that's exciting, to say the least. That's fun.
No, for sure. And also, this feels like a very strong candidate for being a really, really good game. Because the first game was great, but a little rough around the edges, and definitely had, I mean, I interviewed folks who worked on the games, and they basically said, hey, we added the collectibles at the very end. Wow. And it was kind of like, oh yeah, we could tell. That's when you put all the different colored ponchos in there in the treasure chest at the very end. This game's been in development. It's got a core foundation already built that was rock solid and awesome. Fix the map a little bit, make it a little less confusing for me personally. That was kind of chaos, but hone in on the combat. We've seen stuff from blasters now, where Cal will be able to potentially dual wield lightsabers and also switch to a blaster, which is pretty rad. There was some pre-order skins based on the Luke Skywalker Hoth bomber jacket, the bomber jacket he wears at the end of A New Hope.
Well, you could have Han's DL-44, which is kind of a weird thing for a Jedi to be toting around. But
exactly,
we also got a release date for that, which is cool, because we haven't seen gameplay for this, and we're going to get to play it in 3 months. It's out March 16th, which is pretty awesome, unless it gets a very last minute delay. But
so we will definitely see gameplay for this tonight.
Yeah, another big thing that got sort of leaked is Street Fighter 6 is going to come out June 2nd of 2023, which is, I almost said this year, but that wouldn't make any sense now, would it? So I think it's a safe bet we're going to get a new trailer with a character reveal. So those are things that are known quantities. We know about that, but I figure we could go down some kind of realistic expectations. Kat, you kind of keep your ear to the ground. What do you think we're going to see tonight, realistically?
That's an interesting thing. We could be seeing something from Software, because there's been a lot of speculation, for example, about Elden Ring DLC being revealed here at the Game Awards. They just released their new free DLC. Also, Armored Core has been rumored to be in development. It's been teased, and this seems like an optimal time to potentially reveal it. Also, Hideo Kojima was spotted at an In-N-Out in Los Angeles.
Oh.
And as we all know...
Did he take a picture of his hamburger and post it on his Instagram?
Literally, yes.
Okay, well, there we go.
I will say there is the account, I think it's his secretary, I'm not too sure, personal assistant, and she always does the Hideo Kojima today. And so he was very much in LA, so...
Yeah. Now, Miranda, what do you think we're going to see?
I think there's a good chance we see a lot from Xbox tonight, actually. Xbox has a history of showing things, and as Kat said earlier, they did get the announcement that we're getting a big price increase on games. So by big, I mean going up from 60 to 70 for all their first-party games. There's a lot of question marks as far as what a lot of their new studios are doing, and this is a good chance for them to show that off. Obviously, Hellblade's a good candidate, but there's also things like Gears of War 6. So Gear 6 is obviously going to happen, but we haven't heard anything about it. We just know it's going to happen, and this would be a nice way to at least tease it and maybe them reveal more at E3.
That seems like a pretty strong bet. Like people love Gears.
It's me. I love Gears.
You do love your people. You're right here. But no, I mean like this is such like a flagship title. You know, obviously people associate like Halo with Xbox, but I think there's a whole generation that grew up with Gears instead of or as well with whatever. But like I know they're working with this on Unreal 5. They're working with Epic, which made the original games. Like it seems like it's a really whatever Gears 6 is going to be, it's going to come out swinging and it's going to be huge.
Yeah.
And I just, kind of remains to be seen if it's going to get actually shown off tonight. Brian, what about you? What are you hoping to see?
Well,
tonight?
you mentioned Street Fighter 6. Capcom said they're going to be at the show, or basically they're like, tune in. Their next big game before that is Resident Evil 4 Remake, which drops in March, 2 days before my birthday. Thank you for that present, Capcom. I'm super excited for it. It's a known quantity, but also I think, at least from what I played so far, it's going to have enough new surprises in it for people who are completely obsessed with the game already. And I would like to see one of those tonight. I would love to see a boss fight or a new area that we haven't seen yet. We don't really know the scope of this game in terms of like how much they'll actually remake, because given there are other remakes of 2 and 3, there is some cut content and they do a little push and pull on certain areas and stuff like that. So I'm hoping to get to see some Resident Evil 4. It's 3.5 months away. This is the perfect night to do it.
I read on the internet that once you get past the scary village, it's just a really cool like jet ski game, and you just get to ride your jet ski around with the president's daughter. Seems cool to me.
Huh.
Well, up next, we're going to be putting on our fanciest of tinfoil hats and sharing our most wingnut theories about what might make an appearance, which we kind of just did, but we've got some crazier ideas. First, a quick break. Stick around. So you like IGN, huh? But do you ever wish there was more? Introducing IGN Plus, a brand new program that's loaded with tons of cool perks and benefits. Sign up for IGN Plus today and you'll unlock free games and in-game content every month, a free subscription to Map Genie Plus, huge discounts for stuff like Dream Gear, Power A, Humble Bundle, the IGN Store, and tons more. IGN Plus is just $29.99 a year for a limited time. IGN Plus, you deserve a little extra.
IGN Playlist is all of your games in one place. You can build your library and discover new games. Create and follow playlists from friends. Access guides for what you're playing. And rate and rank the games you love to share with the world. Available free with your IGN account. It's for players, no matter where you play.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with accurate reporting, hard-hitting commentary, and me. I'm Akeem Lawanson, the host of The Fix Entertainment. Whether it's the latest superhero scoop, film fiasco, or anime announcement, I'll be right here covering all the latest in major studio headlines and pop culture news. Make sure to catch The Fix Entertainment wherever you watch IGN.
Again, the 2022 Game Awards are starting in just a little bit, shortly after the Game Awards pre-show, which we're counting down to. But to pass time until that starts, we're going to talk about some of the games that are in the works, that are hopefully coming out soon, that maybe will show up tonight. So let's start with kind of the big, I don't know what kind of animal Nintendo would be, but elephant maybe? I don't know.
Something red?
Yeah.
How about a raccoon?
That's sure.
Tanuki?
The Tanuki in the room.
Okay,
The giant high-heeled shoe. What? The boot, whatever. Kat, do you think we're going to see anything from Nintendo tonight?
God, I wish. It would be really awesome to be able to say, get a Mario game reveal alongside all of the hype for the Mario, the Mario movie, which I heard it looks really good. Like, I'm excited about that movie.
Yeah, it would make perfect sense to have a game ready for that.
Yeah, but I think that usually Nintendo has a cadence to their Nintendo Directs. It was a little weird this year, but maybe they'll get back to normal next year, and that would probably be January when they would be kind of setting the agenda for 2023. The next game that they're putting out is Fire Emblem Engage, and I suppose that might get a trailer during the Game Awards. But
Fire Emblem's great, and I'm going to let you finish, but let's talk about Tears of the Kingdom. Because that's the thing. Everyone's
But Max, Fire Emblem.
Oh,
Fire Emblem Divorce.
It's like, listen, Fire Emblem's really fun. We love to go on dates with the characters we love, but Tears of the Kingdom.
I think there's going to be a Kingdom of Tears if we don't see that tonight, and we probably won't. So
Okay, we know Doug Bowser's at the Game Awards tonight. That's a start. Reggie's there. He doesn't work for them anymore, but maybe he'll show up.
He's going to be in the crowd, like holding up copies of his book.
I would love to see Tears of the Kingdom tonight. I realized it's still half a year away.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of crazy to think about. And there's a lot of questions on, how well this game will run. And so we can't talk about this game without the, rampant, nonstop, constant Switch HD Pro 4K remix rumors and speculation. I would love to hear about something about that too. But I don't think we're going to get anything like that tonight, but I do think we'll get Zelda.
Yeah, I don't, actually.
You don't?
No, because Nintendo keeps their stuff for their Nintendo Directs, and we haven't really had a strong Nintendo presence at the Game Awards outside of a Smash character reveal and Bayonetta 3 in some time.
But Kat, their Nintendo Directs are for iPhone videos of Seth Rogen now. It's a different world.
It's true. Like, times have changed.
Yeah.
And it would be pretty lit if Tears of the Kingdom were actually shown during the Game Awards, but I don't think it's going to be shown until January.
Well, they also have some other sequels in the works, such as Metroid Prime 4 and Pikmin 4, which we both have very cool logo reveal trailers for, and nothing else.
The Pikmin 4 logo reveal trailer is actually animated, which is nice. Like the Metroid
There's
Prime.
extra flash.
Yeah,
some flair.
you can actually see an environment in there. Like
space is an environment.
Yes.
The logo flies through space. And there's some space clouds.
Okay, the thing is with Pikmin 4 is that Miyamoto, like a decade ago, was like, I'm working on a Pikmin 4. And everyone was like, wait, that's nice. Wait, what? You are? And then, we check back in every now and then. It never really happened. Pikmin 3 HD came to Switch. Metroid Prime 4 has literally just been a logo and then a bunch of news about hirings at Retro. And so it's time. It is so past time to make this happen.
So realistically, we're probably not going to see anything big from Nintendo.
Nothing at all.
Yeah. Well, speaking of space and logos flying through it, there's also Mass Effect 4, which I guess, do we know it has, 4, 5? Andromeda's not a number.
No.
We're on to 5 now.
Andromeda's an offshoot, so this would technically be like kind of 4.
Wow.
Because, Andromeda, guys, I love Andromeda, okay? I'm somebody who says, I like Andromeda. I thought it was a good game. It's not to the same tier as original trilogy, and that's fine, because it's a different game. Shepard's out of the picture mostly for that one. Just leave it alone, okay?
It's the Star Trek Voyager of Mass Effect.
Just let it be its own
So,
thing.
BioWare, do you think they have a game that they make that they want to show to us to play the game soon?
Not Mass Effect 4. Definitely not that
Dragon
one.
Age, maybe.
Sure, Dragon Age Dreadwolf had its big announcement reveal trailer at the Game Awards, I think 2020. And then just last week, to celebrate Dragon Age Day, whatever that means, they showed off an in-game cinematic cutscene which looked like it was entirely made from like clip art scrolls.
It really did, didn't it?
I was like, oh, it's good, cool. It's going to be in-engine, and it's like, I guess it's in-engine for whatever they used to make like the old illuminated manuscripts graphics. So that was a weird choice.
What's Dragon Age's art style? It's been different every single time. Like, a little consistency, please.
This is not actual gameplay, but it's also nothing like what the gameplay will look like. So anyway, weird call on that front. I think we might see something, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like both BioWare games are a ways off. Something that was supposed to be out by now, which isn't, is Starfield.
Be still my heart. God, there's been increased chatter about a possibility of a Starfield release date, and as you'll recall, Miranda, back during the Summer Games Fest, Xbox was saying these are the games that are going to be released within the next year.
Right.
So that suggests that Starfield could be out in 6 months or so, whereupon maybe it's time to reveal a Starfield release date and really set the agenda for 2023.
Bethesda loves corny-ass release dates. Do you think they're going to be like 2/3/23, or is that...
I think that's too soon. I think they're going to push it out as far as they can. Since they already had to push it, they're going to go further. I would be really surprised by June. I'm a little worried that it might be May, and we might just have a really intense May.
They got to read the room on that. May goes to Zelda.
But it's Starfield.
I know.
Don't make me choose between my children.
Yeah.
They'll make you choose.
Oh my God.
That's true. I mean, they're not competing on the same platform, so
Yep.
but they are competing for time, which is the most valuable platform.
Sure.
My job says Zelda, but my heart says Starfield.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Well,
hopefully it's not May, though.
another big sort of Microsoft acquire. I like how there's these things where like, yeah, this is a crazy new Xbox game that wasn't one when it was announced, but then they adopted that person's dad or whatever. Diablo 4 that we just put up a huge preview. Ryan McCaffrey got to check it out. He sounds extremely stoked on it. This is happening sometime soon, but we don't have a release date on when that's going to actually get shown off, released, beta, whatever. Kat, do you have any vibe on this?
Well, I do definitely think that we'll be seeing something from Diablo 4 tonight. The release is not that far off. There was a somewhat awkward article from, I believe, GI Biz talking about a lot of problems within the culture, like things coming down from on high, script changes and whatnot.
It's Blizzard?
Yeah, I know. So it did put a little bit of a damper on the enthusiasm around this game, but it does. I mean, you look at it, I'm looking at the B-roll right now, it looks really, really good. I love that it's going back to the Diablo 2 art style. I was actually talking to a friend of mine, they're like, but it'll be different from Diablo 3, right? And I was like, yes, it'll be different. They're like, thank God. So I think that's kind of the vibe with Diablo 4. We'll see it tonight. It'll probably be a release date.
Nice. Now, as far as Sony games, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, Insomniac assured that is still coming out in 2023. We don't really know much besides that. Brian?
Well, first of all, I can't wait for it. Second of all, the voice actor who played Miles in the game retweeted the trailer today from like a year ago. That's specific. That feels good. Feels like smoke, there's fire on there. So I think we'll see it tonight.
Okay.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Now that's a bold call right there.
I'm going to call it right now. I think we're going to see
Calling your
Spider-Man.
shot.
Yeah.
I'm into it.
You know, honestly, the first quarter of next year is already like pretty full. I think they should drop Spider-Man to just really try to kill Miranda. You know, I just think they really want to swoop in and just ruin your year.
Listen, I welcome the challenge.
It's going to be a lot. I want them to put this game out so they can stop fooling around and make a Wolverine game. I want to play that. Okay, so those were sort of our realistic expectations. That's all fun and great. Known quantities, all that. Let's talk about maybe completely out there things that are just pie in the sky. Just, Kat, what do you think maybe won't happen, but you wish it would? Realistically could happen, but question mark?
There's been so much chatter about the Metal Gear Solid remake finally appearing. I don't think it's going to.
Really?
Nah. I would be really surprised if a Metal Gear Solid remake.
You gotta put the good energy out in the universe, though. This is your. Yeah. I want this.
But wait,
I haven't heard any chatter about a Metal Gear Solid remake actually appearing. I've heard chatter about it potentially being a thing that could happen. But
it is the 35th anniversary year of Metal Gear for another like 2.5 weeks. You put it out there.
I mean, they could do a logo.
Yeah.
Right?
Wait, hold. But if Kojima's in LA eating In-N-Out and he's not part of this, and they reveal it tonight, won't that be a little awkward?
Yes, but literally anything. I mean, Konami's back into video games now.
Yeah.
And so the what would be the animal in the room for Kojima?
A foxhound.
Yeah. The foxhound in the room.
Which is two animals in a Disney movie.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, Kojima's always going to be an awkward kind of thing because he was so involved in so many of their games toward the end.
Also, I mean, a lot of that kind of drama was sort of the flames were fanned by Geoff Keighley being like, we have an award for Kojima and he can't be here because of Konami. And I can't imagine Konami really wants to be like, hey, Jeff, we got a trailer for you to show off on your...
Not only that, it was over MGS 5.
Yeah, no, exactly. Miranda, what's your kind of hopes and dreams? But I don't know.
Can I share 3 quickly?
Sure, but lickety split.
Okay, the first one for sure is from Concerned Ape, who made Stardew Valley, which is very popular amongst a lot of people. And I want to see his next game, which is called The Haunted Chocolatier, which is about running basically a haunted mansion, and I think, kind of, you're not like actually a haunted mansion, but you're making chocolate somewhere in there. The details are a little vague, and it looks a little spooky, but cozy at the same time, because it's the guy who made Stardew Valley of all games, which is very popular, and I hope this next one will be popular too. I imagine since it's probably mostly just him making this game, it's a very far out, but if we could get any details about that, that would be really cool. Side bit of news, he did actually make a music video for one of my favorite bands called Always recently. So I was like, well, you're doing something, but
get back to work and make a
what
game.
about the video game? Yeah, which is great too. But I'm glad he likes cool music. The other thing, I really want to see some news from Hoyoverse, who does Genshin Impact. Selfishly, I want a new Genshin Impact region trailer because we have just gotten a lot of cool news from that recently. But I am selfish and I want more, so I hope we get some more news about what's coming early next year, because that game has content updates and a lot of really cool things coming, and a lot of leaks, of course, too. So I hope they get ahead of those leaks and just show us some cool official stuff. They also have a lot of games brewing. So one of the games I really wanted to see them showcase is Zenless Zone Zero. So this is supposed to be somewhat like their Persona-esque vibe game. Very trendy, very stylish, and a lot of dungeon crawling. So like you basically go into these realms and go beat up some guys, and then you come back out and you hope you fixed it.
Yeah,
and
get dressed up real fashionable, then go to an incredibly dirty, violent place. What could go wrong?
Yeah, exactly. No, you intimidate them with style. And so there's still a lot of question marks about it. They've shown a lot of character background stories on their websites and other things, but they haven't shown a lot other than a few bits of gameplay here and there. So I hope we get some updates on that and some of the other games they have in development. And they've showed up here quite a lot before, so I imagine we'll get
Okay, that's two.
something.
What's your third?
It was Genshin and Zenless Zone Zero and Haunted Chocolate.
Oh, Zenless Zone Zero. Okay.
Yeah, I worked through quick, I promise.
You did.
I
All
did.
right. Well, we have an official countdown to the pre-show, which is pretty exciting. Look at that, 5:25. Wow.
Oh man.
Brian, what do you? What's your predictions and wishes and dreams and hopes and all that?
I forget what I wrote down here, but I think we could talk about Wolverine again.
Let's talk about Wolverine.
That's always a good
Wolverine,
time.
yeah.
I would love to see some Wolverine. I think it would be shocking if we saw Wolverine and Spider-Man tonight, but
they're friends.
They're friends.
Amazing friends.
Yeah,
even.
they are. They fight every now and then too, which is great. This is one of my favorite sort of surprise reveal trailers of the last few years. When the claws pop out and there's all the details in the bar and stuff like that. Really, really cool stuff. I would love to see more of this. This is obviously in very early stages and it feels very far away, but still just like a little tease. You know, you don't have to show gameplay, you don't have to show anything like significant, but just like a little more Wolverine, maybe like his face, a little more, you know, the suit, something, some
Just
glimpse.
Like the direction of this game, like
Yes.
what story do you want to tell here? Obviously, they have a lot to choose from if they're doing anything based on comics. Plenty of options, or if they want to do their own original thing, that would be good to know too.
Yeah.
The big thing here, and obviously, like I think the bloodied knuckles and the various sharp, pointy objects, pretty integral to Wolverine as a character.
Yeah.
If this game isn't M-rated, I have a bad feeling about it.
Okay, but he's drinking and has a cowboy hat on, so I think that's a good vibe potentially.
What's the ESRB's stance on cowboy hats?
I mean, he's already in a bar that's destroyed, so I
Rated
think
R
that's
for rootin' tootin'.
I think it's a good sign.
Yeah, no, I honestly like this is such a. I'm hoping for stuff like this tonight.
Yeah.
Like I'm hoping for things that, you know, again, and this is what happens at the Game Awards. This is what happens at like Keighley events. Is you get really cool, exciting, sizzle CGI trailers for things that you won't be playing for a very long time. We already have a good idea of what we're going to be playing for the beginning of next year. I'm sure a lot of release dates are going to come trickling out tonight, later on. But like, I don't know. It's nice to have some stuff really far down the road to kind of speculate and dream about. One really big thing that we haven't really heard much about in a while is Assassin's Creed.
Oh, yeah.
We sort of I mean, you know, part of that series history is just stuff leaking left and right.
Right.
And there's like there's a sort of focused single player type game, and then there's also Assassin's Creed Infinity, which is going to be their, you know, Assassin's Creed Fortnite thing.
You could keep this going and then the Game Awards would be over, by the way. They announced
Yeah.
like 14
The
Assassin's
Japanese
Creed games.
game.
Yeah.
Exactly, the witch one. I always forget what it's called.
Yep.
The witch.
Oh, yeah, with the...
Like witchcraft.
I played
With the
that.
woods.
I don't even like it.
Oh my gosh.
No, again, this is I'm trying to think of like any big Ubisoft announcements that have happened at the Game Awards, and nothing really come to mind. I could be completely just forgetting stuff, but again, that's a company that I feel like, you know, they have their own E3 presser. They like to kind of.
They're in a weird place right now as a company.
They've also just given a lot of information this year already, so I
Yeah.
could see them wanting to hold off for next year. You know, it's
Mhm.
weird to say, but E3 is not that far away, so.
Sure. Now, speaking of Ubisoft things and things that aren't that far away, my big prediction is we're going to get something Avatar related tonight. And I say that all the time, but this is now is finally the time when I get to be like, Avatar, and it's actually relevant. It hasn't been relevant for 13 years, so you have to listen to me now, damn it.
People are seeing that movie. It exists.
And we've got a
Can't be
video
delayed.
game in the works that was supposed to be out by now, but it got kicked down the road. And, you know, Frontiers of Pandora. So I don't know if we're going to get a release date for that, but it would not surprise me in the least if we got like a weird cell phone video from James Cameron being like, "Hey Jeff, thanks for having me. Really thrilled to announce Avatar: The Way of Water is in theaters at December 16th. And also, your Na'vi friends are now in Fortnite." Something
Would
like
you
that.
be okay with him like in the gym with Zoa energy drink like The Rock gave us last year?
I want to know. I feel like he has some kind of like. I feel like he'd have like boxed water. You know, he's like very environmental driven, or else like some kind of like.
He would be in a submarine.
Yeah.
And he would say from his submarine that the MCU is terrible, actually.
You'll never get me down here in the deep ocean, briny deep.
Hawkeye doesn't care about his children.
I love that dude. I love when he comes out and says completely outlandish.
I think we'll get
things.
something Avatar.
We also there was the big sort of Disney D23 gaming showcase where there's like an Avatar mobile game in the works, where I guess the Na'vi have guns and they shoot each other. I don't know what that game's going to be. That's
Speaking of Disney, we could see more from Disney Dreamlight Valley, which did just launch an update for Toy Story, and that's been really popular. Free to play, early access right now, doing a lot of launches. So
which character do you want?
I want some more villains. I don't know which ones yet. I have to think about it.
I think that one's interesting because, like, clearly, they're going for sort of, Animal Crossing with Disney, which could be classic Disney stuff, but they've also got Pixar in there. At what point are they going to pull the trigger and start throwing in, like, Star Wars and Marvel characters? Because, they could. I want to live next door to an amnesiac Wolverine. That sounds great.
That'd be fantastic.
1 year, I think.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing you put out after an anniversary. It's like, and now the MCU is in Disney Dreamlight Valley.
Okay, let's skip maybe MCU. Let's do Star Wars first, because I'd rather. Okay. I want to hang out with Grogu.
All right. On that note, the official Game Awards pre-show is about to start, so we will shut up, but stick around afterwards because we will start talking again during our post-show wrap-up, and we'll show all the trailers that you might have missed while you're going to the bathroom, getting a drink of water. I don't know what you do in your spare time, but stick around. We'll be back after the show. Game Awards.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the 2022 Game Awards opening act. It's like, it's like DLC that you play before you play vanilla. We've got exclusive content, awards, world premieres, side quests, and our own exclusive soundtrack. Kidding on the soundtrack. I don't know how to write music. I'm Sydney Goodman, and I am live at the Microsoft Theater here for gaming's biggest night. We are streaming around the world to millions, and our big show starts so soon, where we will honor the best gaming has to offer, with new looks at upcoming games like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, music performances, and so much more. But if you're a diehard who's already tuned in, here's your legendary reward of a first look at what's next for Dead Cells. Back in 2018, they won at the Game Awards, so let's check out what they've got going on next. So good. And what better way to segue into our first award of the night for Best Mobile Game? These games stay with you long after you've finished them, literally, unless you delete them off your phone. Here are your nominees. Apex Legends Mobile, Diablo Immortal, Genshin Impact, Marvel Snap, and Tower of Fantasy. And the Game Award goes to Marvel Snap.
Oh my gosh! Ah! Oh my gosh! Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you to Marvel for taking an incredible chance on us. Thank you to our publisher, Newverse. Thank you to the incredible community of Marvel Snap players around the world. You know, we were here like 8 years ago for Hearthstone, and this one hits super different. It's wild. Starting a new company is scary, and we wanted to thank all the incredible other startups in our area who have been so welcoming to us. It's been incredible, and for real, thank you so much to Second Dinner. We did it, y'all. We did it. Thank you so much.
Huge congratulations to Marvel Snap. And heads up, this year we're partnering with Discord, and you can head to the Game Awards Discord server to discuss tonight's show and even watch together. Yeah. And now, buckle up for 3 world premieres in a row. Ooh. First is a game that is up for Best Debut Indie, and now it's headed to a whole new platform. This is Vampire Survivors.
Do you folks have phones? The original Vampire Survivors is out now on mobile. The full game for free for real. Please be excited. Available now for iOS and Android. Stop doing drugs. Be the bullet hell. Oh yeah.
"1917. The Great War rages on. 2 brothers fight to survive the trenches, alongside other valiant hearts, desperate to find their way home."
Trapped in an endless cycle. Fighting, dying, returning.
That's right, Returnal, which won last year at the Game Awards, is coming to PC in early 2023. And all I can say is, I love that I'm actually getting paid to watch these right now. I cannot wait for these games to come out. If we're being honest, I've been doing way too much socializing with real humans and spending way too much time in nature lately. Enough of that. Okay, so we are going to take a super quick break, but there is plenty more opening act after we check in with gaming icon Ninja, who is going to show us a new way to game with Xbox and Samsung.
I'm here in my living room to show you a whole new way to play Xbox games. I'm playing Fortnite on the Xbox app with Samsung Gaming Hub, and it looks absolutely incredible. Wow, it's smooth, responsive. Unreal Engine 5.1 killed it. There's no console and no PC. You can use your favorite Bluetooth controller. And starting today, right now, you can play the Xbox app on any Samsung 2021 Smart TV. So what are you waiting for? Let's game.
There's a storm coming. How can you tell? Trust me.
I heard the same thing happened in Guyana. The rats. I knew it. I knew we'd have to pay a price for the corruption of our souls.
Stay close to the wall.
So here's the famous girl with the sling. I'm sorry for everything.
aren't always nice, but you can change them.
In there.
No, I got it.
I'm Cutie the elephant, Rose's best friend.
Dismember her body with time for tea. Everything okay?
All good, honey.
You're sure?
Yeah, I'm fine. Come on, come on. Son of a...
Come on in, kids. Time for cake.
Get It Takes Two merch at ittakes2store.com this holiday season.
Yep, you can actually buy your own Cutie Bean elephant plushie from It Takes Two, which won Game of the Year last year. And Joseph Ferris will be presenting the Game of the Year tonight. And now I hope everyone is suited up and reloaded because our next award is for Best Fighting Game. Here are the nominees. DNF Duel, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle R, The King of Fighters 15, Multiverses, and Sifu. And the Game Award goes to Multiverses.
This is absolutely incredible. I just want to thank my family for all the sacrifices, and thank you to Player First Games, a startup, an indie startup that we started 4 people in a room. Also, thank you, Warner Brothers, for really trusting in us and taking a chance on a brand new studio that hasn't done anything before and giving us this opportunity. And finally, I'd love to thank all the players that have played our game and love our game. Thank you for our community. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Multiverses. Okay, the house is filling up behind me. We're about halfway to the big show. But first, it's time for a brand new announcement of a brand new game right here at the Game Awards opening act.
Where do you think nightmares come from? When your people huddled around the first campfire and stared out into the dark. You created us to stare back. What are you?
Me? I'm mad.
Okay, more like hell yeah, boy. Am I right? I'll show myself out. So now I have the honor of announcing the winners for 5 esports categories. The nominees for Best Esports Game are, and the Game Award goes to Valorant. Congratulations. For Best Esports Athlete, the nominees are, and the Game Award goes to, yay! For Best Esports Team, here are the nominees. And the Game Award goes to Loud. For Best Esports Coach, the nominees are, and the Game Award goes to Bazooka. And finally, for Best Esports Event, here are the nominees. And the Game Award goes to 2022 League of Legends World Championship. A huge congratulations to you all. Tonight, watch the Game Awards on Steam, where they are giving away a Steam Deck every minute. And on Twitch, there are viewer rewards, including a free game from Epic, Geoff's Among Us Mask returns, and a special Fall Guys Gears of War skin. And now, so many world premieres and only a little bit more time. Let's get right to 3 more, starting with a look at something new in the Horizon world, which is up for Game of the Year. Horizon also won an award as part of the Game Maker's Sketchbook, which celebrates great video game art. Here's a new look at the PSVR 2 game, Call of the Mountain. Very intrigued by Viewfinder. I'm getting Portal vibes from this for sure. Use the hashtag Game Night to celebrate gaming's biggest moments. We'll be back with lots more, including Street Fighter 6 coming up.
Personal log, sentient contact assessment and response team. Cyan. Where am I? What planet is this? Did the metahedron bring us here?
How far would you go? Stop the custodian.
Oh, hi there! I'm Pinky, leader of the Relic Hunters. You're here to sign up for our super fun, awesome shooting and looting adventure? Great! So, you can put your name down right here and... Wait. Do you even know about the first yet? You like action and excitement? Oh, there's no shortage of that here. You'll be exploring the galaxy for relics, all while dodging those annoying Dukins. Yeah, take that, evil space ducks!
Aren't you forgetting something, Pinky? Like endless sweet loot!
Yeah, Ace. I was just about to mention our mega arsenal of weapons and gear! Woohoo! You can enhance, use, and make them even more better! Oh yeah! Anyways, if you're a fan of super solo fun, four-person multiplayer mayhem, and enjoying an adventure you'll never forget, then join the Relic Hunters right now!
Tonight, Average Jonas is in the house. He's Verizon's ambassadors, and tonight Verizon has a special offer on the Xbox Series S. Scan the QR code below to pick one up, and you'll get a free controller. And follow @average_Jonas on Instagram for more fun details. And I have to say, I want you to know I love all my world premieres equally, and I try not to play favorites. But I have to admit, I am extra excited about this one. Here's a special announcement from Among Us. So maybe now I have two favorites. I think my New Year's resolution will be to just play games all day and never leave my house. Well, if you're streaming tonight, you can see these seats filling up behind me. We're getting ready to kick off gaming's biggest night. It's going to be the best game awards yet, and I say this as an expert. And now here's a look at a beautiful new game, Replaced, coming in 2023.
Test gone wrong leads to thousands of American lives lost in the last 2 months alone.
Cannot estimate the spread of radiation.
After the abolishment of nuclear power, old mining complexes were reopened across
to reduce our international affairs and focus on our own country.
Phoenix Corporation representatives assure the walls were built for our own safety.
Stop within this cage. Inhale this rise. I'm dying twice. Never-ending nightmares creeping, counting down while you're still breathing. You'll see myself killing me, turn flash, then the wall, pushing me till I fall by myself in my head, counting clicks till I'm dead. What a wonderful
And now I have one of my favorite awards in gaming, Best Family Game. Family games are what we all grew up on. Carmen Sandiego, Mario, Doom, Resident Evil. Okay, so I think I just realized why I couldn't sleep as a child. Nothing a little cognitive behavioral therapy can't fix. Anyway, the nominees for Best Family Game are Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Lego Star Wars, The Skywalker Saga, Mario and Rabbids, Sparks of Hope, Nintendo Switch Sports, and Splatoon 3. And the Game Award goes to Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
Thank you so much for this award and recognition. I'm accepting this on behalf of the talented development teams at HAL Laboratories and Nintendo that worked on Kirby and the Forgotten Land. You know, this is the 30th anniversary of the Kirby series, and it's pretty cool to see this little cute but powerful guy finally win one of these. And all he had to do was go full mouthful mode on a giant car to do it. Thanks again for this, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. And finally, I have a world premiere that is a trip. A franchise that has been around for 35 years and still going strong has yet another installment for you. Here's a special world premiere from Street Fighter 6.
Come on, crank that beat! Everybody feels cooking? Oh yeah, now you got it! Okay!
He was obsessed, you see, with finding an appropriate vessel for this power.
Showtime, baby!
Prepare. Fight with all your heart.
An honor, to be sure.
Where are you going? Let us begin. No. One more. Defend us.
You cretin! Meaningless effort! Street Fighter 6.
Okay, everyone, it's time to level up to our big show where we have more awards, musical performances, and even more world premieres of incredible games. I know it's hard to imagine that there's still more show, but that's how much the world of gaming is thriving right now. We have tons of game content to show off, plus incredible presenters, a musical performance by Hozier, and so much more. A huge congratulations to all the winners of our first awards. Ride that high all night, baby. Thank you all for ramping up the night with me. Now it's time for me to grab my seat. Until next time, the 2022 Game Awards starts now.
Welcome to the Game Awards 2022. Now, here's your host, the creator of the Game Awards, Geoff Keighley.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Game Awards. It feels so amazing to be back in person with the fans and to have the entire industry with us here tonight. I love it. Such great energy. I want to say hello to all the nominees. Mr. Miyazaki, great to have you here, nominated for Game of the Year tonight, which is great. Kratos himself, Christopher Judge, is in the house. Man Engage, incredible in immortality. Welcome to the Game Awards. And of course, we have Phil Spencer from Xbox with us. Welcome, Phil. Doug Bowser from Nintendo. You saw him accepting an award already in the opening act. And lots more awards to come. And of course, last year's Game of the Year winner, Joseph Fares, is back. Good to see you, Joe. Everyone's here. Look, even Animal is here, guys. Can't take him anywhere. I should have booked Kermit. All right, well, welcome to all the nominees and to all of you watching live around the world. Thank you for being a part of this community. Tonight, we are going to honor the best games of the year and show you what's next with an absolutely incredible world premiere lineup, including the first ever look at the gameplay of Star Wars Jedi Survivor from Respawn, an update on Final Fantasy 16, the first ever clip from the Super Mario Brothers movie, and many, many new game announcements and surprises. Trust me, we've got a lot of things, no leaks. We're very excited about what we're about to share with you guys. Now, though, it's time for our first award. To present it, I am so honored to welcome one of the great actors of our generation or any other. He's a 2-time Tony winner, a 2-time Emmy winner, and an Academy Award winner. Please join me in welcoming to the Game Awards, Al Pacino.
So cool. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's really good to see you here. This is an experience for me. One I didn't expect, but here I am, as usual, doing my surprising thing to myself. But anyway, I may come as it may come as a shock to you, but it's hard for me to see the teleprompter. But anyway, in truth, I don't play a whole lot of video games, but I do have, however, spent a lot of time watching my kids play them. Yeah. And I've continued to be thoroughly impressed and entertained by the unique and immersive ways video games tell their stories. And especially naturally, by the performers who help tell these stories. Because as an actor, I've learned that whether you're on a stage or in front of a camera or inside an audio booth, always, fundamentally, always, we're the same. We are all trying to tell a story in our way, with our kind of truth. And I am honored to be here tonight to celebrate the achievements of these incredibly talented actors who, by breathing life into these stories, have helped elevate the medium of video games to a new height. And now, the nominees for the Best Performance of the Year are...
Best Performance.
I have to find a way to fix it all. And the answer is somewhere out in the Forbidden West. Everything was so nice and quiet. Go to hell!
And still I follow. Death can have me. Do what's necessary.
I don't find boys have much to say for themselves. You don't scare me.
I can't talk about it. But you don't believe in any of it. Who's keeping you safe?
Best Performance. I'm working out now. This is heavy. Finally, I didn't work out today, so I'm doing... You don't mind, do you, if I do a little each? The Best Performance winner, Christopher Judge for God of War Ragnarok.
Shit. Now I see why I couldn't get more than a +1.
Thank you to the Game Awards. First off, I have to thank my mama. Whose belief that I would amount to something good would never waver, even though it looked like I'd never amount to anything good. My brother, who's my hero, at 40, changed his life, went to medical school, and is now Dr. Judge. My children, who I am forever proud of, forever thankful of, and still the best role I've ever had is being your dad. Sony Santa Monica. Miss Yumi Yang, it is an honor and a pleasure to work for you and with you. You are a unicorn because you actually proved that for the first time ever, the trickle-down theory actually worked. Corey Barlog, thank you, brother. Thank you for believing in me, and thank you for having me read for the role. I was the last actor in California to read for it. And Corey said to me he didn't think I would do it. And if I had known it was a video game back then, I might not have. Boy, how things have changed. Matt, Rich, Dory, Bruno, Erica, Bee, everyone who made that volume so special and so sacred. Everyone at every level, be it designer, be it whatever it was, who worked under extraordinary conditions to get this game out. Mr. Eric Williams. I think it's kind of common knowledge that we were honored to go to Tribeca after 2018. And when Corey took me outside and said he wouldn't be directing the next one, I literally did quit. I quit. And he said, "No, I vouch for Eric." And I said, "Eric Williams better be a beast." Eric Williams is a motherfucking beast. I relate to Corey on kind of an artistic level, a level of that side of me. Eric Williams and I are from such the same place, two different parts of the country, two different upbringings, but two from a very similar emotional place. And I'll never forget, I guess I can't say what it was, but it was something that moved me so deeply and there's a time frame that cinematics have to fit into. Hopefully not speeches. And I couldn't reel it in. And Eric came over to me. And he just hugged me and just held me as I was sobbing. And then he said words I will never forget. Okay, big guy, now give us one we can use. To this amazing, wonderful group of actors. Who brought as much or more than I did every single day. I mean, we were in there, and the bravery of this group of actors to share their heartache, their loves, their lost loves, their loneliness. I am so grateful and thankful that I got to spend all those days in that volume with you. This is for all of us. Sonny, I wasn't lying, I voted for you. Your work was astounding. You're the future of this. Just never forget the two things I hopefully gave you. Hire me, don't be a douchebag. To every single person in this room, no matter what game it was you touched, you are heroes because you got so many people in the world through a very difficult, dark time that's still not over. Games and the gaming community means so much to this world, there's so much in the course of dreams and escapism and just being better. Thank you to the rest of the nominees. Have a great night. And I met Al Pacino.
Great moment, Chris Judge. I think he was trying to give away a few extra Steam Decks as well. All right, it's time to get the announcements rolling here at the Game Awards. Tonight, many of the world's top studios are here at the Game Awards to give you a glimpse at the exciting future of video games in 2023 and beyond. Our first world premiere comes from a small but highly acclaimed studio that needs no introduction at this point and whose last game earned multiple awards here at TGA. I'm very excited to share the global announcement of their next project. Here we go.
Good.
Not good enough.
We can but learn. And the greatest teacher is out there. Now go. Death to Kronos.
Death to Kronos.
This is an opportunity for you to make a better future for us all. Least I can do is light your way down.
About ready to give in? No, I was born for this.
You trifle with powers far beyond your comprehension, witch.
Okay, if I call you witch like that.
Vengeance for your family awaits you.
He is no mere titan. He is time itself, and time cannot be stopped.
Wait for me, Father. I'll be this.
And trust me, we are just getting started. Hades 2 is the next game and first ever sequel now in development at Supergiant Games, like the original, which was revealed here at TGA in 2018. Hades 2 is going to be developed in early access, so your feedback can help shape the game, and news on early access is coming in 2023. Next, I'm so excited about this one. We're taking a journey to an exciting new world with a world premiere from a studio led by someone with a legacy of building incredible narrative-driven games and creating genre-defining experiences. It's moments like this that get me excited about the future of our medium.
The ship is dying. And my only way out of here is with one of them.
I was sailing to that distant shore. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. As the Mayflower gets to the ocean floor, and it's time for us to leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the Mayflower's
People say I have this coming. And you know what? They're right.
Few surprises tonight. That was a first look at Judas coming from Ghost Story Games, led by Ken Levine, who has created immersive gaming worlds like Rapture and Columbia. A few months ago, I visited the studio in Boston and played multiple hours of this game, and let me tell you, everything you saw there is in-engine. Ghost Story Games is also exploring different approaches to narrative that you will learn about in the future. Let me just say, I can't wait for them to tell you more. Didn't that look fantastic? Exciting stuff. All right, well, let's go to another brand new game announcement for the fans here at the Game Awards.
Cereza, you must never enter that forest. You would soon become a snack for one of the fairies who live there.
How could a dank old forest be that scary a place anyway? Ah! Must have been a rabbit or something. Right, Cheshire? Can I manage to summon a demon that has now possessed Cheshire? Whoa! Gotcha!
I will give you the power to save your mother.
Cereza and the Lost Demon.
Eat up! Oh!
That's right, following on the heels of Bayonetta 3, it won't be long until you get to play this brand new action-adventure game in the Bayonetta series on March the 17th. All right, there are lots more new game announcements and awards to come, but tonight you also have a shot at some cool free stuff just for watching the Game Awards. On Steam, Valve is giving away a Steam Deck every minute to a viewer of the show. So I was going to start talking slowly, but I probably should start talking a little quicker after Chris's speech, but I'm so glad that he won that award. But seriously, Steam Deck is incredible, and you can watch on Steam.tv. We also have Twitch viewer rewards. Watch 60 minutes of the show tonight on our Twitch channel, and you'll get the limited edition Geoff Keighley Among Us mask. Yes, it's back. An awesome Kate Diaz from Gears of War costume in Fall Guys, and a full free game, Rogue Legacy, on the Epic Games Store, and more. We'll be right back with a spectacular performance from Hozier and the Game Awards Orchestra, more awards, announcements, and yes, Animal from the Muppets will be back.
People in the server are my family. I remember being at my lowest point. The members of this server were here for me.
Seeing everyone in the Discord, this world of passion and grief, but in a positive light.
I have been through so much with these people.
This really made me believe that video games can help people heal.
We love how you have fun. From serving up sports at home to competing and cooperating in fresh ways, catching new adventures in vast worlds. So, what's next? More fun. From adorable adventures to blasts from the past. And much, much more. When it comes to having fun, the sky's the limit. See where the fun takes you in 2023.
Rated M for mature. There's no hope. But I've got to escape. Every sound, every movement is closing in. This dead moon, it's not done with me yet. Just one thing to do. Survive.
San Francisco. The city by the bay is under siege by forces not of this world. We need new heroes. Fearless recruits with the guts to look evil in the eye. Who we gonna call? You.
Here we go, PKE meters out.
I got a few hits. Poke on me!
Blast it!
I'm covered in mini pucks! Behind you! Tap out!
Whew. That was close.
Holy.
We're gonna need a bigger trap.
Ghostbusters, Rise of the Ghost Lord, coming in 2023.
One of my favorite parts of this show is bringing video game music to life on stage. Now to perform Blood Upon the Snow from tonight's most nominated game, God of War Ragnarok. Please welcome multiple platinum Grammy-nominated Hozier featuring Bear McCreary and the Game Awards Orchestra conducted by Lauren Balfe.
Bear that keeps to his own light, the wolf that seeks always its own kind, the world that hardens as the harsher winter holds, the parent forced to eat its young before it grows, every bird gone unheard, starving where the ground is froze, the winter sunrise, red on white, like blood upon the snow, like blood upon the snow. Ground walked here is a wonder. It ceases never to hunger. In all things nature's given, she takes all things back from the living. I've walked the earth and there are so few here that know how dark the night, just how cold the wind can blow. I've no more hunger now to see where the road will go. I've no more kept my warmth than blood upon the snow. Blood upon the snow. Blood upon the snow. Blood upon the snow. To all things housed in her silence, nature offers a violence.
Wow, what an incredible performance. The Game Awards Orchestra, I'm grateful to have them back again, and it's sincerely a joy to hear the music from games we love come to life on this stage. It's amazing what that orchestra puts together in just a few weeks of rehearsal. They'll be back later in the show to pay tribute to our Game of the Year nominees. This year, a record-setting number of you voted, 55 million for the Game Awards on our website, on Bilibili in China, and on our Discord server. You can head over to discord.gg/The Game Awards tonight to join in the discussion about the show. Right now, to present our next award from the new film Glass Onion: A Knives Out Mystery, premiering December 23rd on Netflix, please welcome Jessica Hennick.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but someone in this room is a murderer. Just kidding, we're just joking around. But also, statistically speaking, someone in this theater probably is a murderer. I'm sorry. Let's not think about that. Anyway, I don't want to spoil our film, but I can tell you that there is a very popular video game featured in it. And now, to give you some more clues, please welcome writer-director Ryan Johnson and the star of Glass Onion, Daniel Craig.
Thank you, Jessica Hedgewick. And hello, Game Awards.
We're so excited for you to see our new film. We have a special scene in it for fans of a certain game, so we wanted to bring a little something to that game. That's you. That's Benoit Blanc. Look at him. This is adorable.
I mean, it's a nice scarf.
I like the cravat. It's very, very nice, yeah.
And now, here are the nominees.
Best Debut Indie.
We're sinners plucked from hell to do God's dirty work, and I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven.
And the Game Award for Best Debut Indie goes to Stray.
Sorry, too, actually. Thank you so much. It's an incredible honor. On behalf of the whole team in Montpellier that is probably watching right now, hi guys. I want to thank everyone that was involved in making this game. It's really a work of love and passion, and all the talented members of our team put everything they have to make this game real. Thanks to everyone who has helped us along the way, our friends, families, partners, companions, dogs, cats, obviously, really important. Annapurna Interactive, you guys are amazing. You make dreams happen. Thank you so much. You've been with us the whole way through. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you to the players. We put such a big part of our lives making this game, so seeing people enjoy it and react to it is the best feeling in the world. So. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Congratulations, Stray, and now an exclusive first look at the gameplay from Lightfall, Destiny 2's next chapter, launching in February. Join your fellow Guardians to master the cosmic powers of the universe and cancel the apocalypse.
When we think about controlling something powerful, it's easy to assume it takes strength. But what I've learned, through loss, we can overcome the impossible. I'm used to the darkness. Hey!
clear. Keep your eyes on him, people. Somebody find the back entrance.
Best dirty movie I ever saw. Oh, crap!
This door will not hold. We must barricade it.
You stay here, pal.
See this? I spent a lot of time dreaming up how I was gonna kill you with it. You're mine now, and you're in for a world of... Ah, shit!
Oh, hey guys. Oh, we were just having a little...
I see, shush. You hear that?
Please, help me!
Hey, Bruce! Still using shadows to scare the crap out of us criminals, huh? Don't sweat it. Batman doesn't kill people. Are you okay?
I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman.
After 30 years as the iconic voice of Batman in the Arkham video games, Batman the Animated Series, and countless other DC projects, actor Kevin Conroy sadly passed away last month at the age of 66. He was such an iconic voice. He was so amazing in the Arkham games, and I know we're all going to miss him dearly. Well, tonight, we can share that he will return to Rocksteady's Arkhamverse one final time to play Batman in Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League when the game releases on May 26th of next year. We're gonna miss you, Kevin. Now, as we think about the next phase of our industry, it's important to recognize those who represent the bright, bold, and inclusive future of gaming. That's why we have our Game Awards Future Class presented by Old Spice. And tonight, over 75 members of the class from the past 2 years are here in the audience. Hello, guys. And this week, we inducted the 2022 class of 50 new members. You can read about them at tgafutureclass.com. And right now, meet one of this year's new members, a chemist turned game dev at Innersloth, who also happens to be a street dancer.
I'm Mick Minier. I'm the lead back-end programmer on Among Us, and I'm a street dancer named Dr. Robotnik. I was looking at the movement of NPCs in video games. Get in line. And realized that we as animation dancers have the unique ability to show the body control, the robotics. We have the ability to bend time and reality. It's really exciting. I think there's a lot of potential to bridge these two different art forms.
All right, chat, here we go.
Game face on. I got the game on stash on lock. Dedication prepared on lock. Attend to grinding on the concrete. I will show them that me on the block. Run them, or I'm boss. See them times I want to buy boss. See them times I begging for favors when I don't get no food for my pot. Table don't turn. With the back friend, but the reach don't burn. Game face on. Game face on. They're really on.
Let's go, baby. I know what it is.
a studio who spent 2 years recreating their own game. Recreate Studio presents.
Oh my god, this is so cute. Can you teach me how to play this game? Wow.
Yeah! Prepare your friends for a cute and relaxing Animal Crossing-like experience, and then brutally destroy them all. Devs claim this game will improve your relationship with friends.
Oh, brother, help me!
Yeah, sure.
Son of...
The Party Animals, an epic battle of the most epic animal characters. Starring Royal Corgi, Orange Cat, Canada Goose, Bullshit, a regular duck that looks like absolutely no one. All of these animals have very fancy outfits. An actual Royal Corgi, an actual Orange Cat, an actual Canada Goose, an actual...
This is Sparta!
Let's interview the game producer.
What inspired you to make so many outfits for these cute animals?
Many! Oh, I meant to say morning.
Join the epic battle taking place in some of the most epic places. Don't try these in the human world. A submarine destroying the world. A freezing cold fighter jet. A station where Keanu Reeves fought a dude wearing a suit. A f***ing black hole. Football. Trebuchet. Exploding basketball. While the game offers various modes to encourage different styles of gameplay, but we all know that the only thing that's truly interesting is to watch your friends lose their shit. Oh, I forgot. There are lots of weapons, all very realistic. John Wick really needs to learn how to use this. And the final and biggest feature of the game, butt scratching. Party Animals. Play with your friends on Steam and Xbox, coming 2023.
No, wait!
That's right, The Last of Us is officially coming to PC on March 3rd, and later in the show, the cast of The Last of Us show from HBO will be with us to present an award. But now, to present Best Adaptation, please welcome the host of TGA Opening Act, Sydney Goodman.
We're presenting a brand new award for Best Adaptation. This award celebrates when beloved characters and stories from gaming are lovingly transported to films and television. Here are the nominees.
Best Adaptation.
Imagining yourself a hero.
I have to try.
Don't make a name for yourself as a cyberpunk by how you live. Make a name by how you die.
What we need is a little fun and adventure.
Sonic meet Knuckles.
Return to sender.
Oh, come on!
What the hell are you doing?
You just hit me with a claw!
And the Game Award for Best Adaptation goes to Arcane League of Legends.
Wow. I mean, it's an incredible honor to, be awarded by the video game community. We're gamers at heart who built this, and it's been a long, long journey getting here. Definitely like to thank Fortiche, his amazing animation you see in every frame of this show. Netflix has been a wonderful partner. Of course, Riot, for believing in us, to Mark, Sean, and Brandon. This is it's been an incredible ride, and I can't thank you enough. So once again, thank you.
Congratulations, Arcane, League of Legends. And speaking of adaptations, later we'll have the first clip from the new Super Mario Brothers animated movie. Can't wait to have that. Keegan-Michael Key will be with us. All right, now back to the games. Coming later in the show, we'll have an update on Final Fantasy 16, a new look at Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty expansion, and the first gameplay, raw gameplay footage of Tekken 8. There's lots more Game Awards to come, and that means lots more Steam Decks to give away. But now, it's time for the world premiere of a long-awaited game.
The order is gone. I was betrayed by the one I trusted most. I will not be imprisoned again.
I hear you've been busy making yourself the Empire's most wanted.
Jedi. Remind our friend here why his kind are supposed to be dead. Here we go.
After all we've done, the Empire has only grown stronger.
Thanks, Bode. Part of the job, Gustus. The Jedi is a threat. Not now that we have this.
As long as we fight. Hope survives.
The hero of Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Cameron Monaghan.
It's an incredible honor to wield this lightsaber again. And I think I can speak for everybody at Respawn, EA, and Lucasfilm when I say how incredibly excited we are to show our work on Jedi Survivor. I had the chance to play the game recently, and I can honestly say that this is one of the best Star Wars games of all time, and that's saying something. Yeah, I have no doubt that you'll feel the same way when you play it too, and I just gotta say that I am so incredibly lucky to be a part of this incredible project, and it's really something extraordinary. So, we'll see you all in a galaxy far, far away, March 17th, and until then, may the Force be with you.
Doesn't that gameplay look incredible? I can't wait to play Jedi Survivor. Thanks to Respawn and EA for giving us that first ever look at the gameplay. Next, we're proud to support independent games here at the Game Awards. This next world premiere comes from a Game Award-winning studio up in my native Canada.
I have a dream. It starts in the desert. You cling to life. You find others, friends. You wander the dry, dirty streets of civilization. In the ancient halls of the testing stations, you find answers. You seek the secrets of the ever-shifting sands. Spice. You do all of these things in my dream, Sleeper. I am terrified of what happens when you awaken.
That was your first in-engine look at Dune Awakening. Tonight, all the major gaming platforms are offering special discounts and offers on TGA nominees. You can check out the Game Awards sale across Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, Epic Store, and special offers on nominees on the Nintendo eShop. And that's not all. In celebration of TGA, you can also play free demos of many upcoming games across Steam, Xbox, and for the first time, PlayStation. And right now, we're excited to share news about a playable demo going live tonight on PlayStation.
Before you came, the people had resigned themselves to their fate, cowering in fear of us hunters. But now, because of you, they might just stand a chance. End this once and for all.
Our indie partners bring a whole world of fun. They spin new life into familiar faces. Keep players on their toes. Put dance battles front and center. Challenge us to aim higher and create secrets destined to be discovered, all before the eyes of a captive audience. So here's a big thanks. We can't wait to see where the fun takes you next.
Nice.
From now through December 31st, get a free Grubhub vehicle skin in PUBG Mobile when you order $12 or more from Wendy's through Grubhub and use code PUBG Mobile.
Let's go! Go for the win. Go for Grubhub.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go. Wanna come over for tea?
we've got nothing else to do, why don't I tell you a story?
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world. Even the wind cannot blow on forever.
Those plants have withered. Paimon doesn't like the look of this.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
The wind rises. Bow your head.
Welcome back to the Game Awards. That was a look at Genshin Impact, now in the middle of its third year, and a double nominee tonight, and a sneak peek at Yao Yao, an upcoming character to join its growing roster. Next is something truly, truly special. Tonight, all of us together get to experience the global announcement of the next game from one of our industry's most visionary game studios. Get ready. Please enjoy.
Let that yawn out. There's no pretending. I will hold you and protect you. So let love warm you. Till the morning, I'll stay with you by your side. Close your tired eyes and I'll wait. And soon I'll see your smile in a dream. Baby, don't worry. It's okay. I'll always be with you. And it's okay.
No one should have to suffer such loss. You know, I meant it when I said I understand how you feel. But if you hold on to the sadness, it'll weigh you down like an anchor.
To hit the road and start a new journey.
It wasn't the UCA that made the final decision. It was APAC, a private corporation.
So let love warm you till the morning.
Well?
Everyone, please join me in welcoming back to the Game Awards a true legend, Mr. Hideo Kojima! Aki, great to see you. Well, Mr. Kojima, it's been 3 years. You were on this stage with us in 2019, where you won Best Game Direction. DS2 has been announced. What can you tell us? How is it going to be different than DS1?
詳しいことはまだ言えませんけど、驚きの仕掛けをいっぱい入れてますんで、トレーラーにヒントが隠されてますんで、それを見ながら皆さんと議論していただければと思います。
I can't really be specific right now, but you just seen the trailer, and I put a lot of things inside, so I want you guys to talk about it and find details in it.
Good luck. All right. Well, I know we have some of the cast from the game with us here. Hello, Leia, Shioli. Great to have you guys with us here. Troy is here as well. We heard him there. Hello, Troy. We're so excited about this collaboration you have with an amazing cast. I wanted to ask you the story of this game. How has the pandemic and what we've been through, how has that impacted your storytelling and the theme of this game?
実はコロナ前にストーリーも全部完成してたんですけども、実際にコロナを体験して、で全部1から、ゼロから作り直したっていうことになります。今回。はい。
Well, I had the story written before the pandemic, but after experiencing the pandemic, I just rewrote the whole thing, the story from scratch.
もう未来を予測したくないので、そうならないように作り直しました。
I also didn't want to predict any more future, so I rewrote it.
All right, Mr. Kojima, it's always such a pleasure having you here. I wanted to ask, generally, what's next for you as a creator? I know we have our fun podcast we do. What else have you got planned?
Okay. DS2 制作中なんですけども、もう一つとんがったゲームがありまして、そちらは実験と仕込みをやってます。それと映像関係も仕込みをやってますんで、皆さん楽しみにお待ちください。
Well, yes, I'm doing the DS2 right now, and also one other title that's completely new. I'm kind of experimenting at the moment, and also other visual projects I'm still working on. So I'll hope to reveal it soon.
Excellent. Well, you're always very prolific, and we love you for it. Hideo Kojima, everyone, DS2. Mr. Kojima, thank you so much. Aki, thank you. Well, next we have another global game announcement. We're proud to announce a new game and a new world from a new AAA independent studio, Ascendant Studios, a team with experience making story-driven FPS games like Dead Space, Halo, and BioShock. They partnered with EA Originals, the label behind last year's Game of the Year winner, It Takes Two, to create a single-player magic shooter set within a new original world. Here is your first glimpse.
Dangerous for you here.
A great many people died in this war.
Your men killed my family.
The Immortals are more than soldiers. We're the champion protectors of Lucy.
Hero of Yilthium Fields.
Hero of Yilthium Fields.
You don't get it, do you? All you are is angry.
All of Avium is crumbling apart.
You don't win in ever war.
You help us win this. I'll know you're ready.
He's an actor who recently performed in Midnight Mass and Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed. Please welcome Rahul Kohli.
As an actor, I'm drawn towards stories, but I think that's true of all of us, especially those who pick up a controller. Narrative in games is a slippery thing because there's no single way to tell a story. The beginning, middle, and end may not even happen in that order. And for each of us, there may be different outcomes altogether. But to be truly invested in a game's story is to step away and feel as if you've lived another life. These are the nominees for Best Narrative.
Best Narrative.
Hugo was always worried that it would start all over again. He doesn't deserve this.
The Golden Order is broken.
Become Elden Lord.
Fate only binds you if you let it. We will make our own destiny.
Everywhere I look, things are falling apart. I don't know if I can find a way forward.
Some people say I'm scared. You find me scary.
Is this going to be fun for the movie?
And the Game Award for Best Narrative goes to God of War Ragnarok.
There are so many people, a lot of them over there, who should be on this stage with me right now. So much goes into the telling of a story in a video game, from writers, animators, cine artists, level and technical designers, artists, QA programmers, audio, music. It's not just what's on the page. Obviously, our incredible cast, they elevate everything that we do put on the page. I'm honored to accept this on their behalf. I want to thank PlayStation, Scott, Herman. I want to thank, our SMS, IT, and facilities. The heavy lifting they had to do when we all had to shift to work from home. That's incredible. And they're still supporting us now. I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for your support. All the nominees in this category, you all have my undying respect. I also want to thank, obviously, Yumi, Corey, and our captain, Eric Williams. Rich and I, after Corey stepped aside for this one, Rich and I couldn't have asked for a more supportive and incredible creative partner. And we're grateful for you every single day. I'm sorry. I also want to thank our families who went from having to see us in the morning and at night to having to see us all day, every day. That's a burden I wouldn't wish for on anyone. My wife, Suzanne, my son, James, thank you very much. I love you, and I'll see you later.
Congratulations, God of War Ragnarok. Today is December 8th, so it just made sense to show you the first ever gameplay of Tekken 8. Harada-san and the team are hard at work on the next installment in this legendary fighting franchise.
Jin.
さあ全人類よ、世界を闘争で満たせ。頼むぞ、風間仁。お前を殺し、全てを終わらせる。 俺の血を引いていながらこの程度か。
母さん、俺はまた守れないのか。
もろもろのままこと罪汚れ清めましょう。
Now it's time to recognize more awards and winners. Here are the nominees for Best Art Direction: Elden Ring, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, Scorn, and Stray. And the Game Award goes to Elden Ring. Congratulations. Here are the nominees for Best VR AR Game: After the Fall, Among Us VR, Bone Lab, Moss Book 2, and Red Matter 2. And the Game Award goes to Moss Book 2. Congratulations. Next, the nominees for Best Sim Strategy Game: Dune Spice Wars, Mario & Rabbids Sparks of Hope, Total War Warhammer 3, 2 Point Campus, and Victoria 3. And the Game Award this year goes to Mario & Rabbids Sparks of Hope. The beats are right. Congratulations. Here are the nominees for Best Community Support presented by Discord: Apex Legends, Destiny 2, Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, and No Man's Sky. And the Game Award goes to Final Fantasy XIV. Congratulations, YGP. Make sure to check out their Discord community at the address below. We have much more Game Awards still to come. And right now, here's a new look at Nightingale, a first-person PvE open-world survival crafting game that we first announced last year, right here at the Game Awards.
For you, the year is 1889. The world as you know it teeters on the brink. The magical network of portals has collapsed. Your people are cast asunder beyond the frontiers of your reality. Realms alive with monstrous beasts, eldritch creatures and dangers of which you cannot conceive. You must gather your wits, craft whatsoever you require, and build a life in the realms. Uncover the secrets of realm cards and venture deeper into the unknown. Realm Walker. Your path forward is winding and full of terrors. Save yourself, survive the realms, and rebuild all that has been lost.
Tonight, in celebration of the Game Awards, Verizon has a special offer. Buy an Xbox Series S from Verizon, you'll get a free controller. Scan the QR code below to pick up an Xbox Series S and follow Average Jonas on Instagram at @average_Jonas for more fun details.
We find ourselves now at the beginning. Before leaving our place of comfort, before being tried and tested, we can feel it. A rush of pure anticipation for the limits waiting to be shattered. and everything unknown. Sometimes we won't have a goal at all. We'll move forward in ways unexpected. To lose ourselves in new stories. And find ourselves at home in the strangest of places. Here we are, at the beginning once again. With everything in front of us. Infinite new worlds to explore. And every feeling yet to be felt. Good luck. Have fun.
Day one of quitting vaping. Once I get a couple days under my belt of not vaping, I'm just gonna feel better mentally. Today definitely was hard. I started vaping nicotine again because of the stressful events. I thought it was helping, but then I quickly realized that it just made me feel way worse. The biggest advice I would give to anyone out there that is currently thinking about quitting vaping nicotine is don't be afraid to talk to someone. And if you don't have a support system, This Is Quitting can be there for you so you don't feel alone.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. With the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
From tonight until the end of December, you can get an exclusive chance for 10% off of the Samsung 990 Pro SSD at samsung.com/US to enhance your gaming experience. The promo code is 990PRO TGA22. All right, our next presenters are absolute legends. They attended the very first Game Awards where we honored them with our first Industry Icon Award. They founded Sierra Online. They brought us Half-Life, King's Quest, and hundreds of other titles, and this show, My Career in Gaming, would not exist without them. Their latest game, they're back making games, which we're excited about, is called Colossal Cave, and it launches January 19th. Everyone, please join me in welcoming to the Game Awards, Ken and Roberta Williams.
When we first started making games many, many years ago, we knew the potential was there to achieve almost anything, even to change the world.
We're honored to be back here to present the award for Games for Impact, which recognizes games that change the way people think and feel about the world. Here are the nominees.
Games for Impact.
You swear it won't happen again?
I just want to know that we can make it through this.
Every cycle, you take your chances.
Wake up, sleeper.
It's hard not to drift into the past.
And the Game Award for Games for Impact goes to As Dusk Falls.
So sweet, thought I heard the shuffle of angels' feet. He put one hand upon my head. Great God Almighty, let me tell you what he said. Tell that long-tongued liar, go tell that midnight rider.
Wow, thank you so much.
I had notes, but I forgot everything, so let's improvise. The game we made together with this amazing team was like 8 years in the making. We really hoped to create, an experience that was unique, narrative that was intense, grounded, and also communal, because As Dusk Falls is multiplayer, and super inclusive and approachable. And so the story of As Dusk Falls presents, flawed characters, normal people that struggle with their real life issues and are thrown in super intense pressure cooker situations. And we hope that players would feel empathy for them, and in the process would learn a little bit about their values, reflect on what's important for them. And so super thrilled to be here tonight. It means that hopefully the game resonated with some of you. Very happy, so thankful. I want to especially thank our team, which is an amazing team at Interior Nights, the best team I've ever worked with. Microsoft for their amazing support and partnership. And my family, Clément, Joanna, and Axel, I love you infinity forever. Merci beaucoup.
Congratulations to Interior Night. Baldur's Gate 3 is the next big RPG from Larian Studios, the creators of Divinity, Original Sin, and now the team at Larian is ready to share just when you're going to be able to join the party.
Tell me, why have you come here? We must all cure ourselves of the entire cult of the Absolute. You've raised people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate. You may just be the godsend we've been praying for.
You're the same as me. You have a mind flayer tadpole in your brain. Let's try to find a solution together, before it's too late.
There's a gust of weave about you, but it's a mere breeze. I need a tempest.
Who am I? Your only chance of survival.
You want to play the hero so badly? Fine. Let's make this interesting.
We fight, we die, and we just hope that when our time comes, there is someone else to take our place.
My, this place is fun.
There's someone I want you to meet. A friend who sees the world in simple terms. Not just a friend. A legend. He's not the kind of man who takes kindly to captivity. The cult captured him. I almost feel sorry for them.
Looks amazing. I'm here with Joe Mad, legendary comic artist and CEO of Airship Syndicate. Joe, tonight you have a new title to announce, right?
We do. A few months ago, we announced that we were partnered with Digital Extreme, which has made Warframe just a huge success over the last 10 years. Yeah. And now we're going to leverage their expertise on our new game, which is a character-based online action RPG set in a brand new fantasy world. And we're super excited.
And I think there's a little bit more. You got another partner to talk about, too.
We do. Another partner has come on board to support us and help us reach even more players around the world. And you'll be able to play it a lot sooner than you might think. So.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at the official announcement, the world premiere. Here we go.
Thanks.
gloom. Its arrival brought chaos. But we found a way to control it. We choose the path. We face the danger. We control the chaos. To reconnect our broken world. We've all walked many paths.
Sharpened many blades.
Played a few tricks.
Crushed a few skulls.
But now, we fight as one. We are Wayfinders.
The time has come!
Finally, we're free. We were just growing weary of each other's conversation.
Lend me your strength! Don't hold this against me!
I quite look forward to working together. Let's do this! I'm on a mission!
Joining me now are Genova Chen from That Game Company, creators of Journey and Sky, and singer-songwriter Aurora. Welcome to the Game Awards. And Aurora, right after the show tonight, you are going to be performing a virtual and free concert in Sky, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I'm so excited. I'm sorry about my voice, it's so fucked up. I sang karaoke last night. I mean, yes.
It'll be perfect in the virtual concert, though, right?
But tonight it will be very good, of course. Yes.
So tell us, this is an amazing collaboration working with Genova and the team. Why did you want to do this?
I'm so excited about it, mostly because all of the people that are working on Sky, Children of Light and Genova, is just the best kind of people, and it feels like this project is so full of love and light and understanding of the outsiders in the world, and finding a way to make us feel home and connected. It's just pure. So.
Yeah, I got to experience it last week, and it really is very moving. I think it's kind of the future where virtual concerts should go. Genova, you've always built games about connecting people, relationships. I wouldn't peg you as someone that would go into the virtual concert space, but this is very special. Tell us, why did you want to do this?
Yeah, I mean, historically, we always want to push the boundary of how a game can make you feel. And with our game Journey, we connect two people. But with Sky and now the upcoming concert, we want to try to connect thousands of people together emotionally. And this is just something that I've never experienced. And to be honest, I just played it with 4,000 people this week, and I don't know what to say. But so maybe we can just look at a trailer, and hopefully that will help to explain.
Amazing. Let's check it out. Thanks, guys.
From Flow, Flower, Journey to Sky, That Game Company continue to push the boundary of video games' emotional potential. Can video game create a genuine human connection and bring players across the world closer, like a concert? In a real-life concert, you feel the collective energy of thousands of beautiful souls around you. You connect with the artist and their message at a personal level. We haven't felt this in any video games, and after 18 months of experimentation and development, we feel it now. We made this concert completely free so you can experience this amazing journey with your friends and loved ones. You can download on any of these platforms and take less than a minute from boot to concert. Join us for this groundbreaking moment shared by millions of players worldwide.
Check that out. It's really, really special. All right, this year we partner with Grubhub to get your food delivered for the Game Awards. When you order from Wendy's on Grubhub using the code PUBGMobile, you'll receive a free vehicle wrap on orders of $12 or more through the end of December. Players will also be able to participate in PUBG Mobile and complete other challenges. Terms and conditions apply.
Quando eu comecei a streamar, eu tinha receio de mostrar o meu rosto às câmeras. Já cheguei a dizer para algumas pessoas que eu era tímida, mas na verdade já deu pra ver que eu não tenho timidez nenhuma. A verdade é que eu tinha medo de como eu seria recepcionada pelas pessoas, como eu ser uma mulher preta, LGBT. Boa tarde, bebês! Chegamos pra mais uma livezinha. Aconteceu tudo totalmente ao contrário do que eu esperava. As pessoas me recepcionaram arrasa. Toda essa notoriedade me levou para lugares que eu jamais imaginei,
Grande final do Championship Qualifier Brasil.
Então, dessa forma, eu sendo esse rosto por trás das câmeras, que inspira pessoas, que motiva pessoas, que cede voz para as pessoas que não têm. Isso para mim é algo muito importante, é algo que eu levo muito a sério.
true. In his holy name. Blessed be the light.
I have returned to hell for you.
Wow, Diablo 4 and Halsey are just getting started on their collaboration leading up to the launch. More from Diablo and Halsey next year, but wasn't that incredible? Thank you so much, Halsey. All right, now we'd like to recognize some other winners tonight. In the category of Best Sports Racing Game, the nominees are F1 22, FIFA 23, NBA 2K23, Gran Turismo 7, and Ollie Ollie World. And the Game Award goes to Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations. Here are your nominees for Best Multiplayer Game. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Multiversus, Overwatch 2, Splatoon 3, and TMNT Shredder's Revenge. And the Game Award goes to Splatoon 3. All right, now the nominees for Best Audio Design. COD Modern Warfare 2, Elden Ring, God of War Ragnarok, Gran Turismo 7, Horizon Forbidden West. And this Game Award goes to God of War Ragnarok. Having a pretty good night. Here are the nominees for Content Creator of the Year. Carl Jacobs, Ludwig, Nebelian, Nabru, and QT Cinderella. And the Game Award goes to Ludwig. Congratulations, man. Here are the nominees for Most Anticipated Game. Final Fantasy XVI, Hogwarts Legacy, Resident Evil 4, Starfield, and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Maybe a fan favorite, and the Game Award goes to The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Congratulations to all our winners so far, and now it's time for another world premiere. Burning Shores will see Aloy pursue a sinister threat in the untamed wilds of Los Angeles, and yes, even the Hollywood sign isn't spared. And now, please welcome the cast of The Last of Us show coming to HBO on January 15th.
Just real quick, I know that I told you guys this backstage, but just in front of everybody else, I want to let you know we've seen the show, and we just love you as Joel and Ellie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Big fans. Big fans.
So you know we are big fans of you two as well as Joel and Ellie.
So should we do this all together, just like Joel and Ellie's, just one and all?
Let's do it.
Time? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're here to present the award for Best Action Game.
Many games have action, and these are the ones that truly kick ass.
This kicks ass.
Here are the
nominees.
Best Action Game.
Viva Chile.
And the Game Award for Best Action Game goes to Bayonetta 3!
All right, this is pretty awesome. On behalf of the development teams at Platinum Games and Nintendo that worked tirelessly on bringing Bayonetta to life for the third time, thank you so very much. It's about noon back in Japan tomorrow, and I'm sure they're watching right now, so this is for you folks. Congratulations. I think you all know this, but no one does action games and over-the-top action games like Platinum Games. And as you saw, they're already hard at work on their next project, so they asked me to say a few words on their behalf. With our long history of creating action games, it's a huge honor to be awarded Best Action Game for Bayonetta 3. We're also delighted to have been able to reveal a brand new title for the Game Awards today. We'd like to thank everyone who helped us bring the game to life, and of course, the fans of the series. With the characters just as important as the many players, to the many players as gameplay, we hope you'll keep your eyes peeled for Cereza's next stories. From everyone at Platinum Games, thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations to PG and Nintendo, and next we have a trio of exciting new game announcements. First, let's head to Japan for a special announcement.
当初から1000年以上にわたる紛争とテクノロジーの乱用により滅亡の危機に瀕している惑星を舞台にプレイヤーが英雄的な旅をするプロジェクトを思い描いていました。時空を超え記憶を解き放ち巨大な敵を倒し全人類を脅かす滅亡の未来を変える旅。こんにちは、バンダイナムコオンラインブループロトコルのエグゼクティブプロデューサー下岡宗吉です。ザ・ゲームアワーズに参加させていただきAmazon ゲームスと一緒に取り組んできたゲームをご紹介できることを大変嬉しく思います。プレイヤー自身が SF ファンタジーな冒険を描く主人公となりオンラインで プレイヤー同士が協力して楽しめるアクション RPG をぜひ体験してください。この広大で美しい世界を来年 PC、PlayStation 5、Xbox シリーズ X、そして S でグローバルに提供できることをとても楽しみにしています。ブループロトコルのファーストルックをお楽しみください。
Do you remember what our world was before? Before the sundering. Before the war. Before the darkness. Do you remember? You will. Your future needs you.
I'm a setting sun, but I'll never run. I'm a dead man walking.
This ain't working. We should melt it down for ammo.
And we're live.
Come on, big guy.
Sequencing at 17%. Loading memory core now.
It's all the same. Only the names will change. And every day it seems we're wasting away. Another place where the faces are so cold. I drive all night just to get back home.
All right. Let's get lucky.
'Cause I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, dead or alive.
Coming up, Animal from the Muppets drops by, and Keegan-Michael Key shares a new look at the Super Mario Bros. Movie. And still to come, the award for Best Game Direction. Stick around.
Bros. 3 Console Edition, coming in 2023.
There is no victory to be had here. There is only survival. The strength of your resolve is the only thing that will grant you another day. Another breath. This place is relentless. It devours everything. And soon, it will take your mind. I have found no meaning to this struggle. But when the end comes for you, do not yield.
Was the season of yeeting, when all through the land, not a fall guy was stirring, not even a... whether the beans have been naughty or nice, there were presents on offer in the snow and the ice. In store for all, a ski costume for free, a new slippy dive slide to tackle with glee. Those resourceful enough to complete gift grab may stumble forth as a nutcracker, thus looking fab. For 'tis the season for fun and frolics for all. Even SpongeBob has answered the call. So this holiday season, celebrate in style. Curl up by the fire and play Fall Guys for a while.
He's the voice of Toad in the upcoming Super Mario Bros. Movie. Please welcome Keegan-Michael Key.
What's happening, Game Awards? It is so great that we can all be here and having such a good time and celebrating tonight, right? Yes. Okay, now, all right, there is something that I would like to address. And if you guessed that it is, well, something about Toad's head, you would be right. Because I see a lot of people online saying that it's a hat, and you know what? It's not a hat, it's a cap. You see, because the cap is that top part of the mushroom that houses the spores and everything. And also, a cap is another word for hat. I see how that, okay, I just, right now, saw how that could be confusing. Wow. Well, okay, whether you call it a cap or a hat or a capat, I'm good with all of it because it's just part of Toad's awesomeness. So now please enjoy this clip of a few of our capped and hatted friends in a sneak preview of their super awesome journey.
Happening right now. Just clear a path for us. If I could just...
Here you go.
Excuse me. Excuse me, everybody! Coming through! This guy's brother is going to die imminently! Out of the way, please! Just trying to clear a path. That's all I'm doing. He's gonna be fine. Chantrell! Nice to see you, bud.
Does this thing work?
Yes, well, great. You just have to blow into it. And up we go.
Wait, up? Whoa! Okay, so these
taxi just floating here?
Just pop in this pipe and we're on our way.
Oh.
It's the only way to fly, man.
Oh, wow. Love these pipes.
Oh. Here we are. Palace doors. Big, big boom. Come on! Woo!
That looks absolutely so amazing. Can't wait.
Let's play! Let's play! Let's play!
Yes, I like the energy. As you can see, I'm now joined by Animal from the upcoming Muppets Mayhem. Say hi, Animal.
Hi, Animal. Playtime! 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 Playtime!
We are at the Game Awards. I love this enthusiasm, Animal. So I have to ask, what do you want to play? Do you have a certain game, or?
Tarnished!
Elden Ring? Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah.
I didn't imagine you being a Soulsborne player.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite boss in Elden Ring?
Oh, Millennia. Yeah, Millennia. Animal love Millennia.
You're still thinking about it. She's pretty tough in the game. Well, now that I know you're such a big game fan, have you ever thought about kind of appearing in your own game or having an animal game?
Oh, yeah. Kojima! Where Kojima?
I don't know if Mr. Kojima's going to be into that or not, but you never know.
Animal can hide in box.
Yeah, I guess you could. We'll talk to Hideo at the after party, see what we can make happen. But all right, what if that didn't work out and so you had to make your own game? What would you call it?
Animal Crossing.
I think that one's taken. The Nintendo lawyers might have some issues with that. But anyways, Animal, it's great to have you here at the Game Awards. Should we maybe give out an award now? What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah. Music!
Okay, Animal has spoken. Let's check out the nominees for Best Score and Music.
Roll it!
Best Score and Music.
Okay, Animal, okay. And the Game Award for Best Score and Music goes to God of War Ragnarok.
God of War! Congratulations! Congratulations!
Wow, Animal! Whoa, buddy! My favorite drummer! I don't believe it! I literally don't believe it. No, thank you so much, everybody. But I really got to give a shout out to everybody at Santa Monica Studio. Corey, when you told me this story 8 years ago, I was moved to tears then, and it's been a part of my life ever since. And Eric Williams, you really brought this out of me, man. Thank you so much. All the musicians, Ivor and Hozier, who is up here tonight, all the ethnic fiddle players and Hardinger fiddle and nickel harp, all these wonderful musicians from around the world also lent their beautiful performances. But I just also want to say I've learned the power of simplicity, and Kratos is a man of few words. And I wanted to write him just a few notes. And I got to write, bum, bum, bum. And if I only wrote that, I feel like the story would sort of be there. So I got to write a lot more. Thank you so much, everybody. This means the world to me. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Bear. And now it's time for an exclusive reveal of a brand new action RPG developed by the creators of Life is Strange, Don't Nod, and published by Focus Entertainment.
So, you're a banisher, eh? You want ghosts, right? You must have seen some strange things. We had our share, yes. But I've never seen a ghost myself. But they are real, right? So what? You track and kill him? Is that it?
We banish them.
I wish you a good hunt, then. It takes a brave man to walk these wilds alone.
I'm not alone.
A bone walker.
We are the defenders of mankind against the horrors that dwell in the darkness. While we draw breath, we stand. While we stand, we fight. The angels of death. We are the blade drawn against the endless night. Nothing will survive our wrath.
That was a look at Meet Your Makers. Sign up for the upcoming beta. The game launches April 4th, 2023. All week, Twitch is celebrating What Games Week, recognizing all the games from gaming history that never got their proper due, like EA's Overblood, which was the most played game this week. It's a game from 1997. Which game saw the biggest increase in viewership over the week? According to a Twitch Twitter poll, the winner was Katamari. All right, we've got much more Game Awards ahead, more world premieres, including an update on Final Fantasy 16, and of course, the Game of the Year, presented by last year's winner, Joseph Ferris. Who knows what he's going to say? Hopefully it's short. All right, we'll be right back.
Here's to colorful competition. Here's to inking turf together. Here's to every friend, every rival, every splat! Here's to you, Splatoon 3 community. Big run is imminent. Team up with friends and fend off the salmonid invasion this weekend.
You wretched scum! Do you have any idea what Blood Bowl is? Moving! Get it? Dodging! Passing! Protecting the ball carrier and crushing the hell out of your opponents! Oh, I know luck could have been with us, but that's not an excuse! Blood Bowl is a demanding sport! Your opponents want your heads! And even their fans will murder you if they have the chance. Finish your drinks, pull yourselves together. Get out there and win me this match.
We are at war, and she's in danger. You will find her and bring her to me.
The Hunt's after her, and we have to defend her at all costs.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
A legend cannot be killed, can it?
Playing it safe now. I was just giving my all. I'm taking it there.
Welcome back to the Game Awards. Coming to the stage now.
Careful with the fur. I'm a little sensitive, thank you. What's up, Game Awards? Crash is in the building, let's go! Get ready for an epic reveal in 3, 2, 1, 0. -1. -2. Guys, where's my crew? Hold on a sec. What happened? We were supposed to meet up here and steal all the Wumpa fruit from the Game Awards, which I'm now realizing was a fruitless plan. Oh, excuse me, are you guys on mute? Oh, I get it. The old silent treatment. That's fine. More Wumpa for me, wherever it is. Whatever. Roll the trailer, Grandma!
Yes, could be a hoe. Don't need nobody else. I'm happy with you. LOL. Let them haters talk. We gon' walk the walk. I'm a real king. You never had nothing quite like me. I'm a real king.
Now, please welcome two outstanding content creators and streamers. Here are Fuslie and Valkyrie.
While gaming continues to rapidly evolve every year, if there's one category that seems to advance the fastest and furthest, it's innovation and accessibility.
Each year, designers impress and inspire us by discovering new and thoughtful ways to enable an even larger audience to play their games through determined consideration for those who are often marginalized.
Here are the Game Awards nominees for innovation and accessibility.
Innovation and accessibility.
It's a single player and multiplayer experience. We wanted to draw in people who weren't necessarily gamers.
I might be able to get up there if you help me.
When you are unsure of the way forward, open this book for guidance.
That suite of features enables gameplay by players who are blind and have low vision.
And the Game Award for Innovation and Accessibility goes to... God of War Ragnarok!
Thank you, everyone. We are absolutely humbled and grateful to everyone who's helped us in this journey along the way, because playing games is what's important for the players. It's you all, you who play the games, that are really the ones that deserve this award. Everyone who was on the team at SMS, we are truly honored to be with you. Thank you so much, Eric and Yumi, for supporting us, John and Jason for being there while we were trying to make these accessibility features happen. Katie, Sam, and Zach, my closest cohorts when we were trying to make these features, and all of our team in the QA and accessibility research teams, the UI UX team, and everyone who made it possible. I can't thank you enough, and I think that the players themselves are the ones that are going to benefit the most. This is a race that no matter who wins, the player is the real winner. So let's go out there and make all games have no limits. Thank you.
Life and light. In your divine radiance, we trust. Shield our souls with grace, our hearts with hope, and guide our path eternal. Turn our gaze from what lies beyond your luster, where wickedness dwells and the shadows reign. Arm us with your golden splendor, so that together may we vanquish the darkness. In light, we walk. The Lords of the Fallen.
And now, from 505 Games, a new organized crime game, Crime Boss Rockay City. Please welcome Kirby Joe Grubb, Damien Poitier, and the boss himself, Mr. Michael Madsen.
Hello, Game Awards. We are here to set a slightly different tone for the trailer you're about to watch.
You see this trailer here, well, it's a little different than the rest of these trailers you're seeing tonight. This one's a little bit dangerous. So the boss wanted to come out here, make sure you don't hurt yourself sometime during the next 60 seconds. Wow.
What a crowd. My God, what a night. Wow. Listen, I've had some wild times. I've been involved in some crazy things in my life. I even made a picture with Mr. Al Pacino. Donnie Brasco. If you haven't seen it, you should look it up, goddammit. So,
Look it up.
anyway, I have to say, being the crime boss of Rockay City, that's a lot of fun. And we've got an amazing cast with us. These two handsome guys with me. And anyway, enjoy the debut trailer for Crime Boss Rockay City, coming March 28th, 2023. So let's roll it.
So you wanna be a criminal, do you? Game on!
That's right, Chuck Norris. All right, and now we are happy to announce more winners here at the Game Awards based on votes from our jury and fans around the world. Here are the nominees for Best Role-Playing Game: Elden Ring, Live Alive, Pokemon Legends Arceus, Triangle Strategy, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. And the Game Award goes to Elden Ring. Congratulations to From and Bandai Namco. Here are the nominees for Player's Voice, our 100% fan-voted category. You guys were very busy voting the past few days. Nominees: Sonic Frontiers, Genshin Impact, Elden Ring, God of War Ragnarok, and Stray. And once we took out all the bot votes, the Game Award goes to Genshin Impact. Here are the nominees for Best Independent Game: Cult of the Lamb, Neon White, Sifu, Stray, Tunic. And the Game Award goes to Stray. Congratulations, a double winner tonight. Here are the nominees for Best Action Adventure Game: A Plague Tale Requiem, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, Stray, and Tunic. And the Game Award goes to God of War Ragnarok. Here are the nominees for Best Ongoing Game: Apex Legends, Destiny 2, Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, and Genshin Impact. And the Game Award goes to Final Fantasy XIV for the second time tonight.
Where they went in.
And never came back up. Same point. Holy hell. The place is cooling.
Price, gas, far out. That means
We'll lose comms if we keep going.
Let's see what it leads.
Only one air tank. Stick together.
Nothing coming!
What the hell is this place?
Up next, Reggie is in the building and his body is ready. Plus, Naoki Yoshida takes the stage, and the Game Awards Orchestra honors the nominees for Game of the Year.
Doritos has taken gaming to another level with Doritos Triangle Island, created in Fortnite. Starting tonight, they're challenging fans with a scavenger hunt contest to find one of 3 hidden Doritos chips. Head to Doritos Instagram or Twitter for more details and a chance to win.
Hey, I'm Ben Brode from Second Dinner, the developers of Marvel Snap, and we are so excited about our new collaboration with Martin Garrix and Jake on this incredible new music video that explores love throughout the multiverse. Here's a clip of Hero.
Hello. We have 900 people in here right now. How are you feeling? What's up, Kenzie? I see you out here. What up?
My name is Michael Reynolds, and I am the Fierce Diva. Where you been? So to me, what it means is just being very authentically myself and unapologetically me. My mental health is very important to me for several reasons. Constantly thought that I was lesser than my peers. I just could never focus. But going through that mental health journey with my therapist, who I adore, we learned that I had ADD. It gave me a whole new perspective on my life and gave me a lot of answers that I didn't even know that I was seeking.
Girl, I'm dead. There ain't no way I'm surviving this shit. Oh, it hurts, honey, it hurts.
I knew that I wanted to help usher that experience for folks that really needed it.
Thank you for the love, per usual, the mess, per usual.
If I am inspiring other people to be authentic, if I'm inspiring people to seek mental health, then I definitely feel good about that.
He drops by every December just like Santa. Give it up for Reggie.
Hey! So this year, I'm here to present the Best Game Direction category. And it's a particularly exciting award, especially in our industry. Games are constantly pushing the boundaries of creativity, innovation, and artistry. And to be nominated, you need to have created an experience that is incredibly special to the players. To the teams represented behind these titles, you have my utmost respect. Here are the nominees for the Best Game Direction.
Best Game Direction.
The tarnished will soon return.
War is not the only way.
The land is dying. I'm running out of time.
In 5B, take 1.
He saw 20,000 girls. He picked you.
And the Game Award for Best Game Direction goes to Elden Ring. 素晴らしい受賞させていただきまして本当にありがとうございます。
It's a great pleasure receiving this such a wonderful award.
ディレクターとして非常に名誉なことだと思っております。
As a director, I'm very honored about that.
フロムソフトウェアのですね、エルデンリング過去最大規模のタイトルだったということで、谷村さんや石崎さんはじめとする、頼りになる主要ディレクターのチームと一緒に開発に臨んだタイトルですので、喜びもひとしおです。
Elden Ring is our, the biggest game that we have ever worked on. So we have worked with several co-directors, including Mr. Tanimura and Mr. Ishizaki. Without their support, it would be almost impossible to, finish working on this project. So we really want to share this great joy of receiving this award with them.
本当にありがとうございました。Thank you.
So once again, thank you so much for your support.
How many times you willing to get burned before you stop trusting someone? How many times you gotta take a bullet for these motherfuckers in the name of empty promises? Politicians, military runners, intelligence operatives, all the rotten fish in one fucking barrel, this dog town. Tell me you've got a plan.
Not a plan. A man. If there's anyone we can trust now, it's him.
Solomon Reed, FIA.
So, what do we do now?
Dogtown. Burn it to the ground's what we'll do. It's a simple choice. Them or us. Peace comes at a price. Someone's always got to pay.
Game Awards, what's up? It's Idris Elba here, and I just want to let you know how excited I am to play NUSA agent Solomon Reed in Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. Can't wait for you guys to meet Reed when Phantom Liberty releases in 2023. See you in Night City.
Thanks, Idris. Tonight, we are thrilled to share with you another global game announcement. This comes from one of the most decorated developers in the world, who consistently pushes this medium forward for each of its releases. This studio has been nominated multiple times for Game of the Year here at this very show, and I am beyond grateful that they have chosen the Game Awards as the place for this global announcement.
When we come back, it's time to crown the 2022 Game of the Year, right here on the Game Awards.
This place is...
The Mushroom Kingdom!
Hello.
Your brother has landed in the Darklands. They're under Bowser's control.
A mustachioed human has arrived in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Do you know him?
Do you think I know every human being with a mustache wearing an identical outfit with the letter of his first name on it? Because I don't.
Rated PG.
From now through December 31st, get a free Grubhub vehicle skin in PUBG Mobile when you order $12 or more from Wendy's through Grubhub and use code PUBG Mobile. Go for the win. Go for Grubhub.
There was an outbreak. They killed everyone, trying to contain it.
Do what you gotta do in here. This place has a way of changing you.
These aren't accidents. They're all connected somehow.
That was a look at Wild Hearts coming from Koei Tecmo and EA Originals next year. And now we welcome one of the busiest men in gaming, known fondly by his fans as Yoshi P, both the producer and director of the successful online role-playing game Final Fantasy XIV, winner of 2 Game Awards tonight, and producer of the highly anticipated new entry in the acclaimed Final Fantasy franchise, Final Fantasy XVI. Please join me in welcoming for the first time to TGA, Mr. Naoki Yoshida.
Thank you, Geoff. On behalf of the Final Fantasy XVI team, I'm honored to be here to present you with tonight's final world premiere. To all our fans, thank you for keeping faith in us. I hope you enjoy our latest trailer, Revenge.
take Joshua and get to safety.
I'm not going without you.
I'm going to hold the enemy here while you make your escape.
Your Highness! Run! No!
Clive!
Joshua!
Revenge is a weapon. I sometimes wonder if I am controlling it, or if it's controlling me. To the truth that awaits me, I will press on. Good boy.
What do we do?
The usual. 13 years I've waited for this chance, and I won't be dying today.
Come to me, Ifrit!
Please welcome the director of Hazelight Studios and last year's Game of the Year winner for It Takes Two. Here's Joseph Ferris.
Yeah, really nice being on stage again, actually. It feels really good. I know a lot of people are nervous, but don't be. I'm going to be super cool and short. So, let's see now. Yeah, I remember recently, last year winning Game of the Year. It's a fantastic feeling. So obviously as a nominee, you should be very happy and very proud, but trust me, you do want to win because it's a great feeling. But however, you do actually win something at the Game Awards. They're super cool because, you know, this beautiful orchestra, when they play the music from your game, I mean, I was sitting over there and trust me, the hair on my body was all over the place. Goosebump, I mean. It's really awesome. So please give a big applause to the beautiful orchestra and conducted by Lorne Balfe. Goosebump, I told you. All right. Game of the Year winner is Elden Ring.
びっくりしました。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
フロムソフトウェアのみんな、そして、パートナーであるバンダイナムコの皆さん、たくさんある協力会社の皆さん、そして、素晴らしい神話を執筆してくれたジョージ・アロン・マーティン氏、そんな素晴らしいですね、僕の尊敬するエルデンリングチームのみんなに改めて大きな感謝を伝えるとともに、この喜びを分かち合いたいと思います。
I would like to share this great appreciation with our entire Elden Ring team members, everybody at From Software, our partner Bandai Namco, all collaborators, and last but least, Mr. George R. Martin, who created the great mythos for this game.
すごく大変で問題の多いプロジェクトだったので、ディレクターとしてはすごくほっとしています。そしてですね、このゲームオブザイヤーという、最高の栄をいただいた場でいうことではないのかもしれませんけれども、これからも今よりもこのゲームよりもですね、面白いゲームを作っていこうと決意してますので、ぜひよろしくお願いします。
We have faced so many difficulties while developing this game, so as a director, I'm really relieved. And this might not be the light thing to say at on the occasion of the receiving the GOTY award, but I have made up my mind to create even more interesting games than this one.
で、このエルデンリングについてもまだやりたいことありますので、その点でも今回の受賞すごく大きな励みになりました。
As for Elden Ring, we still have several more things we want to do. So getting this GOTY award really encouraged us.
そして最後にこのゲームをプレイしてくれて、楽しんでくれて、支援してくれた多くのユーザーさんに最大限の感謝を伝えたいです。本当にありがとうございます。皆さんのおかげで、我々あるいは私は作りたいゲームを全力で作るという最高のことができています。本当にありがとう。皆さんと同じ時代、この時代にゲーム制作に従事できたことを本当に幸せに思っています。ありがとうございました。
And finally, we would like to, express our utmost gratitude to all the fans who played, who enjoyed, and who supported these titles. And we create the games we want to create and do our best because of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Matan. Real quick, I want to thank everybody and say that I think I want to nominate this award to my Reformed Orthodox Rabbi, Bill Clinton. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Well, eventful evening. Congratulations. This has been such a special night, and I can't believe that next year, 2023, marks the 10th annual Game Awards. So we are lucky to do this every year, and we want to thank all the industry for their support, and of course, all of you around the world, viewers of the show. Tonight, I do have one last special announcement from us. To celebrate our 10th year, the Game Awards is thrilled to be partnering with the LA Phil for a very special evening of video game music performed live at the world-famous Hollywood Bowl next year on June 25th, 2023. we will be celebrating the past decade of video game music and looking ahead to its future. You'll be hearing much more about this historic collaboration early next year. Until then, thank you so much. Have a safe and happy holiday season, and we'll see you in 2023. Good night, everybody.
Questions? All right, we're probably about to go live. Here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the IGN Game Awards 2022 post-show. I'm Max, that's Kat, that's Miranda, that's Brian. Enough about us. Let's talk about what we just saw. A bunch of game trailers, a bunch of awards, a bunch of really cool stuff. It's hard to pick one place to start, but a lot of people have been talking about Hades 2, so let's start there. Hades 2, was Hades our game of the year when it came out?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so
It was an
basically,
amazing game.
yeah, everybody loved that game. Everyone went nuts for that. Who liked Hades the most here?
I mean, me?
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah.
Kat. I did greatly enjoy Hades.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it was one of my favorite games of the last several years. The art style, the design, the way that they used the mechanics to forward the story, the way that I wanted to keep pushing through and continually beating the game. It was really, really well done. And this is just a wonderful surprise. Nobody saw this coming. I thought spiritual successor, new project, what's going on? And all of a sudden you hear that familiar tone, that musical cue, and you're like, oh my God, this is a Hades thing.
Oh, yeah.
And here we are, Hades 2, starring Zagreus' little sister.
Yeah. So I'm foggy on the lore here. What do we think is happening in terms of like story, Miranda?
So we actually got a post from Supergiant Games about this, and we're a little unclear exactly what's going on. We know that they're going after a Titan of Time, and obviously something is actually happening with Hades, as we see in this trailer. But as Kat said, this is Zagreus' sister, Melinoe, or I think that's how you pronounce
Yeah,
it.
Melinoe?
Yeah, Melinoe. It has the E with the two dots over it.
It's very witchy, kind of Bloodborne-y.
Yeah, so in this post they say that her lore is not actually very developed within mythology, and so since she has a little bit more of an open story and her place in the underworld, she's kind of the perfect person to take on this mantle of the next step in their storytelling. So we see, of course, a lot of other Greek gods and people from mythology featured in this, and a lot of familiar mechanics too, and unfamiliar ones. So it's going to be pretty cool to see.
I think it speaks a lot to just how much they shook up the art style. I mean, it's still clearly the same art style, but like the palette is completely different.
Yep. Very blue.
To the point that watching the trailer, we were like, "Is this Hades? Is this Hades? I think it's Hades." Yeah, no, it looks incredible. Brian, what's your read on this?
Yeah, exactly what you just said. It looks gorgeous. I was not expecting them to step it up like this on this level. It's way more detailed and also sort of slightly more subdued in terms of colors. Like there's elements that pop a lot, but like this was a huge surprise. Like we watched the Game Awards in a big room full of everybody here at IGN, and this definitely got the biggest pop.
Yeah. Now let's move on. One we did see coming was Star Wars Jedi Survivor,
Yes.
which it looks like exactly what we kind of thought it was. Brian, you like Star Wars, right?
Yeah, I want to say seeing like a tree wampa, I guess it was, like a woods wampa, I called it. That was a nice surprise. I'm a big fan of that creature. Hopefully you can cut off its arms.
Grizzly
and stuff
wampa?
Like that. Yeah, grizzly wampa.
Yeah.
We can go with that. But yeah, they had a back to tank on stage. There's like elements of this trailer that show sort of like Old Republic era stuff, which I saw some like stills leaked on Twitter, and people were kind of like geeking out over specific wardrobe and attire and stuff like that. So I'd be interested in how they tie all that together. They're obviously pushing on that era hard with the next kind of wave of Star Wars stuff. But yeah, like the combat itself looked awesome. There was a thing where you could force grab a stormtrooper, spin it around, and it would start firing its blasters at other people. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's the good stuff right there. Dual wielding looked great. We didn't really see a ton of Cal using the blaster.
So I'm not sure if that was Cal using the blaster. There's another guy who shows up later in the trailer who did have a blaster. And I'm wondering if it's going to have us switching between them. Like we just obviously got, Ragnarok had us suddenly shaking things up and not being Kratos and using different weapons. And I wonder if we're going to see a similar thing here.
The arts, we talked a little about the Hades art style. This feels a little bit, I don't want to say cartoony, but there's something that, like, I don't think they're striving for realism.
Clone Warsy?
Yeah, there's something that's a little bit more...
Cal's face is different too, so that's a little weird.
He has a little beard now because time has passed and he has grown older.
That's
no,
right.
but it's just his face is different.
You think so?
Yeah.
Here's the Wampa.
There it is.
Maybe the regular Wampas are polar Wampas, and that's just a regular Wampa.
Oh,
We've been calling it the wrong thing the whole time.
That's a Dark Trooper, right?
That's a Bionicle, my friend.
Oh, okay. my bad. Something that's interesting to me is that you see the Mantis crashing onto a planet, and you don't see his crew from Fallen Order.
Yeah.
And the suggestion to me is that you spend a lot more time on this planet than perhaps you would have done in Fallen Order, that maybe they focused on one environment quite a bit more. Also, I don't believe that this is an established Star Wars planet. So they might be leaning in, perhaps like he's going to his own version of Dagobah to get, to train, that kind of thing. So I'm curious to see. I also like the crossguard lightsaber.
I mean, this is
cool.
This is a next-gen exclusive, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm wondering, like, that's an interesting thing to point out about the environments, because the first game was open worlds,
multiple different environments.
And
It was almost like Metroid Prime 3 that you could go to different planets.
They were big, but they weren't huge, and I'm wondering if, like, visually this isn't really blowing us away in terms of, like, graphics so far, but I'm wondering if maybe the big leap they're taking is making a full, proper
I would
open
be
world
down.
environment. Yeah.
I would like it if it were more polished. I really enjoyed Fallen Order, but it was technically quite rough.
Yeah, it was a little rough around the edges. I think with this game, I think you're both onto something. It's not screaming next gen only to me in just graphic presentation. So there's got to be something under the hood cooking that's justifying why it's locked to those consoles.
I think we've been having this conversation a lot too about how a lot of these newer games don't necessarily look like next gen.
Right.
Like graphically, there's not a bunch of huge jumps. I think we had a jump with the last generation where there were these A and B games. You're like, dang, look at that ray tracing, look at those lighting. And now we're kind of over that hump and we're like, all right, this all sort of, maybe in like some of these cinematics look really
Unreal
nice.
Engine 5, I think.
Yeah, and that's sort of like the jump that we're waiting to make. And I think even then we're trying to wait for everyone to just completely focus on Unreal 5 and get focus on these next-gen games.
Yeah.
That's hard to say.
Now, moving on, Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. That was a cutscene, I guess?
It was a nice little tribute to Kevin Conroy.
Yeah.
It's kind of an awkward one. Like the end was a little weird.
They're kind of painted themselves in a weird corner where, like, the name of the game is the Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, and then one of its members, the voice has passed, which is like, they did confirm that Kevin Conroy will be doing his final performance as Batman in this game, which is, awesome that we get to hear him one last time, because he is, I think, the best Batman.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is Batman. Yeah.
But yeah, this game is, I'm
There's been bad rumblings about this game, honestly.
Yeah.
And I mean, the rumor, or maybe it's been confirmed, I'm not sure, is that it's going to be sort of Avengers-like, more of a service-y kind of game. And it doesn't, every time I've seen it, I've not been that impressed by it. So.
Well, obviously Rocksteady has their reputation. They've made some incredible games, but it feels like the same sort of thing that we got with Gotham Knights, where like, I think people kind of just want what worked about Arkham, and they're trying to sort of shoehorn in a multiplayer
Just make Arkham
aspect.
Asylum, dudes.
Yeah, and this, this honestly just sort of feels like Arkham Borderlands,
Oh, God.
Like, it's just, you've got this kooky bunch of characters who are, going to do some co-op stuff, and...
Yeah, I think, like, at the very least, it was good to see this game again, just to sort of, like, check in and be like, hey, this has been in development for a long time. Like, we've had multiple Suicide Squad movies already, and this game's still not here. But also, like, people want Batman in these games, and we did get that at the end, and it is bittersweet, obviously, but like, it's good to know that that's still a part of this.
And I believe we got a release date in there. I think it was kind of, there's a lot going on in that entire thing, but Geoff kind of muttered that I think he said May 26th, so, busy year. There's gonna be a lot going on.
That's right around Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. So
good luck to it.
Yeah.
And right before June, which was the most popular month of tonight.
Very packed.
Good God.
It's going to be a crazy year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have my calendar in front of me. So June only has 2 games so far. The month that has the most games at the moment, it's kind of between February and March, actually.
Oh, wow.
There's a ton coming out between those 2 months. So leading up to May is, of course, going to be the big one for us with Tears of the Kingdom.
I have a sneaking suspicion a lot of that stuff that's in floating around March, February is going to get pushed. I think that's an optimistic, like I've definitely learned to notice that like, oh, like if things are towards the tail end of like a financial quarter, like maybe that's just being optimistic and hoping it gets, they don't have to kick it down the road a little bit, but maybe they will. Hope I'm wrong about that.
Just keep my Resident Evil and Zelda away from your sneaking suspicions.
Don't you move that Resident Evil. You keep that right where it is.
Leave them right there.
Speaking of things that, you know, get delayed occasionally, Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, we got a great new trailer for that. No release date, which is really lovely coming from that studio, you know.
Just get it right, dude.
Just let them develop.
Yeah, you know what? Don't commit. I'm fine with that.
I think, honestly, at this point, they probably took enough development lessons from all the things they had to fix, and whatever they did there will probably be implemented to this.
Yeah.
Well, they finished their game. They got to finish it, which is great. You know, I like, honestly, I kind of got burned on this because I was like so hyped covering it. Like I was so excited for the game leading up to it, and it came out, and it was in such a sorry state at launch.
What did you play on at launch?
PS5.
I'm sorry.
But it was, you know, obviously the PS4 version. And it, honestly, it was playable, but it didn't blow me away. And like, I think a lot of what they'd sort of set up was unrealistic. Like a lot of the demos they showed were just like so mind-blowing.
I will never forget that first demo we saw at E3 for Cyberpunk. It was incredible. Yeah. It was actually incredible.
And I mean, now that we know what the game is, I'm completely at peace with what they're showing because I'm like, okay, like cool, I understand what I'm in for. You know, they're not setting high expectations. They're like, it's more of what you played, which is weirdly kind of a sigh of relief. And I suddenly got like, oh, I'm excited about Cyberpunk again. Like, I'll jump back in.
And Idris Elba rules.
Yeah.
So like that's a great touch. And Johnny Silverhand is back. Like it's cool. Take your time, make it right. Like you burned us once a little bit, but people came around on it. You came around on it. The game's good now. So
how long do you think it's going to take for somebody to mod in Knuckles the Echidna in Idris's?
Day one.
Someone's already working on it. They're already making the model.
I mean, the Sonic community's got to be doing something because they got beaten out by Genshin Impact. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sonic fans.
Genshin.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Genshin fan. Yeah.
Weird video games that are weird even without mods. Death Stranding 2.
Yeah.
Huh? What?
So that's happening.
Yeah.
And also quite a jarring trailer. So if you finished Death Stranding, there's some nice bits at the end of that game, and I think it was open and ended enough where you could just go into a second game. But here we see the baby.
We're all watching this trailer. A couple of us are parents, and we were just like, "Don't kill that baby! Don't kill the baby!" And then, of course, they kill the baby. Right?
They killed the baby.
And then it comes back, and it's an octopus, and question mark, and
it evolved.
It evolved, yeah. But it's gorgeous. Like, and this is coming from someone who is like not too hot on the first game, but like artistically, like this is on another level from pretty much everything else we saw tonight. Like, there's gigantic mechs now, like, or even more so than ever. Like, it just looked stunning, and I'm excited for it.
Again, much like Cyberpunk, I think I set my expectations way too high. I was like picking over every single trailer and spinning up these. Like I was on the Never Say Game Over subreddit and looking at all these like fan theories. And when I played the actual game, I played it like prior to launch, and I just shotgunned it. Like I just completely binged it. And that's not the way to play that game. It's a game about slowly walking meditatively through large fields and stuff. But again, like now that I know what the game is, I'm kind of cautiously optimistic about what this is because there's a bunch of kind of new gadgets. Like she's got a monocycle, and there's that big thing that as it was coming out of the goop, it looked like Metal Gear, but then we're like, oh, the railgun is a crane, and it's got like 5 radar dish testicles on the bottom.
They added all this stuff to the Game of the Year edition, like huge like Looney Tunes cannons that let you shoot packages across the whole map, and I was like, where was that on day one? I would have loved that. So I wish I had waited, but it seems like this is just going to launch with a bunch of like quick, fast stuff, and I hope it still has a little bit of the old gameplay that people really liked, but I'm down for some, weird unicycles.
I mean, I just love that these stories get so creative, and that's the thing. It's like we say it's just weird, but it is in a really fun and cool way because it's like stretching your imagination to play with this universe that they're trying to create and these wild narrative dives that you need someone to explain to you, and that's actually just kind of fun because then even after the game's out, even after you've experienced it, you still get to pick it apart with other people and like examine theories. Like even going back and watching this trailer at the very beginning with the kid's toy, there's like this little crab, the star, a circle, and like a square, and like the crab specifically is such a weird thing to have in like a kid's block. But it's just, you know, what's very
I think
cool
it's just gonna have baby cosmetics. There's that thing that isn't Metal Gear.
Well, what was interesting was we played Death Stranding, and a lot of people were like, I don't really get it, and then the pandemic happened, and everyone was like, oh, I see what he was doing there. But then he said that he wrote the entire sequel, but then the pandemic happened, and he scrapped it and rewrote it.
Well, that means
And,
it's going to be a Kojima game that doesn't make any sense. I don't know how I feel about that.
Finally.
No, I'm excited about this. I honestly, again, it's got more color in it. Like it's and he talked a lot about this kind of leading up to Death Stranding, but people were like, "What's taking so long?" And he's like, "I had to form a studio, and then I had to find an engine."
And he had to photograph hundreds of famous people in that hallway. That takes a while.
He had to get the 4K full body shots of Norman Reedus covered in motor oil or whatever.
Yep,
You know?
Jeff Keighley kept Zoom calling him and being like, put me in the game. Yeah, it was a lot.
Mocap Conan O'Brien. Anyway, speaking of brilliantly auteur game directors, we finally got a look at Judas, which is the new thing from Ken Levine, BioShock creator.
Yes,
Miranda.
finally.
You were super hyped on this.
Yes, Ghost Story Games. I have been waiting for so long. I am a huge fan of BioShock and also love BioShock and Infinite. I like the bananas in the toilets. It's fine. Don't judge people for what they put in their toilets, okay? It was a thing.
Pineapples.
It was a thing. Yes, that too. That too. Anyway, Judas looks like it's exactly what I wanted from Ken Levine, which is more of the same sort of narrative style, powers in one hand, a gun in the other, going through, can you trust these people, escape this place sort of story. That's exactly what I want from a Ken Levine game.
Yeah.
And
It's so cool looking, and also like, I don't know, there were stories about this studio in disarray. This game was in development hell for what, a decade almost? Now we're seeing it, and it's like, it's really, really good looking, and that's, we haven't played it yet, we haven't reviewed it yet, but like that's a pretty good, conclusion, or at least beginning of a conclusion to that story.
What a strange arc, because he finished BioShock Infinite and he basically disbanded Irrational Games. He's like, I want to make a small studio and do something experimental. And then at GDC he had that big pitch about this, world that had its own stories that were very emergent and everything. And now he's putting out what seems like a somewhat traditional AAA game that's very much in the style of maybe a BioShock game.
Right.
Could be a BioShock game, honestly. I'm like, look, so this is where we ended up at after 10 years?
I know.
Okay.
You could have built
Fix
that
what
at your
you
own
broke.
house, But yeah, it's really exciting looking. Like it's
I love the style. Like we've just talked about Death Stranding 2, very particular world, and I love games that have an originality to them.
yeah, I do love that it's another scenario of you have to escape the station, but this time it's actually a space station, and we see like something exploding off in the distance. And I did some deep dives into this while everything else was going on. I was like, oh, this is great that everything else is happening. I just want to see more about Judas and put like Lady Gaga's Judas on repeat.
I
And, like,
knew you were gonna go
I know,
that
I'm
direction.
sorry. I couldn't not. I was just like, I hear the beat in my head while this is going off. Like it's just all popping off, and it's gonna be great.
I like that "fix what you broke" tagline. I think that's what it was. Yeah, that was really cool.
So I like, you have, obviously the name is Judas, so it's kind of a pretty intense thing, but there are implications here that make this, I think, even more exciting. And basically you have to befriend one of the three enemies in the ship is what it looks like, because there's three prominent characters. Maybe there's more.
What I like is that it looks close to completion. Keighley talked about having played a bunch of it, so that's nice to
Several
know that
hours,
a game that's going to come out in the foreseeable future and not just a big old CGI thing. Speaking of which, Armored Core 6,
Wow.
Fires of
Rubicon,
of course. How could I forget?
Yeah.
Kat, tell me about Armored Core. What do I need to know?
Well, Armored Core is a mecha action series from Software, old From Software, not Soulsborne From Software, from 1997 on the PlayStation, and maybe Baby Cat in college was playing Armored Core 2 in her dorm room and was very much enjoying it. It's very customization forward, it's mission based, it's not what you would typically expect from a From Software game in the modern era. The last time we saw it was 2012 with Armored Core 5, which was this very ambitious kind of multiplayer centric game where you had squads trying to take over a map, and it ended up dying because nobody played it.
Aww.
But Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. I mean, we don't know much about it right now because we just have the trailer. First of all, I love the trailer.
Yeah.
It's very metal, as you could say. I love the impact of all the attacks. I love the huge explosions. And one thing that From Software has going for them now is that they have so many more resources than they've had in the past. Look at that. That's so cool. That's a great shot.
What I'm curious about is will this game do anything to sort of appeal to Soulsborne fans?
That's a big question.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's no reason to expect it to, other than the fact that that's what's made FromSoft suddenly a, gamer household term.
Right.
People will be paying attention to this game just because it's From Software, and I think there will be real questions about what they will do. Now, when they met Sekiro, it was kind of a similar situation of like, okay, so you're kind of going with a Tenchu kind of thing, and then Sekiro ended up being one of their most popular games. It was very, very good. And so you wonder that, but mechs? Who knows? So I guess we're going to be finding out at some point in the future.
Max and I were talking about this before we went live, but I'm not super familiar with this series outside of just like a name recognition. Yeah, but I'm a gigantic fan of modern FromSoft stuff, and so I'm in on anything that has their logo on it at this point.
At least try it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they won Game of the Year tonight with Elden Ring, well deserved, by far my favorite game this year. And so whatever they do next, I'm in. I'm down to try it all.
And I'm in anyway because giant robots plus From Software plus whatever. But
yeah.
I think that they have grown so much in the past 10 years. The impact of their action, the beauty of their worlds, their sound design, and I think applied to a giant robot game, and if it has the depth of older Armored Core games, we could actually have something really special. I mean, look at this art design. This is gorgeous. It really is.
I don't give a hoot about the landscape. Let me see them robots. Get those
robots.
Big
Let's go.
crunchy boys out here. Who broke that robot? They got to put it back together. I like this guy come up. He's got a backpack. Look at that. I'm into it.
Dang.
Kat, I got to know what? Sorry. I just want to talk about the robots. I know they're mechs. They're they're armored. They're cores.
Yes. Oh, they're ACs.
ACs.
Ah.
Yes.
Okay. They're Assassin's Creed.
Keeping it cool.
Are there people inside there?
Yes.
Okay.
There are people driving the robots. So they're like Gundams.
Do they go into detail about what the people are dealing with in their home life? Or anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not in their home life. But
I don't know. That's like a core thing in Gundam.
Can we just be a robot?
They're mercenaries.
Okay.
It's like a corporate dystopia kind of situation.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Do we have to have dystopia? Can we just be robots?
No. It's got to be a dystopia. Sorry. Maybe the robots can have a very happy life. Maybe I would like to play Stardew Valley, very wholesome robot game.
Yeah, but what if their games are killing each other? We can do that too.
Yes.
There's a lot of
I think it's
options
going to be
here.
great, dystopian or not, and the robots are pretty.
Okay.
I think they're very sweet.
We got a lot of pretty robots. We didn't get any pretty people. But one game we got a trailer for that did get lots of pretty people was a good look at Baldur's Gate 3. And I typed Baldur's Gate 3 release date into Google shortly after that, and it said October 6, 2020. If you recall, this was going to be a Stadia launch title.
Yes.
I remember.
Wow.
So excited for this.
I took the first interview on this game before Stadia was formally announced.
Oh, wow.
I've got my Stadia ready, and I can't wait for 2020.
Man, that is this game looks amazing.
Yeah.
I'm stoked on this. This is the
Larian.
Thank you. Yes, the team behind not
Divinity Original Sin 2.
Not Pillars of Eternity. Sorry, I'm doing great here.
Yeah. It's a co-op RPG.
And it's a video game.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. And you are? Sorry.
Ricky.
I love the Mimic. The Mimic was...
God, yeah.
That was a great scene.
Baldur's Gate 3 has been in development for a very long time.
Can't you still play some of it?
I mean, yeah, you can play it right now.
Stuff?
Yeah. They've been adding classes progressively. They've been adding a lot of different content. One of the things that's been interesting to watch is, I think the central friction is a lot of Baldur's Gate fans are like, yeah, but okay, this looks like Divinity Original Sin with especially with the way that the environmental mechanics work and the battle systems are like more D&D, less Divinity.
What does that mean? I don't get that complaint.
I don't know. I guess to them, Baldur's Gate has a certain game feel, a certain texture. Okay.
That's fair.
So, I don't know. This is going to be a huge game. I kind of like that it has the Starjammer. I can never remember what it's called. But also the Cthulhu guys, but they're in spaceships. It's a different vibe from your typical D&D game.
I'm kind of surprised that they didn't put Dungeons & Dragons at the top.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
obviously,
it's
it's
interesting, isn't
everyone
it?
who's kept track of it knows that Baldur's Gate is a D&D game, and there's a D&D movie coming out. Like that kind of like mimics and owlbears are going to be. They're trying to make those more recognizable because a lot of people play D&D now. I don't know. It's interesting that they're not just putting D&D front and center. While we're talking about dungeons and whatnot, Diablo 4 is something of a known quantity.
Okay, I have to say, I really did not like Diablo 3. I played it for several hours in the ideal conditions. I had a friend who liked Diablo. We had like nice cozy drinks. It was a good day. And I was so bored. And I was like, I never want to play this game again. And I keep seeing Diablo 4 and I was like, I want to go to this hell. I want to go here. I want to mess up some demons. No, I did not. So this one, I think, especially with this cinematic, like they keep catching me with these and how like their world is obviously very fleshed out. This is Diablo 4 after all. There's been very storied game and very storied history, and I think every time I keep seeing it, it's so intriguing and like I want to play this game. And this cinematic ruled.
Mm-hmm. Blizzard does CG trailers like no one else.
Yeah.
Like I just remember like back in the day playing like Warcraft, like getting a cutscene was like a prize, you know?
Yeah.
You were like, oh, they're gonna show a little movie.
Oh boy, CG.
Yeah, right. And now we're like, oh, hold square, get this crap over with. But
how dare you?
No, I love. I'm excited about this one. I was not wild about Diablo 3. I like a lot of people, I thought it kind of sort of nuked the aesthetic that made Diablo 2 so awesome, and everything I've seen from this one looks just really, really cool.
Yeah. Turned it into WoW. And I actually really liked Diablo 3, especially once they released the expansion and redid the loot and basically rolled back every single idea that they came up with at the launch of Diablo 3 and added a real end game. And then it got pretty good, and they added a couple of new character classes. But I do think, I agree that ultimately Diablo 3 never quite sat that well with the Diablo community. Diablo 2, I think, is the most beloved one. Miranda, you love Genshin Impact. Diablo 2 practically invented like the entire dynamics that underpin Genshin Impact in games, like the colored loot and everything.
Oh, like
that's all Diablo.
Like addiction? It invented
Diablo 2 invented the color-coded loot, and World of Warcraft codified it and popularized it.
Right. That is the thing. I know. Like I was, on Reddit and seeing people kind of responding to Diablo 4 early impressions. If you're curious, Ryan McCaffrey did a whole preview of it. He checked it out. He wrote a bunch of stuff about it. But the big thing people are kind of holding off on is like obviously they're not going to put a bunch of like the sleazy Blizzard stuff in there, like the real money stuff or the microtransactions or the whatever, the things that make people mad and get their games banned in the Netherlands.
The stuff they just did on their mobile version.
Exactly, yeah.
Activision's really been stepping on Blizzard's throat, it feels like, when it comes to microtransactions. Just look at the way that they've handled Overwatch 2 and Diablo Immortal.
Mm-hmm.
And you read their earnings and they're crowing about how much more money Blizzard is making because of Diablo Immortal. Right, and it's just kind of like, they finally got to Blizzard, I guess.
Yeah. So speaking of money, I think we got a little bit of time left, but let's talk about a total dark horse that came out of nowhere was Michael Madsen, who came on stage escorted by security to announce crime boss Rockhay City, which is coming out March 28th. It is from In-Game Studios. It is a stealth action FPS that is set in Florida in the 90s. It has Michael Madsen, Michael Rooker, Kim Basinger, Danny Trejo, Danny Glover,
Vanilla Ice,
and Chuck Norris.
Yep.
All of whom are eminently available.
Yeah.
I mean, how much money did they spend on the game?
It's so weird.
It is so weird. I mean, sure, go for it. I was just sort of like, who is this for? What are we trying to achieve here?
This whole game feels like a meme from 2007.
Yeah.
This feels like if they made a sequel to Tropic Thunder.
Yes.
They showed a trailer
Absolutely.
at the beginning. Yeah, like this is. I mean, I'm so curious to see what the outcome of this, because like for a game to come out of left field and be like, hey, it's out in 3 months. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's got all of these famous people in it, which I don't
famous in air quotes.
And none of them leaked it.
Chuck Norris, look.
Yeah. He did the
Also.
pick.
Does that say 90s to you? All that magenta and teal and purple and
it says
everything?
late 80s.
That says 80s.
Yeah, right? I don't know.
It's 80s.
It's a weird call. Well, yeah, there was a lot to unpack about the Game Awards. If you want to catch up on all of it, head to IGN.com. We've got probably an article up there right front and center that will say everything announced at the Game Awards. Probably the weirdest thing was that kid came up during the acceptance speech.
Very end.
So we were like, who is he?
Uh-huh.
Apparently, he was not supposed to be up there.
Oh, because he got on stage and yelled Bill Clinton, and that's the hardest I've laughed this
He
year.
has, as far as I know, been arrested.
Yeah, Geoff Keighley tweeted out the individual who interrupted our Game of the Year moment has been arrested, which is the weirdest thing.
That's one more thing, I guess, for this year.
The dude in the orchestra who's like swapping through flutes and wind instruments every time the camera cut away.
Incredible.
I thought he was going to be the clear winner of like the weird thing that people clipped out on Twitter, but nope. The guy who got arrested. Anyway, thank you all for joining me and chatting about this. Thank you everyone watching at home. This is always a lot of fun. It's great to get together and talk about video games. Yeah, we talk about video games year round right here on IGN, so if you like what we did, come back, hang out. And on that note, thank you for watching. Thank you to everybody behind the scenes making this stuff happen, and happy holidays. Good night.
Good night.
Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton? I don't know. Who's to say? Don't arrest me.
IGN is celebrating you, the fans, and we're kicking off the year with something epic, FanFest.
Welcome to IGN FanFest.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Where you, hey Zach, get to ask your favorite creators from the world of games, streaming, movies,
filmmaking and television and podcasting
and more.
IGN, what's up?
All your burning questions.
Will we see Master Chief's face?
Huge stars. I'll be there too. Exclusive reveals, new gameplay, and more. February 17th and 18th, wherever you get your IGN.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, memes, the best user-generated videos and art, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
I'm Akeem Lawanson, and this is What to Watch on IGN1. It's a weekly show where we check out the latest and greatest in trailers, reviews, and everything else in the world of entertainment. Tune in to new episodes every Friday at 9 p.m. on IGN1.
Have you been stuck on the same quest for just way too long?
I just want answers.
IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and of course, free. You can even track your progress with handy checklists if you go for 100% just like we do.
We're going to be going over some sensitive material.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for God of War Ragnarok, The Witcher 3, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Genshin Impact, Elden Ring, and so much more.
I will require some time to process this information.
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN.